between the cast of the show
Hello.
and Crunchyroll, who is producing the show, about potentially producing this season of the show on a SAG-AFTRA union contract. And as a result of those conversations, I'm making this video because
So,
it's
here to
looking
play
very likely that I will
Subnautica.
not be reprising my role as Mop. I know.
No, this is crazy.
What
You
is-
didn't pick it up. Basically, he talked to Crunchyroll about reprising his role.
What are we listening to?
Union, SAG-AFTRA is what it's called, which is just the Screen Actors Guild. It's for actors, voice actors, to guarantee better rate, better working conditions. Because if you've heard anything about
So, Kanye did a half apology. Vosh is dead. Oh no. Yeah, Vosh got banned for a weird reason. We've been lied to, have we? Tell me.
Internet drama is a lot like a Pokemon.
Okay, let's
It
play.
can always evolve. And that's
Got some
exactly what we're seeing
plans
today. A very
for
spicy
tonight's stream.
piece of
I'm
drama
gonna make some
recently
aerogel and make a prawn suit
metamorphosis
finally.
stage, and now it's about to pop out of the larva and become a beautiful butterfly. And unfortunately, this butterfly is coming with bad news. It seems like we may have all been lied to, fed a fib, played for a fool, schmeckelborg. In regards to the Bayonetta 3 situation, I recently made a video covering all
heard
the drama with
about
Bayonetta
this.
3, and within 24 hours of posting this video, the entire situation got flipped on its ass with a stunning plot twist the likes of which George R.R. Martin could only dream of writing. It's left me out in the rain, cold, scared, and wondering where everything went wrong. For those that aren't caught up to speed with this latest drama lore, I'll give you the quick breakdown. Helena Taylor is the voice actress behind Bayonetta, an iconic character, and she made a series of posts on Twitter that all went viral, the first of which being a video that has nearly 10 million views, stating that the reason she's not voicing Bayonetta in the new game coming up is because they were only offering her $4,000 for the whole game. Obviously, $4,000 for a role this size in a AAA game of this caliber is pretty low. You could probably make $4,000 quicker and easier just pretending to be a girl in RuneScape. So she called it an insulting offer, and everyone on the internet agreed, because obviously this is a pretty shitty deal. So she turned down the role and walked away and said that it's because they were only offering her that $4 grand for the whole game. She then urged fans to boycott Bayonetta 3 and instead spend that money on charities instead. Now, Nintendo does what Nintendo does best. They ignored this whole situation. I think they're still trying to figure out how email works, so they probably never even saw this to begin with. But Platinum Games lead Hideki Kamiya did at least become aware of this situation by making that post saying,
Okay, so
it's
I
sad
need
about the
gel
untruth out
sacks.
there,
What I
and
have
beware
are
of
gel
my
sack
rules." The tweet reads
spores.
like a monologue from a villain after they've been caught in Scooby-Doo.
So,
but the
maybe
beware of my
I
rules that
will-
he caps locked in there refers to his rule of if you speak English, you get
Maybe
blocked.
I'll try to
For many
grow
years
some
now,
gel
Kamiya
sacks, but we
has
gotta
been well known
find-
to block anyone that speaks English.
Find
at him.
them.
His
Where
fucking
did
block
I
list is
find
longer than the
these?
yellow
We have
page
to
phone.
remember.
There are more
Gotta
people
go
on
back
his
there.
block list than there are registered in the goddamn U.S. criminal database. It's wild.
Reginald.
So that's what he's talking about here. And for the last couple
Creature
days,
egg.
this is where the story had stopped. This is where the brakes were really pumped into full effect until last
Charge
night.
these.
A Bloomberg article came out that really absolutely changed the entire situation here. Bloomberg, more like Bloomberg, because this shit
More
was
like-
a bomb. The report comes from two people who were familiar with the negotiations, and the documentation was reviewed by Bloomberg and confirmed to be genuine. So according to them, Platinum Games really wanted to get Helena Taylor back in voicing Bayonetta. According to the documents, they didn't offer her $4,000 for the entire game. They offered her up to $4,000 per session for 5 sessions of 4 hours each. So about $1,000 per hour.
lot.
Which is very different than the claim that Helena Taylor was leading us to believe. So in response to the initial offer here of the $4,000 per session, Taylor allegedly asked for a 6-figure sum as well as residuals on the game, which Platinum declined, and then after those negotiations fell through, she walked away and they took auditions for a new voice actress for Bayonetta. According to professional voice actors, that $4,000 per session rate that Helena Taylor was being offered is above the norm. Now, I do think it's important to mention that there's still plenty of room here for a debate on whether or not voice acting talent is paid reasonably.
We don't
As
have
I understand
gel
it, it's actually
sacks
been a
here
long-running thing for a
anywhere.
while that voice actors get fucked in the face when it comes to what they're paid for their work, at least in comparison to other mediums, and I didn't realize how big this problem was. Even just recently, the Jujutsu Kaisen Zero dub actors came out and revealed that they were only getting paid $150 each for their roles, and these were
Wow.
huge roles.
Oh, yeah,
Like, that is outrageous. And
The
I've
English
seen
voice
plenty
actors
of
for anime get
actual
fucked.
fucking stupid brain takes from Twitter assholes who love to take their pants off and wiggle their little wiener around saying, voice acting's so easy, they shouldn't even be paid at all. They're paid in exposure
come
more than
on,
anything.
man.
They should be grateful to even be in the game to begin with. It's an honor. I don't know why they're even asking for
honor
pay.
to
$1,000
be-
is too much for how easy the job is. And I think it's pretty clear how dumb that shit is. Voice acting is a
We'll
legitimate
take the
talent
gel
that takes years
sack
to
with
perfect,
spores
and it's a very
with us so we
important
can
part
try
of
to
media,
grow
especially
some
games. If you have
in
shitty
an
voice
aquarium
acting,
back
the character's
home,
gonna
maybe.
become a laughable joke and the narrative is gonna fall flat on its face. We've seen it a million times before and we'll see it a million more into the future. Voice acting is integral
I guess we'll
to
take
these stories,
Reginald with
and if you
us.
don't think so, then please just play the games
Yes,
on mute
Reginald's
from
our
now
friend.
on. Put your money where your mouth is. I'd like to see how much you really connect with a game when it's just completely fucking muted throughout all of its cutscenes and shit. It is a big
Okay.
component, so I'm really tired of that dumb take. But Helena Taylor here, if all of this is true, which it seems like it is the worst person to try and spark this kind of debate because she's just completely framed this wrong
lithium.
by lying and
Well,
manipulating
we'll be able
everyone.
to
She
mine
also
this
did respond in
soon.
an email saying that it's all an absolute
Oh, yeah.
lie and said Platinum was trying to save their ass and the game. She said she stood by everything she said in the video. I would like to put this whole bloody franchise behind me, quite frankly. Get on with my life in theater, she wrote. So this is an absolute dog shit response from Helena Taylor here. I don't even know where to begin. I guess we'll start with the obvious one.
Here.
If this is all a lie,
Got
it
it.
should be extremely easy for her to prove that they're lying because she's already broken the NDA. You know, she's already wiped her whole ass with the NDA. You might as well just show the contract they offered you, the negotiation
And more
documents they
lithium.
offered you,
Nice.
that would confirm your side of $4,000 for the whole game. You should be able to easily
Is there
produce
anything over
that,
here?
considering you've already broken the NDA, so there's no reason not to prove that you're being truthful here. This should be an easy slam dunk if this is all a lie. But then she goes on to say that she wants to put this entire bloody
Tree
franchise
shroom.
behind her and move on. You started this. You were the instigator. What do you mean?
Yeah, let's
it's
just
not like
move
this just
past
came out
this.
of nowhere and threw you into this whirlwind of chaos. You were the one that came here and made this whole hoopla. So I really don't understand why she's trying to portray herself as
Hoopla.
a victim here now. Like, in the first place, she was viewed as a victim of a very shitty negotiation on behalf of Platinum Games and Nintendo.
But nah, she
now, after
was
this information comes forward,
lying. She was
her
the
response
greedy
should be,
one.
this is a lie and here's my proof, as opposed to, it's a lie and I just want to move on, I just want to wash my hands of this. Now they're being childish. Now they're playing dirty with the pig pin and I just won't have any of that. I'm moving on.
No,
Like,
you
that's
got
not how
caught.
you do this. You've ruined your own career.
She got caught in
If all
4K.
this from their side is the
Oh, they're gonna find a new
your entire
Bayonetta
career as a voice actress
actor.
is kaput. You've completely lied about what happened here and fabricated the story, and even called on a boycott of the property, trying to directly hurt them financially off of a
That's kinda
completely
weird, yeah.
manufactured story. Again, this isn't directly from Platinum
you?
Games nor Nintendo, so I still think it should be taken with a grain of salt. But the fact that this came from two people in the negotiations with Helena Taylor, as well as confirmed by Bloomberg, as well as corroborated by a few other sources inside the industry, it's very strong evidence here against Helena Taylor's claims. I'd like to believe that Helena Taylor didn't lie about this whole thing and is going to come out of nowhere with this ace card like Yugi Moto pulling out the Dark Magician at the last second. But I'm very skeptical now
Yugi Moto.
because of this email that was released in the
drop
report
this.
as well. But we'll
That's
have to
probably
wait
a
and
Jelly
see.
Ray egg.
If she lied about all of this, I think that is beyond scummy. What a fucked up, messy situation. I really don't even understand what the end goal would have been for her in this case. All it's done is ruin her career as a voice actress, as well as maybe
The end goal
even
was
just
to get them
years
to pay her
with, because
more,
if anyone
but,
looks at
like,
Helena Taylor now, they're gonna find this massive scandal if it's proven that she lied
why-
about all
yeah,
of it.
she
So
blew it.
if this was legitimately
She
just
got
a career
greedy,
ender, she
didn't
just
she?
checkmated her whole acting livelihood, and I just don't even understand why. If, of course, it all is.
Welcome
confirmed.
aboard, Captain.
So anyway, I just
Welcome
wanted to talk about
aboard,
it because this was kind of a
Captain.
wild development, and that's about it. See ya.
Okay. This. Leave one of these and these. Sure. We'll take this.
South Korea believes a North Korean nuclear test could be imminent. President's office put on 24-hour standby.
Uh-oh. Nuclear tests.
Yeah, finally. Let the proletarian revolution of the People's Republic of Korea spread
Oh
to
yeah.
their southern insurrectionist brothers. I am once again requesting the crabs. Oh yeah, apparently because of climate change, the waters around Alaska got too warm for the snow crabs.
Oh yeah, the
So they
snow
moved over
crabs,
to Russia. They
yeah,
moved
they're
west
gone.
over to the
Sad.
Russian side of the
Ooh,
Bering
this
Strait.
is a
So
creature
crab
egg.
season was canceled for a bunch of,
That's
like,
very special.
Yeah,
We'll be hatching that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, apparently
Freaking
their
scared me.
whole
That guy's an asshole.
the crabs went away over to Russia or whatever. It's a mix of climate.
Okay, here we're gonna go.
China gave the game away to Earth like Korea and the surrounding area. Could indicate a nuclear strike is to come. China's urging its citizens to evacuate. Beijing Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Oh, systems online. Oh man, did I leave a beacon here? Let's do that.
Where does it say the surrounding area? Who is that chatter? President called. Where does it say the surrounding area? Was another tweet? country tell citizens to leave war-torn country? No, I agree. Them telling people to leave Ukraine is not special. However, them telling people to evacuate areas near Ukraine would be. That would be a big deal.
Then warper, no warping. Oh gosh, here it is.
Belarus
Prepare.
probably preparing to do money. They restricted access, of course. They were insignia. Oh, are they opening?
Okay, are we at full health now?
Wait, are they going to try and get Kiev again? A new grouping insignia would be pretty indicative. It is likely yes. Dude, they're so fucked. Oh my god, this is going to end in nuclear war. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. 3 to 4 MiG-31 fighters have been spotted over Minsk in the past 30 minutes. Don't say that, Vosh. Oh, you don't want me to jinx them? They're mad because they're losing Kherson. I mean, they're losing everywhere. Yeah, slowly but surely.
Oh, they're mad. They're losing, yeah.
Right here, they've gotten recent.
Russia is.
They're gonna take Kherson back. New insignia is 2 in a triangle. Okay. Like the second front. If they're genuinely planning on the second front, like
all right, let's
again,
go.
that means that American intelligence and therefore Ukraine has known about right?
Powering up.
We know everything.
Okay, so I think I know where gel sacks might be, and it's over here.
Like,
In this direction somewhere. Okay, there's a Reaper over there, so let's be careful.
It'll be all tanks in a line again. Lukashenko's nervous about sending his army out. There's no realistic non-nuclear threat. Yeah, I agree. The only way Russia could really.
What is this over here?
I don't know if conventional warfare is going to get them any significant ground at this point. There are so many weapons. Big fire in Mykolaiv as a result of drone attack. I think that's very informative.
Keep an eye on the sonar.
Yeah, even if Russia uses nukes, it might not work. Yeah, maybe. Has the Ukrainian front stopped? No, they've been making progress. Let me pee, then we'll continue.
Let's not sound the horn right now.
What I'm talking about right now has literally no historical precedent, so I don't really know. I have a guess, though. My guess
That's the
is
shields.
that NATO forces
Hello,
have already
you.
been speaking quietly about contingency plans if Russia goes that direction. My guess is that if that ever happened, within 24 hours, Russia would be NATO.
Reef back.
I don't know if it would be. It really depends on if they just tactically nuke Ukraine. I don't know if we would
Tactical
immediately
nuke.
retaliate. If they launched a broader nuclear assault.
And just a little nuke, just for fun. Oh, here it is.
I don't really know.
These
I'm
things.
guessing they have contingency plans in place. Depending on how extensive those contingency plans are, it is entirely possible that they have people
This might be
in
something.
the Kremlin where if nukes are used or about to be used, they basically like when Putin is about to hit the big red button, the
Big
US
red.
hits the big red button, and we're just like, yeah, okay, no, we're not letting you make that choice, and he gets
Hopefully,
shot,
yeah.
stopped, or
They'll be
Kremlin
able
gets
to
bombed.
stop him, but
I don't
that's
know.
wishful
There is
thinking.
no precedent for this. We've never had.
Yeah, the generals will be like, sir, that's actually not a good idea.
Back then, we were the only ones with them, so we didn't really have a system. So I don't know.
We're not going to let you, nuke anyone.
The only
but-
things that I know are this: one, the West has a plan because it has to, and two, it would really suck. You think it'd be a good or a bad thing in the long run if the U.S. ever developed an anti-nuclear attack? I mean, probably. I don't know.
Let's see. We can find.
Nuclear military theory is complicated.
Am I hearing
We're gonna talk about
something?
the soup? Yes, we're going to talk about the soup. It's soup time.
Soup. Love soup.
Time. Why is
This is a blood sac spores. Let's move down there, actually.
Yeah, not like can always be more reliable.
Oh, shark.
Get out of reliable. Look at these damn cats.
Kitty cats.
I wake up to
Oh,
these perfect little babies.
oh, did I hit something? Oh, what? See.
That was fun.
Keeping an eye out.
Also,
Okay.
credit where credit's due. I didn't think it'd be that in-depth. I'm sure
Threats.
the shit was. I don't normally get combos that run that deep in.
Oh gosh, what? Oh,
Yeah.
what is
that's
that?
Good. Good fun.
What is?
Yeah, do
That's
you
a
have any
ghost.
fucking idea how
Is it a ghost Leviathan?
the left community would be if I went on there and started like trying to explain to the Fresh and Fit guys what like Giga Hun build means,
Giga Hun.
or like AGP.
Back up
I feel
just a
like,
little bit.
holy
I saw
shit.
something. Oh gosh.
I feel
What
like
is it?
I feel like I
What is
would
it?
get anthrax in my. I don't know what that means. It's like the terminally online edgy trans girl.
Oh my gosh, that's
like,
scary.
terminology. it's like the subsection of trans girls who like are walking around outside and they see a cis woman who has like a slightly taller than average forehead, and in the trans girl's head she's
Okay.
like,
I think we can
this
do
girl's
this.
trans, I just clocked her, she's got a dialogue, look how big her hands are. And she's like looking at a 32-year-old
Oh yeah, it's a
cis woman
transvestigation.
who's happy. You know? That's the
What he's talking about.
that's the community I'm talking about.
Ghost weed.
So the GCs of trans people. Listen, it's a whole thing. I can't. People already accuse me of being an egg, and the more I reveal I know about TTT terminology, the easier they get to make that accusation of me. Oh, see, Demon Mama knows. Please don't do that. Yeah,
Oh
Demon
gosh,
Mama,
what do
are
you
you
want,
sure you
dude?
don't want to like not
some of
me
this,
going on the
huh?
Joe Rogan experience just to explain
some of
like
this.
trans
Get
Twitter
him.
dating culture to him, so that he
Oh
can't
my gosh.
be the most like insufferable
What did you do?
heroes in America. Like, this information can be telephoned down to all like American.
Well, that wasn't
Holy
very
shit.
nice.
That'd be like a war crime. Oh my god. Just broadcast brain damage. Yeah, exactly. Just radiate concussion tier. Yeah, psychic wave.
Oh,
yeah.
that was a new fish?
Tell them about the gigapassoids. Yeah.
Spinefish. What's up? Oh wow. That's that sure is a spine. Sure is. What have we here? A lot of oil.
Howdy.
Howdy. Do I
Howdy,
sound
howdy.
okay?
Yeah, you sound fine. What's up?
Can take
I
that,
don't
I
know.
guess.
What's up with you?
Not much.
Uraninite, we don't have a nuclear
Metroid
reactor yet.
Prime, which is a fun game. So you know,
Yeah.
in that
I
respect.
played that a little bit when it came out, but I never beat the whole thing.
Nice.
I did just beat Metroid Dread though. That's pretty good.
We're struggling with it now. You know.
Yeah, those
That's
games
the
are
goal.
tough.
Styling on our performance as a young one. Anyway, what do you have on your mind today?
Well,
Okay,
I suggest.
you.
Well, first of all, are we going
wanna
into this
be
with
an ass-
preconceptions of each
Ampio,
other?
that's
I
what
have
it was.
preconceptions of you, obviously, but what do
What's
you?
down
where
here?
do you- What's our relationship like right now?
Well, what is
my
this
only
whole place?
preconceptions of you were that you emailed me saying that our opinions might differ on the subjects of gender, theory, BLM, and pedophilia.
That's a big mix of stuff.
Which definitely elicits some preconceptions, I've got to say. A bit of
Oh,
curiosity.
sure. Yeah, It was a saucy way to introduce myself.
Saucy.
Well, hit me up
Yeah.
with your introduction then, in an entirely different way then.
Okay, so I'm Mr. Girl.
Oh no, it's
Some
this
of you may
one.
remember
It's
my
this.
Cuties review. I think that's the thing I'm
It's
most
this
well known
guy.
for last year.
I remember this interview.
Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah, I remember that.
It got me banned from YouTube for 4 months.
Never eat the antenna.
I bet a lot of people reported that one. That's,
They did. They said they reported me for having child porn on my channel. I guess YouTube takes that pretty seriously, as they should.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
That's, Jimmy Dore's toxic
Calling about another fan
ecosystem.
favorite, Jimmy Dore. Now, I know you guys probably talked about Tulsi earlier, and if you didn't, or did, my bad, I'm a little late catching the show. But the other day, some old clips were popping up on my feed of Jimmy talking about Tulsi, et cetera, and then just kind of seeing, like, this whole little Jimmy Dore
Small edible
sphere
crayfish.
and the world around them kind of, like, crystallize, and seeing how this is turning out has just been fascinating. And I will admit that I kind of got to know a lot of this independent, quote, independent creator space,
Spinefish.
maybe around like Force
Let's see what the spinefish
and I was
is.
more like a researcher, but I ended up meeting a lot of the people like in that sphere. I never met Jimmy or anything like that. But just it was interesting to kind of
Small
learn
school
like
mentality
completely clueless
crayfish
about, like,
closely
who these
related to the
people are and how they
hookfish,
operate,
clearly.
and
Yeah.
really just seeing like what has come of it.
Combination of near
I
translucent
criticized
flesh with white
JD
rib-like
back when, the whole
markings
thing
gives
with
it the
Anna happened, so I was, like,
deathly
completely off the
appearance.
spectrum.
Takes advantage of this to avoid the attention of its predators.
If you criticize
Uses
them,
its clothes for protection, but will disperse and flee if necessary, whereupon those fortunate enough to escape the gaze of their assailants will make for the seafloor and hide most of their detritus.
If
Low
anything,
calorie
I'm
counts.
just angry I was way late to kind of understanding this realm, so thank you.
I don't know if
Oh,
you've
it's
ever
dark.
seen the exchange I had with Jimmy in 2016.
I did.
We,
Threatening to recut that too, because one of the things that's unclear when you watch it is that I had invited Jimmy on.
Let's take the
I
seam
had
off.
emailed him the night before, and I said, look, I'm going to take some issue with, and that was the show that he basically said that, Pete Thiel, what difference does it make if he's on the screen?
Welcome, Captain.
And I'd emailed him, and he said, no, I can't make it. Go to town. And apparently he was
Whoa, where
listening
does
from
this
his
go?
car to the show, and when he heard me start to talk about him, he called
Hello?
in.
Anyone home?
And maybe we can recut that so that we can sort of like examine that. But I'm interested in what you said about the
is
hand that
this?
feeds you, because this is, like this. and I don't know,
Is
I don't
this
wanna
Jill Sack?
I do a little bit of navel gazing on the show, but
This is nothing.
one of the
Nothing.
things that I am not good at doing, both dispositionally, but also, I probably adopted as a principle just to justify my
was that
antisocial behavior. But I don't do
Don't tell me that's the ghost.
much of the like reciprocal guesting on shows thing.
Right.
I've never ever been terribly comfortable doing it, and to the extent that I have always been like very careful to make sure that I'm
Okay,
not
this
doing it, I
place is
probably
creepy.
have gone too far in the other direction in some respects. And it is the way that shows grow. You can see
Oh,
this
that's
on
the
the
sub.
right.
Okay.
You had a period of time when all these IDW people, it would just be a sort of like
see
revolving
it.
circle jerk. Ben Shapiro would show up on Rubin's show. Rubin would show up on Shapiro's show.
You're
The
not like
Weinstein
that.
brothers would show up on Rubin's show. He would show up on their show. Sam Harris would
what
go
is
on their
this?
show, et cetera, et cetera. You'd see it on the, in the
anything?
more like Daily Wire stuff. They'd all get together, and what would happen is the reason why this
there's-
builds an audience is because you as an audience member, you keep circling around. And not only that, you think that
my
you're
God.
hearing different opinions,
Jesus
but they are all
Christ.
basically
Oh my
an
God.
extension of each other. And they're just basically, they're almost like
What the fuck, dude?
confirming each other's bias and confirming it for an audience member. But I'm curious about the hand that
safe
feeds you
down
because
here?
there is also an awareness.
We try
and
and
you
fight
see
it?
it a lot in
Probably
this like
not.
sort of YouTube culture. That like, I'm not going to express something because I can't afford to burn this bridge on a social level because it's really a business relationship. And so you see it amongst those people,
my
all
God,
those
what is
forced to
that?
vote people were just having each other
we
on
safe
each
in
other's
here?
shows as a way of sort of like creating that same dynamic. And, I don't know that I went on anybody's show ever to talk about forced to vote. I guess it's conceivable I was on somebody's show who asked me a question about it. But I just go on random shows based upon, and in terms of the people we bring in, I rarely bring in commentators on the program. We do that on Friday. And it's just sort of like a specific, it's probably antithetical to the business, any type
What
of
are you?
business, good business sense. But it just, that's what we do. But I'm curious about, like, when they said don't bite the hand that feeds you, like, what
What are you?
context was that?
Blood crawler. Cool.
Well, the context, and again, I can call back, I've been a few months just because my other job, I want to maintain that. It's not like
I understand.
I was this high up person or anything. I really, like I said, was more of a researcher that kind of just fell into that space. But yeah, so it was another, really mid-sized creator. He, definitely personable. A lot of these people are real personable.
Oh my God, what was that?
They kind of, I don't want to say
Oh,
they
that's
get you
the
in, but
warper.
there's this kind of
Okay.
feeling of like, yeah, we're in this.
Yeah, this
kind
place
of,
is kind of
quote,
scary.
expose the truth or the other side, kind of touching on everything you
A
were
little
just saying.
bit.
Where
There are
it's really
ghosts
just people
and
going on other people's shows, boosting each other up,
warpers and shit.
and
sometimes
Okay,
getting people
what?
to
You want
work
some of
for
this?
Oh yeah, definitely. And then, of course, the projection, like their grifters, their little shills, and it was like, it got to a point where I was like, what are we?
Oh my
Like,
God.
This is clearly a little bit of an ecosystem here. So when I just
what
kind
is
of
that?
started discussing with this particular group, like, hey, like what Jimmy was saying about Anna, like objectively, you can dislike her, like her, whatever. That's
Jeez, what the fuck?
absolutely, that's not okay to say. And the pushback that I received was just like,
What's this?
minuscule compared to what you probably received, Emma. But I mean, I know it was, so I can't imagine going through all that.
Okay,
but,
actually, I'm
over
out of
time,
water,
it was
aren't
kind of
I?
like, it's almost like cult-like
Oh, God,
behavior.
it's
So
one of
the
those.
"don't buy the hand that feeds you" comment, it was the context of it was, my criticism, and then it was just like a casual, well,
the
it's kind of
ghosts
like
around
buying the hand
here.
that feeds you. And he months later realized, like, oh shit, like she didn't actually forget that comment. And it's like, no, I still want to know, what does that
Another
mean?
one.
Who's feeding me? Jimmy Dore was never feeding me.
Yeah.
Never does.
Well,
Ever.
Jordan, I am curious too about, because the thing that tipped me off when I was getting started, and I was probably in not
Jeez,
the
what
same
is that
position as you, but I
sound?
started as an intern making very little money, and then I was a contractor for a long period of time,
don't
so I
like
was
it.
precarious and much at the whims of, like, I think, my boss at the time.
This?
And I kind of, with Jimmy specifically, and with this whole crowd, I kind of ignored a lot of what I felt was like misogynistic and sexist talk because I just wanted to plow ahead. And I think that was like the thing that tipped me off more than anything, because it was also really intermixed with the Hillary Clinton coverage at the time. And I felt like my approach to covering Hillary Clinton and my feelings about her were a little bit different in tone and in feel
yes.
than, say, what Jimmy
And look at
and
that.
others were putting out
Those
there in this very
photos.
specific space where, I feel like we're kind of talking about the same area.
Definitely. No, I definitely relate to a lot of that. And just like the observations, you're like, okay, we're not really that aligned here. And it just, to kind of close out, and like maybe I
Oh
will.
my
You
God,
know, you
I
guys
don't
have
like
more,
this
some
place.
more interesting. Like,
Yeah,
please.
I want to look into. Yeah, I definitely will. But just to close out, just following up with the Jimmy, the Tulsi thing for another day. But Jimmy's recent video that he did on Biden lying about abortion, for whatever reason, again, it's like I know this man's videos are going to annoy me, so I rarely watch them. But that one I had to. And to hear this guy just get on there talking about how Biden and the Democrats are lying about abortion,
like
it's not going to be an
floating
ethical
islands. I
ban.
remember
It's like you can't
something
even do the due diligence on that of
about
just
these.
mentioning
Oh my God,
the Lindsey Graham aspect. Again,
those.
this isn't news to anybody in the audience.
I think
nor,
that'll stun us.
not even news to me, but it's just
Ooh,
remarkable.
these are
And I
like
wonder
giant
when
floaters.
this
Cool.
grift or this jig, whatever it is, will finally
The
run
jig
its
is
course.
up.
You know,
It's so obvious.
He's already basically said, like, you should vote for Republican to harm reduction because they're better at foreign policy. So, like, it's about right.
And
of course.
COVID.
and we should be clear. You know, I mean, well, first off, it will not. It will not run its course. The only discernible change
Is this the blood kelp
will
forest?
be what has happened to Tulsi, which is that like she is done trolling for people on the left. That part of her career is over. The same thing that has happened in many respects with Greenwald, same thing that happened with Dave Rubin.
What is
This
that?
is the trajectory, and I anticipate that Jimmy will follow that
Hey,
same
finally,
trajectory
some sunlight.
because they are driven by a desire for celebrity. They're driven by a desire for money. I think there are probably other complicating factors in some of these people's lives, frankly. That, not just in money in terms, but also like there's other, let's say, external factors that implicate their dispositions at times. And
Will this go down even
and
more?
They cannot go back.
Oh, wow.
Because at one point
Oh, there's a whole cave system
there will
down
be no
here, huh?
like sort of middle ground thing. Like, well, I'm not totally against the vaccine, but I'm skeptical. There'll be no middle ground there. I mean, you think about the number of times that the word drones has come out of Jimmy Dore's mouth, drone attacks, and I can assure you that the number of times that word has been uttered over the past 2 years is somewhere hovering around nil in the context of what Joe Biden has done, because Joe Biden has very quietly, not completely, but very, very dramatically cut down on the clandestine and the semi-clandestine use of drone attacks in places like Pakistan, in Afghanistan, to the extent that we were involved in Yemen or Somalia.
Let's bring the sub over here.
And tightened both as a decision-making process and in terms of like a systemic process in the government, tighten the rules on engagement in that way, and just cut down on the numbers dramatically. Now, what's happening in Ukraine, people can argue like this is a proxy war, and I think that's an arguable. I think that's to some extent at this point it is on some level a proxy war, but it also is in defense of a country that's been invaded. I mean, it's just like there is no territorial ambition by Ukraine beyond disputed areas that were once Ukraine when it gained its independence.
We try to scan it. I kind of want to know what it's all about.
It's sort of fascinating.
I don't have the stasis rifle with me,
at one point, Jimmy's going to find that his clicks. He can't go to the anti-vax stuff. He can't go to this. That his audience, maybe there'll be another candidate like Hillary Clinton who. While I was no fan, it's undeniable that there was a 30-year cottage industry in developing, hatred towards her.
Should have taken it.
Maybe that can be aroused in the same level, in 2024 if there's a rerun of that. But, he's to do a thing saying that the Democrats are lying about Republicans having an ambition for a federal abortion ban is borderline bizarre. Yeah. And that's not. He's not talking to leftists there. He's not talking. There's nobody who is rational in their thinking that is in any way inclined to see the end of Roe being anything other than a tragedy and a travesty.
Yeah, that's not
that is going to
a good thing.
Buy into that narrative. He is talking to, at the very least, sort of like libertarians and then to the right. So that's basically it. So.
Yes, definitely. Well, thank you. I will definitely send you guys an email. I appreciate what you do, and talk soon.
I want to see what's on these floating islands.
Take care.
That was interesting.
Yes.
Can I bonk you?
I am curious.
I am also curious.
I had flagged emergency speed. Warning.
Bonk. Did that kill him? Nice.
Ahead standard.
For that crowd, it was important, and they talked about it, and they wrote about it, and they talked about it on television, and all the people who pay attention to that saw it. And it was a damn good case. They made the best case they could do. And what was the alternative? Just not talk about the insurrection that took place there at Capitol? You know, it's just, of course they should have done with it. Beyond that, they can't control, like, you know, everyone, whatever thinks.
Let's see if we can make some water.
But it's by far the most impactful, important set of congressional hearings since...
Oh no, I don't have any water. Okay, great.
They did the absolute best job they could.
Oh, this is storage. Oh my gosh, I didn't even notice. Haha. Well, alright, well, alright, I can,
interviewed Rachel Maddow for
eat some food,
and
get water.
Yeah, just a little preview. And so she has this fantastic new podcast out called Ultra, which is about a fascist movement that gained steam in the United States before World War II in the early 40s. And it infiltrated members of Congress, and it was like thousands and thousands of people in the United States.
Maybe we should just go home now.
Story. But I asked her, and she said, look, it ends up being a hopeful story because
vital signs stabilizing.
Defeated. And I said, well, what was the best strategy that you found telling the story for defeating it the first time? She said, exposure. Exposure is the #1 most effective strategy. Making sure that
where is this beacon leading to?
And making sure that
this is more of a temporary base, isn't it?
And that's what the January 6th committee did. And like, you're right. Who knows what will happen from here? It's not going to like, is it going to lead to Donald Trump's arrest and imprisonment? No, like we're all going to have to make the case that Donald Trump should not.
Bonk you. Bonk.
Oh, God. Of the very hard work that we have ahead of us to make sure
you. Don't bonk him.
I know that's what we wanted, but like that's
I can make water out of you.
So I think they did a great job. I mean, the question is what's next on the legal front? Like, are we all just waiting for Merrick Garland to cross the T's and dot the I's on the post-election indictment of Donald Trump?
Yeah, and it's a question of for what, right? Merrick Garland's got multiple criminal investigations going into Trump. We have investigations in Fulton County, Georgia. There are other investigations into Trump businesses in New York. It's really a race to who can get their indictment out first. But
got him.
We're in this awkward position now.
Dumbass.
We're really too close to election for the Department of Justice to make months ago. If they aren't ready to do that, if they're going to do it.
Any more
after the election?
ladder fish around here?
What happens if Donald Trump announces for president in that period? You know, when you and I were talking to Maggie Haberman last week, she pointed out that one of the reasons he wants to run is because he wants the constitutional protections that come with being president from indictment.
Of course. Yeah, vote for me for president so I can get out of what I did the last time I was president.
Some of that, like we've heard reports about that, and increase public pressure on the Department of Justice to do something. Whether that means they will.
Okay, bitch, I'm going.
The Mar-a-Lago case, whether they will do something, indict someone, whether they indict Trump or some people around it here, we don't really know. And once again, we don't have control. And if you're looking for even, not that anyone listens to this podcast needs, but even more motivation for these midterms is if we can retain control of the House, we have the ability to see this through, to continue to put pressure on Donald Trump. He wants to run the clock out on this subpoena. Maybe it will be enforced, maybe it won't. But if the Republicans take Congress over, then the subpoena will be null.
Okay, we got fluid.
So,
plenty of it.
In this case, if we
enough of it.
And there were two other pieces of notable Trump legal news today during the hearing. The first was that former Pence Chief of Staff Marta Short and Trump National Security Advisor John Patel were seen today at the federal courthouse here in D.C., where grand juries meet. So that could be happening.
Drink.
And then we found out that the Supreme Court denied Trump's appeal.
I didn't even notice. These are storage.
No dissents. No dissents. The Supreme Court does not want to save him on this one.
I mean, there is one other one that I think is just worth it.
Hold on a minute.
I guess, which is, as we know, the Trump Organization, his business, is under investigation, is being sued in a pretty massive civil case in the state of New York. So right before that case was launched, Donald Trump went to my home state of Delaware, where all corporations are apparently created, to form a new business called Trump Organization 2. So he would have a separate business, not under investigation, which is just amazing in its audacity and its lack of creativity.
Yeah, I think it sounds like he's a criminal. Doesn't sound like he's a great guy. What happens if there are no Trump indictments? Do we all have to castigate Democrats as miserable failures and put away our Liz Cheney bobbleheads? What happens?
Look, it is not the fault of this committee if there are no indictments. They have no control over that. They have no ability to indict Trump. That is not on them. And I don't think if you want to do an accurate rendering of the history of this committee hearing, that should not be like a demerit on them. They've done all they possibly could. If Merrick Garland were to decide not to indict Trump for all the various crimes, that's something that he will have to answer for in the history books. We always try to be fair about about the challenges of making a case against Trump, and it's high stakes for the Department of Justice. But if the reason they don't pursue it is political, I think that is something that is going to be very damning in the short term for our political system, very damning for how this Department of Justice and Merrick Garland's tenure is seen.
But I also think
what
we
did I
have to be
do?
open to the fact that they might not bring an indictment because they do not believe that they can get a conviction or that the indictment is warranted, right? Like these, like we can all go on Twitter and see all the Twitter lawyers saying
What
that,
did I
like,
do?
oh, he definitely broke this law.
How do I get rid of it?
Like, you know what? That's not what we do, and we're not in the Department of Justice. And you're right that if they were doing it because they're worried about the politics, that's inexcusable. But there's a possibility they don't do it because they don't think that they can prove that he actually broke any laws, even though what he did was fucking horrendous. So we'll see.
And
Biome underwater islands.
Merrick Garland could indict Trump tomorrow, and he could still announce for
F1.
president.
Okay, good to know.
And still run for president and maybe win. Like that. The only thing that we can control is what happens in the elections, in this election coming up and in 2024. We have no control over what Merrick Garland does or what happens after the Department of Justice were to indict him. We don't. That could be in the
time
hands of a jury.
passed.
It would be in the hands of a judge ruling.
It's a lot of time.
All we control is political accountability. We cannot depend on legal accountability to solve our political problem.
Okay, I think if we find the kelp forest, the blood kelp forest, we'll know.
But one place you won't hear about them is on the campaign trail. So a Politico analysis found that less than 2% of all spending on television ads in House races have been about January 6th, and the Democrats have aired just 24 spots focused on threats to democracy in about 16 different battleground districts. Why do you think this is?
Because it is backward-looking, and Donald Trump himself is not on the ballot this fall. Trumpism is on the ballot, which is why you've seen a lot of ads about MAGA extremism and extremist views. And there have been ads in Senate races and other races about January 6th when you
Let's check how this space is doing.
Republican candidates who were at the Capitol that day. Mark Fincham, Doug Mastriano, a whole bunch of people were at the January 6th rally, and you see it there. But it is, we want this race to be a referendum on Republican extremism. But that referendum has to be on extremism going forward, not extremism that happened in the past.
This is a temporary storage thing, I
on
think.
that in their capacity, if you're making the case to voters, it has to be about what happens after this election, not what happened after the last election.
And a referendum on extremism that affects your life directly. And this is what I heard over and over again in every single focus group for the wilderness when I asked, what issues does the media cover too much? What issues does the media not cover enough? And under cover too much, January 6th, these hearings came up again and again. And what does the media not cover enough? The economy, healthcare, education, things that really, and abortion.
Things that actually matter.
Some people talk about issues that they care about, but not as one that wasn't getting enough coverage because it has. So again, like,
oh wow, there's lots of metal shit here. Nice.
Don't pay close attention to the news and politics. And what they want to know is,
I explored this before.
What are you going to do to make my life better? And we can all say, well, what they're going to do is protect democracy from another insurrection. But to someone who's just like struggling to get through the day, that answer just doesn't land as effectively. And we can be upset about that for sure, and wish that more people would care.
I'm gonna drown if I go in here.
But that's not the reality that we're living in, and we have to operate within reality. That's politics. You know, it's interesting because one thing I thought about is, you know, we talked to Pat Ryan, who won that special House race in New York a couple months ago, and he did make sort of democracy central to that race, but it wasn't really January 6th that he talked about a lot. It was sort of the threat to democracy writ large, and he sort of folded in the threat to our freedoms and what they've done, and the Dobbs decision, and everything else the Republicans have done, and all the other extremists, sort of folded it into one argument. And I do think there's probably a way for Democrats to sort of make the larger threat to democracy a part of this midterm campaign, as long as you make it tangible for people.
The reason that this extremist minority want to seize power in every way possible, throwing out votes, suppressing votes, violently storming the Capitol, is because they want to put in place an extremist, unpopular agenda, banning abortion, banning marriage equality, banning books, privatizing Social Security and Medicare, things that they could not put in place through the normal course of politics because the vast majority of the country opposes me. And so that is what Pat Ryan's campaign message was, is it tied all of the Republican efforts to undermining democracy as a way to put in place this extremist agenda that affected people's lives.
Okay.
And that's the connection you mentioned. That's what you have to do. And so there's a way to do it that is not about Donald Trump, that is bigger than January 6th.
Oh wait, with this I can make.
But in the context of making a political persuasion argument,
oh,
there are better ways.
This.
Presenting sponsor of Pod Save America is Simply Safe Home Security. Right now, listeners of Pod Save America get 20% off any new Simply Safe system when you sign up for an interactive monitoring plan. Simply Safe was named the best home security in 2022.
Well, people, it's Bo again. So today we are going to talk about Georgia.
Well, howdy there.
Because I've had a couple people ask, hey, what do you think's going to happen there as far as the election? I don't have a clue. Because Georgia has some very unique dynamics at play. has dynamics that aren't really at play in other states. And in many ways, the dynamics for one race are going to might impact the dynamics in other races. We've talked about unlikely voters. You know, when polls are done, polls are generally conducted of whatever the pollster thinks a likely voter is. But because of the polarization that has occurred here, there might be a lot of people voting who may not normally. And
that's what happened in
Georgia,
2016, right?
You have a situation where you have people who may vote in a way that they wouldn't normally vote. Let's talk about the very bizarre situation that the MAGA faithful find themselves in there. They don't want Abrams. They do not want Abrams, okay?
Oh no.
But they also don't want Kemp. You know, Kemp
both are bad
to most Americans. He did something that
is normally
should be at least somewhat respected. He stood up to Trump during the pressure campaign when Trump was trying to, overturn the election. To the MAGA crowd, that's not something that's respectable. This is the guy who sold Trump out. And if he had, done what Trump wanted him to do, if he had kind of caved in that pressure campaign, I mean, if Georgia fell, other states might have. And we might have President Trump still. The MAGA crowd has to know that. Now, they may show up to vote for Walker.
Hello, Sharks.
But I would imagine more than one is going to throw their vote to the Libertarian candidate or something.
Oh yeah,
because they're just not going to be able to bring themselves to vote for Kemp.
See what that does.
These are people that have proven themselves to be very vindictive. And even though Trump hasn't been constantly attacking Kemp, the MAGA crowd, it's not like they don't break with him occasionally. I mean, y'all remember when Trump did the socially responsible thing and suggested people get vaccinated, right?
Oh yeah.
They booed him.
The one time he did the right thing.
I don't have any predictions about Georgia because I think there are things that might upset the polling. Generally, I'm a huge believer in the polls because they're normally
It's
wrong.
getting dark here though.
But there are a lot of unique dynamics at play this year. So I have questions about quite a few of them, Georgia being one, because I have no idea how the MAGA faithful is going to respond. Are they even really going to show up for Walker? I mean, we know they cheer for him on social media, but there's also that other thing that most MAGA Republicans don't like.
Are you going to leave me alone?
I don't know that they're going to show up
for that guy?
Not in numbers. And I don't know that they'll vote for Kemp. I don't have a clue on this one. Other than, I would expect some surprises. I mean, we don't know what the polling is going to be right before the election. But I would imagine unlikely voters who decide to vote and MAGA Republicans not voting the way people would expect. I would imagine that's at least a point. I don't know if it's going to matter, but it could. So I'm going to kind of hold my tongue on this, other than to acknowledge that I think there might be a surprise or two here.
Sharks.
Anyway, it's just a thought.
Chill.
Y'all have a good day.
Be more chill. Okay, let's get out of here.
That they were returned, but if you knew a woman was abusing her child, you wouldn't let her adopt another, and that's what the Greeks are asking for.
What? That is not a great comparison, especially because it admits the fact that the woman's child in this example was basically kidnapped. So it's less a woman asking to adopt another child than it is her demanding the return of her first one. And look, the
whole
absolutely
museum.
Even that woman you just saw. Now,
Shit.
they should go back, but those marbles are just
all the museum.
The fact is, antiquities,
ceiling,
South, which includes Latin America,
indigenous,
Africa, Asia, and the Mid East, have been taken and enshrined in European and American museums on a much
indigenous
larger scale than you
artifacts.
may realise.
Yeah,
in
not cool.
2018, a report commissioned by the French president found that over 90% of all Africa's cultural heritage is held outside Africa by major museums. But as the voices arguing for antiquities to be returned are getting louder, others are resisting any change. In 2010, when asked whether the UK would ever return the Kohinoor diamonds to India, Prime Minister David Cameron refused, saying, if you say yes to one, you suddenly find the British Museum would be empty. Which is incredibly frustrating. And it's frankly no wonder that some are now taking matters into their own hands.
In June, a Congolese activist removed a 19th century Chadian funeral pole from the Quai Branly Museum in Paris as part of a protest campaign against plundering during the colonial era.
Yeah, that happened. And obviously, that man was unaware of the museum's very clear policy.
I think we'll find
no
something
stealing African
over here.
antiquities, starting now. So given just how many antiquities in some of the world's most prestigious museums are essentially stolen goods, tonight, let's talk about museums. And this is going to be a larger story than normal, and we're going to do it in two main parts. First, concerning how antiquities ended up in museums in the past, and then about the thriving modern market that keeps them supplied with objects to this very day. And look, we don't have time to recap the entire history of colonialism and the plunder of antiquities. There are so many stolen artifacts that we can talk about tonight, from the treasures of Tipu Sultan to the Zodiac of Dendera. But in order to say a lot in a little, let's stay with the British Museum.
Shark.
In its own
Bonk.
materials, it makes a big feat
Bonkening. Oh,
just how
whoops.
important and influential its founding was.
No, I don't want to hurt you.
1759, the British Museum opened its doors. The first national public museum of the world. Initially, the
Yeah,
objects
where are
were
we going?
based in the founding collection of Sir Hans Sloane. And this is Hans Sloane, scholar, entrepreneur, physician, who was connected with the best minds of his time. In fact, our collection has always been about connecting people.
First, I'm going to say what we're all thinking. That guy has definitely Googled "could night at the museum actually happen?" Not because he's scared of a big bony dinosaur chasing him, but because when no one is around, he definitely fucks the art, and he definitely doesn't want any of it talking. But that notion of museums as a place for people to connect.
He's got to tap loose ends.
Cultures all over the world clearly isn't fundamentally bad.
Noise.
But it's also not wholly representative of the actual history of how many museums came to be. For instance, Hans Sloane, who on his best day looked like that, had some interesting connections of his own, specifically the fact that he was married to an heiress to sugar plantations in Jamaica worked by enslaved people, and bought many objects in his collection with that wealth, meaning that the museum's very foundations are inextricably tied up in slavery and colonialism, with the same being true of many of its most prized
Okay, where am I going?
Take the Benin bronzes. It's a term that refers to a huge range of objects produced in the Kingdom of Benin, which is currently part of modern-day Nigeria. Now, the Benin bronzes were looted from the palace of the King of Benin, or the Oba, in 1897, after the British military invaded and violently toppled him.
What is
that
this?
mission was vindictive, and it was destructive, but it was
Is this
also
the islands?
extremely targeted.
The British soldiers, armed with machine guns,
I guess so.
and burned it to the ground, but not before carefully taking
bonk you.
thousands of artifacts. They piled them up neatly, photographed them, and even labeled them.
Does that mean there's a Reaper over there?
Taken at the Benin Palace after the raid,
My bonk.
shows soldiers with the dismantled
Bonk.
plaques that were brought to the British Museum and sold all over the world.
First,
Nope.
that's obviously
Okay.
awful. But second,
Oh.
it is pretty remarkable that a British soldier went to the trouble of carefully labelling each of those photos. And the
gosh.
captions he used were loot and more loot.
More loot.
At the very least, he could have chosen something more descriptive, like, I don't know, Dan, Terry and I after doing cultural genocide. But the looting of the Benin
Doing
bronzes
some
wasn't just
fucking
physical,
genocide,
it was a
bro.
cultural and historical one. Take these plaques. They are not just pieces of art. They're something much more important, as this member of the Benin royal family explained.
Those things are like our own diaries. Whatever was significant.
I'm pretty sure there was a Reaper back that way.
To cast it in bronze, to keep a record. So taking them away was like yanking
Hello.
pages of our history.
And
Right. For that
got
kingdom,
him.
these were their memories made physical.
Nice.
And these plaques were laid out in a very specific order, which was then lost when the British tore them from the palace walls, meaning that the British, in effect, stole and scrambled a nation's memories. A crime so fucked
that's
up,
not a
even Black Mirror
cool
hasn't
thing.
thought of it yet. The bronzes are currently
Not
scattered
cool.
among 161 museums and institutions around the world, with only 9 such institutions located in Nigeria. And understandably, there have been calls for the return of the bronzes for decades now, and a handful of museums have complied. But the British Museum, which holds more bronzes than anyone, has repeatedly refused, pointing to the British Museum Act of 1963, which explicitly forbids it from giving an item in its collection away, with very limited exceptions. And the thing is, that law does exist, but laws can also be changed if you want to. And the more you hear British officials talk, the clearer it becomes that that is not what they want at all.
Well, I think that they properly reside in the British Museum. The collections of our great national institutions
of course he
have
thinks
been
that.
developed over
Bonk.
many centuries,
Got
and
him.
many times in questionable circumstances. I think the question now is about what we do with it.
Questionable.
I love the Benin bronzes. I've seen them many times throughout my life, and I think them being in the British Museum,
Where do these
which is
beacons?
a world
Oh, that's
repository
my
of poetry,
base.
allows people to see it.
Yeah, that
There.
offensively English man loves the Benin bronzes. And while I'm so glad that Oliver James Dowden, MP for Hertsmere, has seen them many times throughout his life, the fact is not everyone gets to do that, as this Nigerian artist and art historian will attest.
1995, in London. That was my first time of seeing an original ancient Benin artwork.
Okay.
But yes, at the British Museum to see for the first time these objects. It was a mixture of pride in the achievement of these ancient artists and anger mixed with a sense of loss. Most Nigerians will never.
Let's go home for now. Ooh, we can see the
generations of British children
life part right there.
the Benin bronzes come at the
Just
expense of
love it.
generations of Nigerians who haven't. And again, this is just one example of so many.
If you want to see your cultural artifacts, all you have to do is visit our museums, pay, travel all the way to England, and pay our fees.
You can't judge the present
Isn't that
by the
nice?
standards of the past. When France was recently roiled by debate over whether to return African art, this catastrophically French art historian basically made that exact case.
Catastrophically.
Who do they belong to? They belong to the museums where they are now, because there are laws, you know. And if even for the artifacts which were written in the 19th century, in the 19th
That's
century,
really French, man.
the war there was laws, and the looting of war was legal. Maybe it's not moral, but it's legal. And if you want to come back,
It's not
on
moral,
this,
but
why don't you
it's
come back?
legal.
19th century, 17th century, 16th century, you cannot stop. You don't know where to stop.
Okay, so how do I explain this so that man will understand? Yes, there may not have been laws explicitly making looting illegal, but the idea that that gives you carte blanche is, how you say, horse shit. And setting aside that Didier Reichner, the looting apologist art historian, seems less like a real person and more like a character in Tintin, how he saved the Egyptians from themselves. The fact is, looting wasn't just an acceptable, unavoidable byproduct of war under the law. It was sometimes baked into the plan from the outset. In fact, during one notorious British raid in northern Ethiopia in 1868, the army even brought along an expert from the British Museum to bid for some of the choicest items. And importantly, people knew the practice was wrong even back then. After that raid on Ethiopia, the British Prime Minister said he deeply lamented, for the sake of the country and for the sake of all concerned, that these articles were thought fit to be brought away by a British army, and urged that they be held only until they could be restored. And he was saying that in 1868. We didn't even know how to fix
Okay, I
a
want to build a
without leeches
containment
back then.
unit, an alien
But we
containment
knew
unit.
that
How
raiding
do
other
I-
countries for their shit was deeply lamentable, which is British for super fucked up. Now,
Deeply
second
lamentable.
is that objects are actually safer under the care of Western institutions than they would be in their home.
Welcome aboard the captain.
Be made by an art dealer.
What if we just build more right on top, more
law. The one who loves the baby best gets the baby.
multi-purpose room?
Gets the baby. If Peru cannot properly take care of its national treasures, the rest of the world will take care of it for the Peruvians.
Build one right. I
That
can't.
man seems great. But you know what? He is right. It's exactly as King Solomon famously declared. The real mother is whoever agrees to offer 200,000 over the asking price, all cash, inspection waived. With that argument, you can't be trusted with your own property, you'll just damage it. It's hard to land even
It's very
The
patronizing.
caretaking record of some museums is mixed at best. Remember that woman insisting that the Greeks couldn't possibly take care of the Parthenon marbles? Here is a fun fact. Multiple leaks have been reported in the British Museum's Greek galleries. And in the 1930s, in what museum officials later admitted was a heavy-handed attempt to clean the sculptures, they actively damaged them by scrubbing them with wire brushes and
Oof,
a harsh cleaning
come
agent to look.
on.
Even under Solomon's law, whoever loves the baby gets the baby. But if you scrub the baby with wire brushes, we take the fucking baby away. And the final argument that you hear is that these museums are an open repository.
Why don't we,
So it could actually increase the number of people who can enjoy them. But you've already seen someone point out that is only true if you can get to the museum in question. And also, it's worth noting that most display
Oh
only
yeah, all we
a
have to do is
tiny
travel to
fraction of their
England and then
collections.
pay our
The British Museum,
fees.
for instance, has a collection of 8
Our admission
million
fee.
objects, although only around 80,000 of them just
We wanna see your
1%
precious
are on public
artifacts.
display at any one time. And it can be pretty galling for people to find that their heritage, which is often part of a vibrant present-day culture, is sitting in storage in the British Museum's underground loot prison. Here in the US, we've stashed away many Native American artifacts. And just watch as members of the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho tribes are allowed to visit artifacts in storage at Chicago's Fields Museum.
Oh, it's just in storage, so they're not even using it.
We'll be looking at some of the
What's the point of that?
When I think about objects that belong to tribal members that are just sitting there,
Charge some batteries.
I felt angry and I felt sad. You just walk in and there's just like rows
Man,
and rows
that's
and
sad.
rows of all these objects. They've been boxed away since they were collected. Nobody can see them, touch them, be around them.
What's even the point of just keeping it
And it gets a lot harder
around?
to pretend that these objects are fulfilling a mission of educating and
Not
connecting
even showing it,
when they're in
displaying
a
it.
basement in a box labelled with a fucking Sharpie. And at this point, you may well be thinking, well, obviously we shouldn't have taken those objects in the past, but now we know better. But you should know, this practice
know
is still
better?
very much going on. Which brings us to the second big part of our story, the modern antiquities market, because items are still being bought, sold, and donated all the time between private individuals, museums, dealers, and auction houses. And when it comes to those items, the key word to understand is provenance. Basically, the full history of an object and the path it took to end up here, because not every piece is like those famous Benin bronzes where it is clear from our history books who took them. For most items, research into provenance is absolutely critical. It's not just how you know whether an item is real or fake, but also whether or not it got to you legally. The auction house Sotheby's even has a whole video on its website bragging about how much it loves researching provenance, even though it seems to view it as less an ethical imperative and more as a pretty sweet marketing perk.
So, provenance.
That's my favorite part.
Provenance is the history of ownership for a work.
Since it was brought to life.
Who that work of art had been made for.
Whose walls it's been hanging on. How many different hands has it passed through?
Who else has left it? In some cases, who else has left it? Who wore it? When did she wear it? How did she wear it? How often did she wear it? For me, this is what we kind of live for, is to get the great stories to tell.
And often the story of its
Minus
ownership
1.3.
if not
Why is it 0.3?
This is something that, in a way, it doesn't matter. And yet.
Yeah, and yet, in another way, it really does. A quick side note, never in my
Glass
life have
times
there been such an
5, okay.
intimidatingly bougie collection of people. You can almost hear them saying, actually, it's pronounced croissant. I do not doubt that Sotheby's loves backstories that add luster and, crucially, value to the objects that they auction. They and many others seem much less interested when those stories uncover something seamier. One gallery owner who recently pled guilty for her part in trafficking looted antiquities said that buying and selling objects with vague or even no provenance was so much the norm in the art market, it was a conspiracy of the willing. And to see exactly what that conspiracy can look like, just look at one attempted sale where Sotheby's ignored some pretty glaring warning signs.
3 years ago, Cambodia learned that Sotheby's auction house in Manhattan was attempting to sell a 1,000-year-old masterpiece for $3 million, the feet of which were still at the temple in Cambodia. Sotheby's was warned by the very expert they hired to appraise the statue that it was, quote, definitely stolen. They knew the feet.
Oh gosh.
Despite what their expert told them, they decided to put the statue on the front of one of their more prominent auction catalogs.
Dude.
Holy shit! How did that conversation go? The expert said, this is definitely stolen. And Sotheby said, yeah, but it might not be, right? And the expert said, no, it is stolen. And Sotheby said, you're so funny. And the expert said, I'm sorry, what? And Sotheby said, seriously, Jamie, you're too much. And the expert said, thanks, but again, it is stolen. And Sotheby said, tell your mama said hi. And the expert said, my mom's actually dead. And then they printed it on the cover. Now, legally, I have to tell you, Sotheby's insist that they did nothing wrong and that they conduct extensive due diligence before offering items.
Okay, I think I have plenty of quartz.
In the case of that statue,
Ship over here, right?
forcing Sotheby's to hand it over to Cambodia, where it was eventually happily reunited with its feet. It's a real Cinderella story, isn't it? If Cinderella had been amputated at the ankle.
Oof.
And interestingly, and to that point, it is not uncommon to see statues missing feet or hands, and while you might assume that it's damage due to time, it's often a sign that it has been stolen, with looters or thieves sawing off heads to sell separately or hacking a sculpture out from a temple wall so rapidly that they leave the feet behind. And if I know this, and you now know this, then Sotheby's definitely fucking did. And again, this is why provenance research is so vitally important. But many buyers fail to do even the bare minimum, meaning that the demand for stolen goods will always be met by a steady supply. Just watch as a dealer in Nepalese artifacts, Deepak Shakya, basically walk someone through just how easy it can be to get paperwork to justify removing an object.
Alien containment.
By law, the country's Department of Archaeology cannot issue export papers on items more than 100 years old. But Deepak says he has a tried and proven way.
So government no problem getting these out?
Aquariums.
Give some money to undertake, otherwise which life forms you bring on board.
They might also be studying you. Ooh, good points.
That is way too easy.
Yeah, we can't have any anyone a little too intelligent in here.
That man was later
Use
arrested
planter.
and
Can I
charged
plant you?
alarming any museums with large collections from Nepal. And just look
Working.
when those documentary makers sat down with a representative from the Rubin Museum right here in New York to ask a pretty basic question.
Where did it go?
Authorities recently arrested a number of antique dealers.
Okay, and
Has the Rubin Museum done any dealings with Deepak Shakya or his family?
do I just leave the egg here?
I don't think we should answer that. For me.
The museum's PR person intervened.
Oh, look at this cute little guy. Oh wait, it's pulsing. I think that means it's working.
That'd be good.
Okay, a pretty good rule
Look
when
at him,
you're
he's
asked,
such
do
a
you work
cutie.
with art thieves, is that any answer that's not an immediate no is
Oh wait, he's
instantly
moving.
suspicious.
Look, it's
However,
working.
Rubin later claimed that, to their best knowledge, they didn't have any connection to the
Oh, he's so
or any
cute.
objects from him. They did return these two
Let's,
objects from their collection just this year.
have a
very,
Reginald
very much
around,
so.
too.
And the Nepalese group that pressured them to do
Look
that
at him, he's
is
gonna
identified
hatch.
another object that they say is stolen, which you'll never guess, just happens to be in the Rubin right now. But don't worry, Rubin told us they're looking into that one now too, and I'm sure they'll get back to us. After all, it's what they do. And the thing is, there are lots of dealers around who use museums to launder their reputations. Take Subhash Kapoor. He was once one of the leading sources.
Okay, we have Reginald, we have
The Met currently has 86 objects from him in its collection, and even threw him a private
We have a
reception
gel
in 2009
sack
after he donated dozens
rowing
of
somewhere in here. Oh, here it
Because
is.
the Met got the drawings, and Kapoor got to
Rowing
tell
gel
people
sack.
that he
Oh,
had art in the Met.
19%.
And it's not like
I think I had another gel sack score somewhere. Was it on? Did I leave it on the Cyclops? The destroyed Cyclops? Oh man.
Even bother coming up with good cover stories. The most common one that he used was that objects had come from the family collection of his girlfriend. And you might be thinking, that is so stupid, it would only work on a group of real ding-dongs, to which I'd say, you're absolutely right.
Oh,
It
there's
seems to work
plenty
on
of
the Met
those.
86 times. And buying art without doing proper provenance research can blow up in a museum's face in spectacular fashion. Take what happened a few years back at the Met Gala. The year 2018, Kim Kardashian made an appearance wearing head-to-toe Atelier Versace that was, notably gold, just like this guy, Nejamank, or, more specifically, his coffin, which the Met had recently acquired. Guys, a photo op of the two of them had to happen, didn't it? Well, when it did, the internet absolutely exploded, but then this happened.
The Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York receiving a tip after Kim's photo from the Met Gala went viral. The Manhattan Assistant District Attorney was emailed the photo by an anonymous informant in the Middle East, saying he recognized the coffin and knew it had been looted. Museum officials saying they bought the sarcophagus for $4 million from an art dealer in Paris in 2017, but were fooled by fake papers saying it had been legitimately exported decades ago.
Of course, they were
Wow.
fooled.
Say what you like about Kim Kardashian. The woman has a real knack for producing incredible images just by standing next to men that look like they died a long time ago. Now, it turns out, Nejaman's coffin had been stolen during the Egyptian uprising in 2011, and as the story unraveled, it became very
that's,
clear that the
pretty
Met should have
recent.
been a lot more suspicious when it was offered to them, because the red flags included 3 conflicting ownership histories, the involvement of known traffickers, and a forged export license that bore the stamp Arab Republic of Egypt before the
Sus.
country used that name. And that is too many red flags. Even like if Madame Tussauds bought and displayed a clearly alive James Spader. Your only job was to make sure
He's
the calamity
still
was waxed.
alive.
How'd you fuck this up so badly? Let the man go home. Now, the Met has since relinquished the coffin and apologised to Egypt for the museum's approach to provenance research.
Getting to
Cannot really
nighttime.
do nothing until Kim Kardashian takes a photograph in front of one of our objects and we're humiliated on the international stage. This
Okay,
cannot
so I
be
think I
all
know
our
where to find more
responsibility.
gel
It's too
sacks.
busy revolutionising shapewear. And it's worth noting, in the last 5 years, the Met has had no fewer than 9 search warrants executed on it, resulting in 37 pieces being seized, and
The
none of
Met.
this is a victimless crime, because the trafficking of looted antiquities has financed some of the world's worst actors, from the genocidal Khmer Rouge in Cambodia to the Islamic State in
think
Iraq
I
and Syria.
remember
And the harm also extends to the personal
where
life
I
of the
found
Met.
the gel
Got to
sack
impress
spores.
one thing on you. It's that when these objects end up in the West, we put them behind
Habitats.
glass.
Oh,
and we
right.
call them art.
Ah.
But in their home context, they can be much more.
We'll go back
For instance,
there.
this stolen sacred statue was in a Dallas
Did
museum
we?
until March of
We gotta
last year.
fuel the
And when it
generator.
was finally returned to Nepal, it was immediately put back into use for religious worship. There was just a level of abject callousness on display here, which, to be fair, some institutions are finally coming to terms with. Take the University of Aberdeen in Scotland. It recently began reassessing objects in its collection and facing the grim realities of what it had been holding on to, like this glass sphere. Now, the story behind how it got to Aberdeen is both fascinating and completely horrible.
This Hindu holy man had been challenged to hold the glass sphere for 12 years in order to obtain a beneficial afterlife. He only managed 8.
Subsequently, we discovered that in the anatomical collection of human skulls, we have his skull.
Wow, is that his head?
That is, yeah.
Let's have a look. Gosh,
That's him.
amazing. And
Hello.
awful at the same time.
Oh, hello. Whoops. Oh, is that the crunching sound they make when they bite into it?
And here we are, in the
Cool.
21st century, and we still have how unique is this person to us?
Yoink. Yoink.
It's terrible, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and for about 100 different reasons. Because a head in a box is less something you expect to find at an academic institution and more in the basement of a fucking serial killer. And that's emblematic of so
Yeah,
much.
just,
The fact that for so long,
as
not
you
only
do.
did no one see the significance of that object to
Oh,
that
wow.
man, no one
It
saw
should
that
be
man
here.
as significant, period. So what can be done? Well, some institutions, like the University of Aberdeen, have been taking this reckoning seriously. They are beginning discussions with a local Hindu temple about what to do with that man's remains. They actually also had a Benin bronze, which they repatriated late last year, which is great. But too often, the reckoning only goes so far. A few years ago, the UK's National Army Museum returned to Ethiopia a stolen lock of hair belonging to an Ethiopian emperor, but took pains to point out that it was, and I quote, definitely not a precedent. Look,
yeah, don't expect anything more from us. Okay.
Hard questions about every aspect of both their acquisition process and their collections as part of a long overdue conversation about where their items came from and whether anyone wants them back. You know, some countries might even be willing to loan items back out to museums around the world, but with a clear understanding of who actually owns them. The point is that conversation should be led by the groups that those items originally belonged to, because, well, obviously, museums should not be violating them. They shouldn't be violating basic moral decency either. There is so much that we need to do to reckon with the harms, both past and present, of colonialism, but this should really be the easy part. And until such time as we genuinely engage in that reckoning, I'd actually like to present a potential plan.
Hi, I'm Kamal Nanjiani, and I am here to introduce you to the Payback Museum, the first public museum in the world devoted to providing reconciliation.
Emergency power loading. Just pop some of these guys. Oh, whoops, I ate it.
Specifically, disconnected Western countries from their shit, you know.
Go. Plenty of power.
Come on, I'll show you around. Power restored. Welcome to our
Power restored. Power restored.
The spectacular tablets that tell the comprehensive story of a glorious kingdom. But they were put in a bag, shaken, and dumped out all over Europe like a bunch of Scrabble letters, so until we get them back, this room is home to...
Where's my stasis rifle?
Stonehenge arches! Yeah, Britton, you might have noticed you're missing one. We took it because you were just leaving it out, letting it get wet. I mean, look, there's like grass and shit on it. And frankly, we can't even think about
just leaving it out here.
What you already have. Honestly, I don't even like it. I think Stonehenge sucks. It's just big dumb rocks. But I don't want to return them.
We're keeping it around.
Despite you. You having fun?
Battery, magnetites.
In our Latin America wing, we wanted to feature a collection of gorgeous, ancient, indigenous Peruvian textiles.
Two. Where did I leave it? Oh man, did I leave it at the other base?
The Liberty Bell! An early American example of a fucking bell. And we didn't stop there.
Sure is a
we
bell.
Also had Mount Rushmore. To be more accurate, just the tip. And to be more specific, of George Washington's nose.
Just the tip.
And you might be thinking, why are we depriving thousands of bored school children the sight of this oversized schnoz and this fuck-up dinger? Well, you know the rules. Whoever loves the baby best gets the baby. And your babies got. Now we've got something really special. I am thrilled to announce the grand opening of our brand new state-of-the-art Asia wing, where we are beyond proud to display a number of priceless 10th century religious statues. Or at least we were. Now we only have their feet. So instead,
but hey, feet are nice though, right?
We got most of the Mona Lisa, overrated bunch of shit from Versailles. Eugene Delacroix's
oh yeah, Mona Lisa's overrated as hell. It's a fucking lady. Big deal. Could be enough. That's missing water. I'm a thirsty boy.
The paper's saying it's fine. See? Don't worry. We followed all the lows. Now, if you come with me, our last stop is where the real treasure is. Here we are in the storeroom where we keep some of our most prized possessions. Items so valuable, we know it's morally indefensible for us to have them. The good shit.
But, hey,
one of these boxes here
we're gonna keep them anyway.
Got loot, more loot. Oh, this one's very, very special. In this box,
all of the systems online.
You're wondering why we have 3 of Gerald Ford's ribs? It's because we could not get 4. And you're probably thinking, wait, he hasn't been dead nearly long enough for that to be okay. And I say, oh yeah? How long do you have to be dead for it to be okay? Huh? Serious, give me a number for how long after his death it's okay to have a part of someone's body sweating in your museum's hot storage.
Good question.
So please, if you're from one of the countries that own this stuff, come, enjoy it. Our museum is a world repository, so you can visit your stuff anytime, between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m., and not on Mondays. And I know you might want some of this stuff back, and we would love to give it back to you, but if we give it to you, everyone else is going to line up, and suddenly, this whole place is empty. So, the answer is no. It's all ours forever. Smells like payback.
Okay. Let's go.
That's our show. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you next week. Good night.
Thank you, John Oliver. Let's see. Amaranth is back. Yay. Glad she is getting better. She's finally
All right, scroll up.
standing up for herself and
about my t-shirt and my hair combo. I get it. I look like a pumpkin right now, but can we skip the insults and just talk about today's story, which is a positive one?
Solving her issues, getting better.
Positive update to Amaranth, which if you somehow missed, and this wasn't on your radar, was the biggest news story I've seen in a minute coming out of Twitch. It's all over Reddit, Twitter, everywhere you could find, because Amaranth revealed 2 insane facts on a live stream. The first is that she has a husband, which was crazy.
And that her
The second
husband
was that her husband
is
was abusive, which is crazy. And I made a whole video about it if you want to check it out. But Amaranth decided to go back live after about 3 hours after the story dropped, and after her original stream, revealing all that info.
What does cavitating mean? Does it mean we're going to take damage?
Which is in the starting soon screen. She wrote, "Cops are here. Cops are here, be back later," which is a terrifying thing to read. Now, it wasn't anything crazy. It wasn't like a swatting. It was basically a wellness check because people were so worried about Amaranth. I believe there was like a dozen wellness checks called to her house to make sure she was all right. She was in that house with her husband after everything went nuts. Presumably, even if the husband wasn't physically abusive towards Amaranth, he was physically abusive towards the household. That usually is like the game.
Okay, so engine overheat should be taken seriously, I guess. Air scrubbers initiated.
As of today, though, I have access to all my accounts and finances again. He's not here. He's getting help. And I'm seeking legal and emotional counsel.
She's getting help from a support group. He's hopefully out of the picture, and she has access to her accounts again. Because that was one of the main concerns and one of the biggest threats from the husband is that he's going to tear down her empire.
Oh yeah, she's going to lose all her money.
Fans, and then
That's
that
fucked.
she'll never earn a dime again. But it
Oh,
looks
she
like
solved that problem, it seems.
she should clearly
She's not
have
being
the money
controlled
to
anymore.
earn, all positive things. She did double confirm that.
But yeah, I have access to all
Doo-doo-doo.
my accounts.
So hopefully,
Hey, how deep are we going here?
From the husband on her life anymore, and in the work that she has done, and maybe in the future. And
Like
one of the
somewhere
things
around
that's
here, I'm
clearly
gonna find.
apparent
Oh,
is how hard
here are
Amaranth
these
has worked
plants.
over the past few years, which has always seemed like
Somewhere around here, I'm gonna find some gel
nonsense to me.
sacks.
You know, I had her on the Yard podcast. We talked about it, and I was mind blown. Like, you make more than most people who stream, barring maybe people who have giant streaming contracts or have earned money from gambling, and yet you still grind as if you need every last dollar to survive. And her dream was always to open up in Animal Sanctuary. You know,
Aw, that's
I
cute.
was thought to myself, well, you have more than enough money to do that. Why not just open up the sanctuary now?
Because,
You know, why not just try to save a bunch of horses now with presumably 8 figures in
Well, she can't.
liquid assets and invested assets? And
She doesn't get to choose
turns
that.
out is because in part
Oh
she
my
was
gosh.
forced by her husband to stream more, work more.
Oh my god.
This was confirmed when she talked about how she's been turning down
That
events by
noise.
other creators.
I just love that noise, don't you? It's so great. I love it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Chill. I don't want to wait until I have my stasis rifle back.
Every streamer kind of goes through this, like, I probably can't take time off to do something I want to do because I need to be earning money. In Twitch, in any live streaming platform,
Oh my
it's very
gosh.
apparent that when you are not working, you are losing, right? If you take a break,
Why
you
is
go
that
down
thing
subscribers,
right
it's very in your face, as opposed to maybe most conventional jobs where time
Oh,
off
hello.
is like expected at the summer.
Ancient floater. Ooh, it's a big boy.
The ramifications of the time off so direct.
Yes.
And now maybe she's able to change her lifestyle so that she can do the things that she also
Blood
wants.
root.
And then she also spoke about maybe like the future of.
We have plenty of blood sacks. Blood oil. A gel sack.
Little Harry Potter quote there, basically saying that she doesn't have to do it as much. I assume, I don't know, I haven't talked to Amos personally, that she might continue to do it just to earn money.
Okay, be careful.
She is the highest OnlyFans creator.
Careful now.
Highest earning OnlyFans creator. So it makes sense for her to do it. But the rate that she was doing it at is absurd. And I definitely think it would make a lot of sense to take a bit of time off, which is also what Amaranth thought after doing a stream yesterday where she did a big 15-hour one.
Yeah, time to take some time off, girl. Oh my gosh.
She tweeted out, taking a break, not sure when I'll be back, which well-deserved break. If someone streams
Rain
45%
tonight.
plus of their life, I'll say it. They deserve a couple weeks. Hell, give them a month. Take a month
Yeah,
off.
take as
If anyone
much
took
time
6
as you
months
want,
off, she'd
girl.
Still stream more hours than me, but she definitely deserves the time off. So anyway, positive update there to anyone who might have been concerned. Seems that everything is good. And
Oh my gosh.
changes.
Do I have to go down there? Probably. I'm moving
He's
slower.
such a billionaire, bro. Holy shit. And I mean that as a pejorative, okay? He is so far beyond
Kanye.
like, the
Oh,
genuine
yeah.
impacts of white supremacy at this stage, it feels like. Or
He
even if he's
is.
not, he feels like he is, that he can just like put it on.
Okay.
Like a bodysuit for a brief moment. You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh.
Kanye West also
Coming.
went on Piers Morgan
Coming.
Uncensored and had a conversation with Piers,
Look at that
who's on a roll.
Oh my gosh, it looked at
Trying
me.
to get
It looked
everyone
at
to
me.
forget how awful he is by consistently finding
Please just
as
go
many
away.
awful people as he physically can
looking
that
for
are
the
somehow
sub.
worse than him to position himself as a good person. Make no mistake, Piers Morgan, not a good person. Definitely a bad guy, even if he has worse people on camera standing alongside him as he says,
I don't really
"Oh
wanna
my, oh dear, unacceptable. What
Operate
you've
the
done so
sub
far, my good sir."
because the sound will attract it, right?
That's what he's been doing. Piers Morgan Uncensored is unironically just constantly finding worse people than him to make it seem like he's a better person.
Make
Don't
him look
fall for
better.
the grip.
Yeah.
You're being a Karen.
I'm talking
You
about.
don't
I'm
hold
not a
accountability
Karen.
to
and
the pain.
I'm not a Karen, and I'm not going to cancel you, and I'm not going to uncensor you. I'm simply going to challenge you on what you're saying.
Oh my gosh,
I
looked
think
at
you
me.
don't understand the pain that you've been causing with some of these comments, and I think that one in particular, I can understand.
Oh my God. God forbid one comment could cause people to feel any of the pain that my people have went through.
Be quiet. Be
You know what's
very,
really
very
funny about
quiet.
that? Oh, Kanye, remembering that he's black all of a sudden in an effort to defend himself against anti-Semitism, even though he's acting like he hasn't spent the last fucking month going on a white supremacist parade, quite literally going all the way to fucking shit on George Floyd. So much so that the George Floyd family is suing
that's,
him. Okay?
And now,
Holy shit.
now he's
It's
facing
like,
lawsuits.
Oh,
now
no,
he's got to.
one word. Like,
now
one
he's got
word
to
can be
show.
so
Now he's got to
problematic,
walk
right?
it
Oh,
back.
no. Remember what happened to black people? Like, that's crazy that you're saying that, Kanye.
For
That's crazy.
bonkening.
That's an insane thing that you're saying that currently, okay? And I know a lot of fucking desperate Kanye stands will try to jump to that and be like, oh, he's right about that. Yeah.
Oh,
He's
I
right
missed.
about it. But
Damn.
also, what do you have, goldfish memory? Did you fucking forget what he said yesterday? Anyway. Also, speaking of one word triggering Kanye West, ironic because he routinely fucking freaks out when people don't call him a billionaire, apparently. Something that he's brought up a million times over.
Sounds like he's the trigger
Even like
one.
the blacks being ushered to the left
The
during the civil
blacks.
rights movement. No one has cared about black people.
Okay, why does
no,
all right.
no one
Just
has
turn this off.
Let me say, I agree.
That
the
consumes
racism
power.
against black people.
rights movement. Like the blacks being.
Bro, come on. This is so fucking disingenuous, dude. This is so disingenuous. People are gonna get fucking mad at me. You can clip this if you want. I don't give a shit. I know people are gonna get mad at me and act like Kanye West hasn't been saying the most vicious anti-black shit for the past month, okay? Holy fuck, dude. He's literally using legitimate black trauma, which he has also participated in and contributed to in contemporary society, to turn around and be like, oh, well, what the fuck? That's crazy. That's insane, dude. Holy fuck.
Ushered to the left.
I mean, this is Landis Owens Playbook 101 for the record.
During the civil rights movement. No one has cared
Why
about
does he-
black
why does he-
people.
okay, why does-
no,
boy.
all right. No one has.
Can I let me say it.
Piers Morgan is too Caucasian and too British to effectively retort here. Be like, what are you saying? You don't care about black people. We have heard
He's
your
too
statements
white
about
to
black
say
people
that.
in general, about Black Lives Matter.
Yeah,
But
turns
Piers
out
Morgan,
the
too conservative, too Caucasian,
guy who didn't
and
care
most
about black
importantly,
people was Kanye the whole time. Remember?
I agree.
Kanye said George Bush don't care about black people.
Deplorable, shameful, unacceptable, and thank God the world is beginning to move to a better place about the way
What
it
about-
is treated
okay,
black
what
people
about-
like you. However, one form of racism here
No,
doesn't
no, it's
justify.
almost in a better place.
Well,
But you
one
see,
form of
this is the way
racism
you're
doesn't
cutting me
justify
off.
another.
It's not a better
I'm not
place.
cutting you off. I'm finishing my sentence. You can respond. One
It's
form
not-
of
it's
racism.
not-
One
it's not
form of
racism.
racism. It is racism when you say I'm going
So
deaf
clarify
for
the
Jewish
truth.
people.
Look at
I was
that
in a
huge thing,
position
though.
where I've been hurt, and this is the way I had the right to express myself.
Oh, he had hurt. He was hurt. Oh, yeah.
He's saying I've been hurt, not by
Hurt by
white
what?
supremacy, by the way.
Exactly.
Now he's saying he's been hurt by white supremacy because he feels like that's a
Diamonds,
better media narrative for him to tie on to. Dude, he's such a billionaire, bro. Holy shit. And I mean that as a
He's so
pejorative,
entitled,
okay?
isn't he?
That is, like, he is so far above, he is so far beyond, like, the genuine impacts of white supremacy at this stage, it feels like, or even if he's not, he feels like he is, that he can just, like, put it on like a bodysuit for a brief moment. You know what I mean? He's just like only remembering or only weaponizing that the intergenerational intergenerational trauma and struggle that black people have faced, like he's not been fucking trying to do white supremacist marketing campaigns so he can straight up target the worst Nazis as a new market.
The point of this interview is for you to question me and then for me to answer and say, okay, even though the same rules are not applied to my people, if a person with a gun or drugs is pulled over and has three other people in the car, they're all going to jail. I'm not going to apply that to Jewish people.
That's the
for the
egg that
sake
just
of the
hatched.
conversation.
Yeah,
Isn't
it's
that
a
what you wanted?
cuttlefish,
But you
not
know
a
what you did?
cuttlefish.
You tried to civil rights me. You tried to pull me back to a week ago. But
Civil
we're here
rights
today.
me? What does that mean?
Oh, he's like, I'm done. I'm over. My anti-Semite arc is done. You tried to pull me back to a week ago. Motherfucker, that was yesterday. You said yesterday. You said yesterday that the King Soldier documentary was really good about George Floyd. You said yesterday that you didn't, that you're not apologizing. You said Jewish media yesterday. He probably said it in this interview. We haven't finished it yet. But all things considered, all things considered, you probably did say it today too. I would not be surprised. Which is wild. He's like, man, I have done so much growth. You don't understand. I've done so much growth. And I am not the man I was yesterday, okay? That is a long time ago. That's yesterday. I am looking at today.
That's yesterday.
Okay? Today. I'm a different person. I've changed. I've done a, I've done a growth. I've done a learning. I read Ibram Kendi again, okay?
Of conversations and commentary.
That's yesterday,
But you want me
not
to go back to
today.
1960.
No.
You want me to go back to
not today.
All right,
Not
let me jump
today.
in. Here's what I want you to do.
There's a difference between going back to the 1960s, which I don't know how that fits, to 7 days ago. That's not the last time he said some shit. Like, what the fuck? Time is relative. Okay? Time is relative. I mean, why are you going to hold me accountable for things I said yesterday? It's kind of fucked up. Why are you holding me accountable for things I said 10 minutes ago?
I want you to
Okay, so have we grown?
I've changed, don't you know?
Here's how we grow. Yeah, here's how we grow. I want you to reflect.
No, have we grown?
I'm about to.
You're not in charge of my growth. You're not in charge of my growth.
Okay.
Here's how we
grow. I'm about to suggest to you how you may grow if you choose to grow this way. And you can ignore me. You can ignore me.
Pierce, how much money are you worth?
Not as much as you, sadly.
Why
exactly. So take my advice. Maybe you'll get richer.
What?
Oh, come on, dude.
Come on, bro. Kanye on his Trainwrecks arc.
Yeah, I'm richer than you.
What is happening? He said he sunned him with how much money he has. That doesn't.
He's flexing on him.
That is so fucking stupid,
Not
man. Oh my
very
God.
mature of him.
This is unironically what happens. This is what happens. He just can't shit on capitalism and capitalists because it's like baked into his existence. He's like, the richer the man, the bigger the number, the better the person. The better the person, the better the person.
What is that?
Love to take your business advice.
Why would I listen to you?
Oh my gosh.
Why do you hear what my advice is?
You're a broke boy. Why would I listen to you,
broke
boy? Oh no.
And work out if I'm wrong. Can we do that deal?
Well, the thing is, you haven't given me any credit or a moment of reflection for the comparison that I made, the brilliant, if I do say so myself, comparison that I made to the cops pulling over one black person and locking
I
everyone
understand
up,
what you're
and my
saying.
tweet having issues.
My
Oh
brilliant
my God,
analysis.
awesome.
You're not giving
This
me
is
credit
literally the
for my
fucking-
genius. That's,
Dude,
I mean, honestly,
white people do this
that's.
shit, like racist white people do this shit all
He
the time.
says
and they're
that all the
like,
time.
Excuse me, slavery was fought for and abolished by white people. It's like,
makes
okay,
that,
slavery was also done by white people, right? Like, the fuck
He
do you
pulls
mean?
that all the time.
Kanye
He's
West,
like, oh, you're not
unironically,
appreciating my
is doing-
genius. Okay,
Because
buddy.
his example is good. His example is talking about like how racial profiling is bad, right? And he's saying like, their cops loop every black person that they arrest under the same fucking umbrella or whatever the fuck, right? And that's kind of wrong that I did that for anti-Semitism. He's basically trying to do cleanup, but he can't even do cleanup adequately because he's so fucking narcissistic. And he's like, give me credit right now for how well that analogy worked out.
Yeah, that analogy was
Which
good, right?
immediately gives the game away. You are not experiencing self-reflection. You are not taking on accountability. You literally have moved on immediately. You're like, okay, that's fine. Yeah, that was anti-Semitic. I'm wrong. Give me credit now immediately for the growth and learning that I engaged. That's not how human beings operate. No one is gonna fucking, like, half the people on the planet that have seen your anti-Semitic takes have not heard this yet, have not even heard you apologize for it.
Well, we're here. Let's just explore this place.
My tweet referring to all Jewish people, I said, for the sake of this conversation, I will refer to the business people who have destroyed me and my people and my fellow creators.
Business people.
But you didn't even accept that I gave you that. You tried to push me back into 1960.
No, I
you
didn't.
tried to push me back into last week.
No, I didn't.
Okay, do you accept that example that I gave you?
I
Okay,
understand
ooh,
completely the
rubies. I
example
love
you gave me.
rubies.
I think all racism is wrong.
So I feel that we've grown.
I would like you to reflect. If
So pretty.
if you've now changed.
Oh wow,
what
this
you
is
wanted
this
to
like a
say
cave
originally,
system
my question for
unto
you is,
itself?
do you
Oh
now
wow,
regret
where is the
saying
hell am I?
death got free on Jewish
Oh,
people?
is this
Are
like
you
one of
sorry
those
you said
giant
that?
like
I don't think it matters. You should be.
Shroom things.
You know,
Oh, give me those rubies.
I will say I'm sorry for the people that I hurt with the death.
I'm sorry if I
the
offended you, is what he's saying.
I feel like I caused hurt and
Wait, what the fuck? He said no, absolutely not, but then now he's apologizing for it? I don't get it.
confusion.
Yeah, what are you
And I'm sorry the
apologizing for, huh?
families of the people that had nothing to do with the trauma that I had been through, and that I used my platform where you say hurt people, and I was hurt.
It's an uncensored interview. You said
I was
something which you've now.
He's saying like, hey, I was hurt
He's
too.
also-
What about my
He's
feelings?
also fucking saying like, dude, this is craziness. It's not just the
Uh-oh, it's
DEFCON 3
dark.
shit, man. You've said so much more anti-Semitic shit since then. What the fuck? Kanye West said, I'm gonna go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people, and then actually ended up going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people on numerous outlets. Like, he did. He showed us what he meant by that. It's not about the tweet, man.
Hadn't said, and you've apologised. I actually think that says a lot about you, right? That shows you've got that ability to be self-aware, to understand when you cross a line. I think someone like you, with all your energy and creativity and your passion, you're going to say stuff.
Oh gosh.
The way that you talk constantly and in
Got
such
a
an
bit.
extraordinary
Wait,
manner.
did I?
You're going to trip
I
up.
hope
You're going
it's
to say
wrong.
things the wrong way. I don't think there's anything wrong in when you do that, doing what you just did, and saying, I'm sorry, I crossed the line, I apologise.
I want to say that it's wrong to hold an
crawlers.
apology hostage, and I got to let go of that.
Hold it
and
hostage.
free myself of the trauma and say, look, I'm just going to give it all up to God right now, and say to those families that I hurt, I really want to give you guys
Eat all those
a big
crawlers
hug,
for me.
and I want to,
Thanks.
I say I'm sorry for hurting you with my comments, and I want to word it in not.
There's something down there.
And not in
Oh
like a
gosh.
political
Oh my
way,
gosh.
but in a presidential way, which means
Oh yeah,
what
Kanye's
I
so
was
presidential.
when I was growing up.
I mean, is there a symptom of like
Hey, how do I get out of here?
bipolar disorder that like destroys your understanding of time? Like, I don't know. Is that like a symptom? Because it feels like.
Oh my gosh.
Don't ask Twitch chat. Yeah, I know this is a dumb thing to ask Twitch chat, but it literally feels like he
Excuse
just
me?
forgot the concept of fucking
man.
time. Like he thinks this happened so long ago, and that he's grown from it when he kind of has not. Chaotic Grease says, why does it
Kind
always
of
seem like people that
not.
mention God as much as he does is just batshit crazy? Because they kind of are. Make this man the president of the Florida PvP zone, the role he was meant for. Yeah.
The PvP zone.
When you are manic, you can lose time. You gotta admit, it's kind of funny to see peers of all people calling him out for this and actually being correct. No, this is
Yeah,
Piers
Kanye has
Morgan's
fitted
new
like
show.
a year's worth of anti-Semitism into like a week. Kind of impressive, honestly. Anything over here? Oh, okay. Okay, I came here to find certain resource that is.
Really, sometimes they are. All right. Now I'm going to talk about white supremacy in America, and it is an incredibly triggering story for at least myself. A video came out recently about Ron DeSantis and the state of fucking Florida. I saw it yesterday. I didn't cover it yesterday. I didn't have time to get to it yesterday. But it is deeply, deeply, deeply frustrating. It's a story that I've been talking about pretty much for a year now, for longer than a year almost.
Something.
When the state of Florida had a ballot measure that was profoundly successful and profoundly popular on top of a gubernatorial race between Ron DeSantis and Andrew Gillum. The ballot measure was
came
infinitely
here
more
to
popular than Ron
find
DeSantis himself. The ballot measure we're talking about
gel
of course, is
sacks.
the felon voter right
Where are
restoration.
they?
What that
Where
means
are
is if you're a
they?
felon in the state of Florida,
Where are they?
for any reason, you are not allowed to vote. Now, this is incredibly disenfranchising. It's done on purpose. The purpose is so that you just limit the amount of people that will go vote. Poor people are poor people are more likely to go to prison. Poor people are therefore, getting eliminated. And when I say poor people, I also mean
underwater
black people in
islands
general, because of
still.
over-policing and the criminalization of black communities.
Not the blood kelp
Okay?
forest or
POC,
anything.
but specifically in the state of Florida, black people. Okay, this is a way to disenfranchise black people from being able to vote. It's not as direct as like the Jim Crow
Where the
laws
hell
or the
am
poll
I?
tax, except Ron DeSantis is
Is
so
another
brazen in
island?
his racism
No. Oh,
that he
still
did
pretty
actually
deep.
do it in the same exact brazen
Hello.
way. So
Get ready for the bonkening.
this measure passed with overwhelming success. It was infinitely more popular
Oh,
than
that
Ron
damage
DeSantis
us?
himself,
Oh,
who
wow.
barely won over Andrew
Oh.
Gillum originally in the gubernatorial race, but that
What was
didn't
that?
stop them from that didn't stop Ron DeSantis from, following through on his initiative. Obviously, this was allowing 1.2 million Floridians the right to vote. So what did they do? They found a way to stop those people from voting by
Oh my
instituting
gosh.
what is known as a
Oh my
poll
gosh.
tax. Poll tax is directly a Jim Crow era segregationist mechanism
Silently
of
run
stopping
away.
black people from voting. What Ron DeSantis basically did is if you don't pay all of your debts to the Floridian state, you are not allowed to vote. Okay? It was considered unconstitutional. It was held up in courts for a little bit, but it went through because fucking Florida. And now a lot of those people who thought that they had the right to vote were disenfranchised from voting. And now Ron DeSantis is moving and taking it one step fucking further. Friend of the show from the A-Lab boys, okay, actually reached out and had this to say. I'm gonna read it.
I love doing that.
He said, we just did an episode on A-Lab series that goes through all the fucked up machinations on how they pulled this off. Pretty fucking disgusting. Such an outrageous travesty. This is, Allah Liker, at Allah
Liker. Chad.
Mr. Deals. Well, I'm dead naming him, but himself saying this. That it's mind-bogglingly evil. I've been screaming about this for the past year, and it doesn't seem to really get to folks in Florida all that. It doesn't seem to really get folks in Florida all that.
You reached someplace.
That anger rarely makes its way to
pretty
mainstream
deep.
media. He said, yeah, I don't think people really understand how badly the whole thing went down to mislead everyone into thinking voting rights had been restored, then immediately turning it around as a way to arrest people and claim that voter fraud is rampant. So there's a double bind here. On the one hand, you stop black people from voting, okay? Or you make it illegal for them to vote after Florida voted to make it legal for them to vote.
Well, we catch some of these
you
fish.
can literally say, look how rampant voter fraud is, because all these people who don't have the right to vote because we robbed them of their democratic right that we had democratically given them, now we're arresting them. Here is one of the videos of someone who is arrested for voter fraud in this process. When police went to arrest Tony Patterson outside his Tampa home in August, he couldn't believe
I guess you have a
reason.
warrant? For what?
I'm not sure. For voter stuff, man.
For voters.
It's what it is. I think the agents with FDLE talked to you last week about some voter fraud, voter stuff, when you weren't supposed to be voting.
I just want to mention something here that is actually truly unique, and that is, you have a bunch of hot dog motherfuckers in here, a bunch of potato thumbs.
Where did that bladderfish go?
About arresting a black person.
Oh well.
Okay? That's when you know shit has gone too far. When you got some of the most racist motherfuckers being like, oh man, even I feel fucking bad arresting you. I think it's like voter stuff, man. I'm so sorry. That's when you know shit is fucked up. Okay?
Just some voting
When the
shit.
hogs know it's fucked up, you know it's fucked up. Even they're like, it's kind of bullshit, brother, but you know, we gotta do what we gotta do.
Hey, just enforcing the law, brother. Doing my job. Sure.
They have reduced your bond quite a bit. It's 2 felony charges for voter fraud, but they've reduced it to $500 bonds. So it's $1,000.
Supposed to go down there.
So, yes, sir. So unfortunately, right now we're gonna have to take you to jail, but you got a bond right away.
The arrests are a result of Governor Ron DeSantis' new Office of Election Crimes and Security.
Oh no.
20 people have been targeted and arrested.
Oh, and of course it's a black guy being targeted. Okay, we're pretty deep now.
Oh my God.
I know you caught off guard, I understand. Right? So you have a warrant, it's for voter fraud, okay? Hear me out. It's an ROR. You know what an ROR is?
Oh my God.
You go in, you get booked, and then they're going to release you from booking. You're going to be right back out, okay? But you have a warrant.
Okay. I'm like, voter fraud. I have to vote, but I ain't commit no fraud.
Well,
We know now that the Florida Secretary of State actually also sent ballots to these people, for the record. We talked about this a while ago. I've covered the story. I've been following it very closely, if you remember. They thought they had the right to vote. And by all means, they should have the right to vote. If we lived in a democratic society, they would have the right to vote. Okay? Democracy supposedly prevailed in the state of Florida. People voted overwhelmingly for these people to be able to vote. Ron DeSantis fought it in the courts and switched it around. But they still got their ballots. For all intents and purposes, they thought they had the right to vote. Why the fuck wouldn't they? Okay? People voted for it. They got their ballots. They complied with everything, and they did their civic duty. And they went out and voted. Ron DeSantis then created a new commission specifically so that he could get clips like this out. Because if you have a sense of decency,
Because they just love arresting black people, is that it?
How cruel, how indecent, how fucked up. But Ron DeSantis was banking on how viciously, virulently, and violently racist people
got him.
That they would look at this and go, hell yeah, brother, we're fighting the good fight.
The bunkening.
Now,
Most
I think
efficient
that
way to kill
that was
things in this game.
Politically, I think that this was like the abortion ban. Republicans taking it too far, feeling like they have a sense of comfort and security to be able to do this. But you have to have a Democratic Party that also fights against this. You have to have a Democratic Party that shows this and says this is unacceptable, this is abhorrent. But the ultimate goal and purpose of videos like this is to ensure that out of the 1.2 million felons that had their right to vote restored,
that guy's zooming.
Okay, that they are fearful in going out and voting, to make them second guess, to make them stop.
Oh yeah, it's a chilling effect,
Stop them from going out and
isn't
voting
it?
because they are afraid of going back to prison.
So that's the thing. I don't know
Okay.
exactly what happened.
Oh, because they already got arrested
Oh my God.
once.
So I don't know what happened with that, but.
And
Again, aren't these people
Adam.
murderers and sexual predators? Again, not attacking? No, they're not. Okay? You're wrong about that. However, even if they were, if they served their fucking time, they should be able to vote. They should be able to vote
Yeah.
while they're serving their time.
How are you gonna say they don't have the right to vote?
Americans always think you go to fucking prison for doing pedophilia and murders.
Oh, whoops.
That's not the case.
People go to prison for all sorts of shit. Yeah.
But the warrant was just made yesterday, so
Oh, so the one time the cops do their job expediently, it's to arrest black people for bullshit voter fraud charges. Got it.
Hey, unfortunately, you got a warrant out, okay? Warrant? Yes, sir. You want to touch your chance on your back for me?
Well, no, but no one ever really explained all that much to me. I told the guys when I came out here, so I was just you got the driver's license. The guy there asked me, he says, hey, can you call me? He says, hey. No, and I'm pretty sure I can.
Fish.
Well, you still on probation? I said, no.
Okay, we got a warper around here.
That's crazy.
Oh man. Sorry to that guy.
But as the videos further support, the amendment and subsequent actions by state lawmakers
wow,
cause
lots of
mass
ports.
confusion about who
Nice.
is eligible, and the state's voter registration forms offer no clarity.
Yeah,
they
we
only
need
require
this.
a petition voter to swear under penalty of perjury that they are not a felon,
Hello.
and if they are, that their
Are
rights
you gonna
are
warp
restored.
me?
The forms do not clarify that those with murder convictions don't get automatic restoration of their rights.
Well, a lot
Oliver
of them.
served 18 years in prison on a second-degree murder charge, registered to vote at the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles on February 14, 2020. 6 months later, she updated her address and completed another registration form. After a brief eligibility check by the Department of State, which reports to DeSantis and is responsible for cleaning up the rolls of ineligible voters, she was given a voter ID and card both times. This person did a crime, did the time, got out, showed that she had been rehabilitated, reintroduced into society, was told that she is able to vote by the state,
Blood crawlers. Nice.
thought that she was voting. My dad got a felony charge for having a plastic straw because he got pulled over and had prior drug offenses, so they considered it paraphernalia. Felony charges don't always mean severe
what?
or violent actions.
What was
Even if they
paraphernalia?
are
Plastic
severe and violent actions. If
straw.
you have done the time, if you have been in prison for 18 fucking years and they let you out because you have shown to the state that is not sympathetic to you at all that you are rehabilitated, okay? You should be able to have your voter rights restored, okay? That's it.
Oh, hello, magnetite. What you doing here?
Florida is a state where you have to have a fucking
Uranium
DUI
crystal.
to become a congressperson. You're really going to tell me that all felonies are created equal in the state, that all people have equal access? Get the fuck out of here, man. Oliver wasn't removed from the rolls until March 30 this year, more than 2 years later. So this is also like after they took the steps to remove her from voter rolls. Like, she was on the voter rolls, the state thought that she was eligible to vote, and turns out she wasn't, okay? Even though she should have
So much
always had the right to
quartz.
vote. She should have been
Oh,
able to
wow.
vote from prison.
Okay.
I've said this time and time again.
think we
I
have
am in
enough.
favor, I will say it loudly and proudly, I'm in favor of allowing convicts, prisoners, the right to vote. Okay?
Yes.
1,000%.
Oh, hello.
It is insane that we do not
Wait,
consider
this-
that to be even a viable position to have.
This
It is
lying
insane
here?
to me that we do not consider prisoners as human beings. It's a sign of how fucked up this country is. Okay?
Let's see what's in here.
The recordings by Tampa Police and Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies reveal
Dreams
officers
of
who were patient,
hope.
understanding,
Oh,
almost
wow.
apologetic. A handcuffed Nathan Hart, 49, found a sympathetic ear when he
Oh,
explained
we-
how he ended up registering and
We already
voting
have all
illegally
this
from the
stuff, but
sheriff's office
hey,
recording.
it's nice to have it
Here it
around.
is.
Yes.
I got off probation like a month ago. He goes, well, then you can probably vote. Hey, just fill out the form. And
So much quartz.
you can vote.
This guy is a
I'll let
registered
you-
sex
all right,
offender.
Have vote, then you won't. I'm like, all right. And there's your defense. You know what I'm saying? Sounds like a loophole to me.
The 2018 Florida Constitutional Amendment restored the right to vote for felons. It did not apply to anyone convicted of murder or a felony sex offense.
30 seconds.
Oh gosh. Oh no. What have I
Meanwhile,
done?
Matt Gaetz, literally in Congress.
And the warrant is for the voting deal, I guess.
Oh my gosh, I'm so deep. Oh no, am I gonna make it? Oh no. Why do I wander so far? Amp eel.
The law and changes to it caused confusion about who was eligible.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Oh my god.
All those arrested on August 19
No.
were given voter registration.
No.
Every single person
No,
that they fucking
dude. Oh my
re-arrested,
gosh.
okay, and
That's
put
so
back into the
dumb.
system, thought that
Oh, I
they
almost
were
made it too.
fulfilling their
God
civic
damn it.
duty. The state told them that
At least I
was
will
something
respond
that they were
inside the
eligible to do, that
Cyclops.
They were on the voter rolls. It is the state's fault.
That was dumb.
It's also fucking ridiculous.
Oh, I have all this stuff still.
They can't
Nice.
vote to begin with. They should be able to vote. That's that. You do the crime, you do the time, it's a part of reintegration. You should be able to vote. That's crazy. Especially additionally crazy when you consider how fucking inhumane the American criminal justice system is. They overcame that. And to put them and to throw them violently back into the system for something that they did not even know that they were in the wrong for. It's mind-boggling.
All tied together. Yeah, I guess they're doing like some kind of roundup.
Just because Gates is free doesn't mean other pedophiles should. I agree with you on some of this, but nah, you mess with kids, you get your human rights revoked. First of all, he's a convicted sex offender. The fact that he's roaming the goddamn streets and is not even on probation anymore probably implies that his sex offense wasn't what you think it is, okay? Your mind shouldn't always immediately go to like the worst. Like, not all of these people are fucking Jeffrey Dahmer. Do you understand? Jesus Christ. You immediately go Jeffrey Dahmer. You shouldn't vote. I personally believe that everyone should be able to vote. What are they going to vote to fucking lower the age of consent laws? Is that what you think? Don't worry, libertarians can freely vote. You should probably focus more on stopping libertarians from voting.
Thing or something for all the ones that were within the county.
Yeah, I had to do one of these this morning already.
Oh, really?
Do you know the statutes for them?
It doesn't say it on there. Let's walk over to my
Why
car,
is
okay?
y'all doing this now and this happened years ago?
I don't know. I have no idea, man.
I've never seen cops arrest black people that were convicted felons of possibly murder or sex crimes. I've never seen cops do this in this way, okay? I'll straight up say it. Even they fucking recognize, man, this is kind of fucked up, actually.
Doesn't
Can you
matter
imagine
anyway.
police officers going up to a black person's house, knowing full well that they're a convicted felon for either sex crimes or murder, okay? And they're still disappointed because they're like, yeah, this is kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
That's when you know, in the state of Florida, too, that shit is bananas, okay? Things have gone very wrong.
Indeed.
This is crazy, man.
What if we put this down somewhere?
Why would y'all let me vote if I wasn't able to vote?
This morning, new video shows Florida officers almost apologetic while arresting visibly confused.
I just want to say one other thing about America. American cops are so fucking horrifyingly brutal that there is
About to put this on a
widespread
table.
consensus on how insane it is that they are apologetic during an arrest, okay? Like, everyone from Fox News to CNN to people like me are like, wow, it's kind of weird that they're not being abhorrent humans, okay? Scumbags, while arresting black people. That's kind of crazy.
Poster. Nice.
It's like,
Prawn
bro, that should
suit
be the
Mark
proper
III.
protocol for arrest, okay?
What's it
They
holding?
should be arresting everyone in this
Is
capacity.
that a mining claw?
It's wild. Like, decency from cops is so unexpected, and that to me
Yeah, they're like, okay.
screams systemic failure, okay? Wow, I can't believe they're treating them like
put
human
this,
beings.
somewhere.
That's insane. Not as insane as forgetting the top of the hour ad break, which comes and goes at the top of every hour. And of course, if you no longer want to see those ads,
Keep
all you
calm.
need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. What's going on? Back in the day, there were no ads.
What's going on here?
At the top of the hour or at the bottom. Now there are more ads coming your way. Well,
Okay, I
they're
think I
not.
died
The
somewhere
way to
over
avoid those
here,
ads is
so
by
why don't
subscribing
we
for $5 or for free with a
try to
Twitch Prime,
find
or by
a place
the sub.
where I died.
Here's the 1 minute
Get
ad right
back
now.
some of the stuff I lost.
ODST Jacob, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Pedophiles get the fucking wall. When shit pops off, actually pops off, they get the fucking wall. Dude, I don't... look, I'm sorry, brother. I'm not
oh my gosh.
go against my convictions here. No matter how fucking insightful you want to, or not insightful, but like, no matter how passionate you are.
Oh, we're not damaged. That must have been a amp eel.
Rehabilitation is always supposed to be the goal of the fucking criminal justice system. Okay.
Okay.
Not about
I think they're going away. I think if I'm not
about vengeance.
using the engine. Actually, why don't we just turn off the engine?
You want to know what's wrong fundamentally with your attitude here? I'm too old for twisting.
Powering
You want to know what's fundamentally wrong with your attitude? You see a bunch of people getting arrested. You hear they might be convicted of you know, sex crimes.
Forged
Ranges
toy.
from violent
Cute.
pedophilia all the way to peeing in a fucking outdoor place, okay? And you literally immediately go to, well, they're violent pedophile criminals. Think about that for a second.
So they deserve to have their voting
Your
rights taken
draconian
away?
attitude towards your draconian attitude towards crime and punishment unironically leads you to operate.
I mean, what
in a
if you
way
get
where
busted for a
think
crime
every
and
fucking
then you
person is
get
the worst
like
criminal possible? Okay.
have your rights
Trying
taken
to
away?
now add post hoc justifications and rationalizations for it, but remember, now that you realize, like, okay,
You get arrested for some bullshit reason.
it doesn't matter. Okay. You're now saying, well, the violent pedophiles need to be killed. Violent pedophiles, like someone needs to be killed immediately.
Somebody's got to die.
These people are convicted felons who literally did their time, okay? In every sense of the word, they should have access to everything that society offers. Everything.
Okay, I forgot where I died. Where are you? Can you? Oh. Chill. Where'd you go? Don't bite me. It's a blighter.
And then immediately goes, what if it was your kid? This is just a substitute.
Got him.
You're saying if I personalize the crime, you will
Oh, gosh.
operate in a more selfish way. Okay? You're just basically reporting that if something happens to you as an individual, you are going to let go of your convictions. Okay? That's all you're telling me.
Hey, what did I drop
You're
anyway? A bunch of
describing that
quartz?
level
We can just get that back.
Of self-interest to me. Okay?
Convicted felons for alleged illegal voting in the 2020 election. The arrests were part of the far-reaching crackdown by Ron DeSantis on supposed voter fraud. CNN's Lil Santiago is live in Miami for us. What's going on here, Larry?
What's going on here?
Well, John, I've actually spoken to two of the individuals who were arrested as part of this crackdown. They told me they thought that they were voting illegally. They had no intention of doing anything illegal. They thought they could vote because the
Nearby
state
opening.
issued them a voter ID card. Now, Governor Ron DeSantis
Fossilized
has called this
remains.
crackdown and publicly portrayed it as a sort of justice
here.
to ensure election security. But his critics...
Man, elections are so
Whoa,
secure.
what is
more secure
this?
than ever before. Imagine duping 1.2 million
What is
people,
that?
okay, into thinking that
Is that
they
a
have
baby
the right
amp
to vote.
eel?
Imagine the state offering them fucking, putting them on voter ballots
Hello?
or voter rolls, and then offering
What
them
are you? Are you
the
gonna
voter
attack me?
registration forms and cards, and only getting 20 people. He tried to
River
entrap
Prowler.
millions and only got 20, and he's like, man, what a fucking gigantic W this was.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Crazy. Now, there might be more people.
Oh.
by the way. There might
Oh
be
my
more
god.
people
Oh my gosh.
cast under this.
Run away. Run away.
This incredibly insidious, awful, demon-like.
Oh, and there's that thing. Okay, let's get out of here.
People on top. Okay. They should not
Say
be
we.
arrested
Oh my
for
gosh.
it. They
We're
should
running
not
out of
be
oxygen again.
arrested for illegal or financial
Oh, it's because we're so deep, isn't it?
Okay. It is completely abhorrent behavior. It's
Okay.
political posturing and
Let's get
fear,
back.
and he's
Yeah,
playing
below
with life
500
once again.
meters.
calling this a political
forgot.
stunt.
It is a political stunt.
Ma'am, we have a warrant for your arrest.
Oh my god.
Newly obtained
I'm gonna
police body
make it
camera
this
video shows
time,
10
but
police officers arresting Ramona Oliver for allegedly voting illegally in the 2020 election.
All right. So I know you're going on
2020.
but unfortunately that's how this stuff works. Okay.
I'm like, what the hell? Okay.
Okay.
Voted, but I ain't found commit no fraud.
Well, so that's the thing. I don't know exactly what happened with it, but you do have a warrant. That's what I'm for.
The videos, first reported by the Tampa Bay Times, provide a fresh glimpse into a far-reaching state operation in August to crack down on supposed voter fraud.
the state of Florida has charged and is in the process of arresting 20 individuals across the state.
Okay, looks like we have plenty of courts.
The most transparent political stunts. Is he really just banking on the hog being that stupid and hateful? Yes. There is a room full of fucking hogs and hogalinas that are clapping at him. So yes.
Oh, hello.
The answer, unfortunately and sadly, is yes. They are that fucking stupid. And yes, they are that fucking hateful. And yes, they do look at something like this and never think of the consequences. They never think of how this might impact them. There are probably people that
eventually it might impact them.
have done voter fraud themselves and under the same exact category. People are that stupid.
But they're not even
Especially
thinking
Americans.
about
Goddamn, I gotta pee.
These folks voted illegally in this case, and there's going to be other grounds for other prosecutions in the future. They are disqualified from voting because they've been convicted of either murder or sexual assault.
Oliver is a convicted felon. She served 20 years in state prison for second-degree murder, according to her attorney, Mark Rankin. Her attorney told CNN Oliver was approached at a bus stop one day on the way to work by someone registering voters, and she told him she was a felon. Rankin says the person then told Oliver that she could fill out the form, and if she was eligible, she would get a voter registration card. He says Oliver later received a voter registration card in the mail, and therefore thought she was eligible to vote.
I got out. God told me that I was leaving here to go vote for whatever I got on my tax.
Is this in a cave?
Okay, yeah, like I said, I don't know what happened. All I know is that you have a warrant. And all it does is say, you have a warrant and I gotta go arrest you.
Her attorney says, quote, she served her time and got out, and she got out around the time that Amendment 4 was passed, which affected the rights of felons to vote. The understanding was that felons had their rights restored. Oliver pleaded not guilty to the illegal voting charge and has a trial set for December. These were the first arrests by Governor Ron DeSantis' newly formed Florida Office of Election Crimes and Security, which was an agency created.
You know what's really funny? Someone just said 53 Russians are watching in the chat right now. I feel like
what if we take
this is one of those things that if like they did it in Russia, and they do shit like this in Russia all the time, American media across the board, including Fox News and all the right-wing media, would be like, look at what they're doing in Russia. Absolutely unacceptable behavior from the cold Kremlin autocratic government. You know?
Gosh.
Residents in the villages who voted twice were asked to take a civics class, by the way. Of course, rich Republicans.
To probe alleged voting irregularities. Almost immediately after the charges were filed, questions surfaced about whether the individual knew they were violating the law by voting. CNN affiliate WPLD spoke to one of the individuals arrested, Ronald Miller.
That was an Ambil attack.
It's not like you're charging them and arresting them for doing something fun either. You just fucking vote.
Oh,
like, can you imagine? It's
that
something that we're trying to. In a normal country,
okay, I just have to look up where to get aerogel. Subnautica aerogel. Oh, well, that video is over anyways.
Hello everybody, what's going on? In on a Coral 2 can spawn egg, and I'm doing this a little bit. Just hop in your sea moth up to make this a little bit faster.
There you go, like north, northwest. Yeah.
In the source reef, so.
Oh, they're going southwest. Oh.
So a reinforced dive suit and a couple other stuff. Like you just want plants and stuff. Now across the cave walls, there are a lot of rupees. So there aren't any in a specific location, but you can backtrack a little bit. Come over to this area, and there should be extra gel sacks along here. You might need to do a little bit of oh, there's a time capsule. How convenient. Well, yeah, you might need to do here. There's some over here. You can find some basically around this entire area, which is pretty nice. And
okay. Gel sacks.
Hey gamers, it's Wintermeat here from Mead to build aerogels, which are needed for the prawn suit. Grow them in these external grow bed.
Yes.
But you want to strike these things twice to get 2 seeds. And then if you hit it a 3rd time, the gel sack will disappear. So what you can do is you just pick it.
Oh man.
Go into your inventory.
Well, how did I get gel sack seeds, but no gel sacks?
Now you can just open up the grow, and now you can hit it. So it's kind of a cheat, and you wait some time, and you'll be able to gel sack to kind of build a giant farm with mine. But to get your bearings, you're hiding an island just to the right of that. And then you have a compass. It's kind of in between south and southwest is where we're heading, and we're heading about 1,000 meters.
Lost River.
Now you don't need the sea moth for this. You can do this with the sea glide. And meters this way.
Going south to southwest.
Seeing these depth of 300. And you'll go by this wreck here.
Okay.
So here we are. I'll put up the exact coordinates if you want them. Now, as I said before...
Okay, well, looks like I'm in the wrong place, but something. Did find something down here. Yeah, why don't we look through this lost river while we're here? Right? Actually, yeah, let's take the seam off. Herschel Walker doesn't understand how time works. Ooh, just like Kanye.
All right, let's.
Yeah, what's up with conservative black dudes with some kind of brain damage? Not understanding how time works.
Checking out the Herschel Walker
there's a pattern
campaign.
here.
Herschel Walker is the Republican Senate candidate in Georgia. Herschel Walker knows very little about anything.
I like this music
he had a debate, last week during which he flashed a fake badge.
Lost River
claims
music.
to be a police officer. He claims to have trained with the FBI. He was credibly accused of paying for an ex-girlfriend's abortion and urging her to have a second
Welcome
abortion,
aboard,
despite
Captain.
claiming to be vehemently pro-life, against abortion.
Yeah, while I'm
abortion is
right
murder, no exceptions
here
whatsoever.
at the entrance to the Lost River, why don't we try to...
We are continuing to follow the breakdown of any semblance
there
of
was
truth and
that,
reality from Herschel Walker. So let's
Ghost
go
Leviathan
piece
there.
by piece.
Oh,
First and
goddammit.
foremost, he was interviewed. Herschel Walker was interviewed by NBC News.
Yeah,
And
that's
in
right.
this NBC News interview, he continues to claim, no, I never paid for anyone's abortion. And the explanation that he gives in this clip suggests either he doesn't know how many or which children he has. Okay, that's possible.
How
or
many children
you have to believe in
do you
time
have?
travel for this explanation to make
Oh.
sense. So let me set it up for you. Herschel Walker's new denial is, okay, fine.
Now I'm
I
interested.
do know the woman who says I paid for her to get an abortion. After
You enjoy
urging
the
her
little
to get
time
it.
travel story.
I did send her a $700 check, but I sent her the $700 check for the child we have together. The only problem is the check was sent years before that child was born.
Yeah.
So is it a case of time travel? Did Herschel Walker travel back in time to give her the money for a kid that would be born years later?
Maybe he did.
I don't know. Take a listen.
This is still alive because she's the mother of my child. So you're going to see me a check or somebody giving a check. So that
It's gonna get brighter.
Do you know what the $700 check
I have
is
no
for?
idea what that can be for.
Is that your signature on the
oh,
check, though?
Let me see. It could be. It may not matter whether it's my
is this
signature
gonna
or not.
poison me?
It's just my check.
Yep.
Hello.
Okay. So yes, it's my signature.
Yep.
Yes, I sent
Hey,
$700
gel
to
sack.
this woman. Yes,
Oh
I
my
do know
gosh.
the woman, despite previously playing dumb about it until you no longer could because she's the mother of one of your children. The money was because we have a
Nice.
child together. But that child did not exist
Dun-dun-dun.
at the time that he sent the $700 check. Now, in Herschel
Nice.
Walker's defense,
Me
if
boy.
I understand the timeline, he did have a
And
different
molded.
kid with a different woman that very same year.
Okay.
It's possible that he's confused about which
There
woman
are
he
gel
sent the
sacks around
$700.
here.
I don't know.
Then
The other possibility
can
is that
stick around
Walker is
here.
confusing children that he has. I just don't know. And it is quite stunning how many media outlets continue to accept these bogus explanations without doing the just fundamental math. It's not even really math, it's just understanding time. And that time moves forward as far as we understand it right now. And that the timing completely debunks these completely bogus stories. And unfortunately, almost everybody is kind of treating him with kid gloves on this. Even during the debate last week with Raphael Warnock, as I told you, one of the worst moderated debates I've ever seen. The moderators not pressing at all. Just, oh, the story's untrue? All right, well, he says it's untrue. Well, but hold on a second.
Ooh, look at
Is
that.
the woman
Oh
in
my
question
gosh.
the mother of one of your children? Well, yeah.
The big
so you
skull.
do know, yes. And you were dating her at the time that she claims you paid for her abortion. Well, yeah, I guess I was. And is it possible
That
that she became
Leviathan
pregnant due to someone else's doing? Well,
creature.
no. They could easily break this down and get to the bottom of it very, very quickly. But they continue to treat him with kid gloves, and it is abundantly clear at this point that he is lying. I've seen several people in my life try to quit smoking or vaping, and quitting has so many benefits, but it does require a strategy. And our sponsor, Fume, is a one-of-a-kind inhaler that can help you quit smoking as a replacement for the hand-to-mouth habit of smoking. There is no smoke, there is no vapor, and there's no nicotine. Fume
Okay,
is
let's
just
go
a
get some
small
oxygen.
inhaler,
We can't be too
handcrafted
careful
from wood.
with that.
It uses cores infused with fresh aromatic plant oils for you to taste and enjoy instead of a nasty cigarette or a vape. You can use Fume while flying, which is a big plus because there's no smoke, no vapor, no nicotine. Fume has flavors like peppermint and conker with a powerful minty sensation to simulate the menthol cigarettes. They have other flavors like cozy chai, I love chai myself, and lemon berry bliss for a sweeter experience. Fume has helped thousands of people quit, people who have tried everything else. Read the reviews. We talked to the fume team.
Ooh, it's
They're very
food.
proud
So not
of
eat
the
it.
lives that they've impacted.
No.
Throw out the cigarettes, get rid of the vapes,
It's
head
too
over
valuable to eat. There it is, aerogel, light porous dried
use the
gel,
code Pac-Man
high
to get
heat
10%
insulation.
off your entire order. The link is down
Nice.
below.
Tulsi Gabbard campaigning for Carrie Lake. Let's see.
All right, so one more sort of Carrie Lake story, but it's also a Tulsi Gabbard story. I don't know that I have to rehash the entire story, but Tulsi Gabbard is a former Democratic congresswoman. She ran for president back in 2020 for the Democratic primary.
noise?
And at the time, I told you,
Jeez, this place is creepy.
this is not really a leftist. This is a grifter. This is not an interesting candidate. She's not bringing interesting ideas. She's just bamboozling people.
Keep an eye
And
out
many
for
of my
some
audience
gel
said that,
sacks.
some did not, and they said, Tulsi's the last real liberal. She's truly the anti-war candidate. She's truly this, that, the other. Okay.
Oh, sure. Look how that turned
Obviously
out.
untrue. Cut to last week, Tulsi says, I'm no longer a Democrat. And in her speech leaving the Democratic Party, she lists a whole bunch of different conspiracy theories, anti-white racism, wokeism, an elitist cabal that's in control. It's like, it's almost like QAnon stuff. But she's an independent now. She's a centrist, and she's taking blah, 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 blah.
Oh, wow. This
Who was she
music.
campaigning for last night? Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake.
Okay.
Tulsi Gabbard,
Hold on a minute.
widely promoted as showing up in support of Carrie Lake, one of the most extreme candidates running in 2022 who has a chance to win. I will tell you a little bit about that in a moment, but here are Tulsi and Carrie throwing bouquets at each other.
I am so blown away. They said we have a good crowd tonight. This is a massive. I feel like a rock star up here, Tulsi. You are a rock star, Carrie. And you know what's amazing? The young Republicans are not just the future, they are the Republican Party, the new Republican Party. Wow. I gotta thank Austin.
Yeah. Tulsi Gabbard, who wants us to believe that she is no longer part of the Democratic Party, but she's still a centrist. She still holds many progressive or at least left-leaning values, and she sees the good of both sides and all this stuff. One of her first acts as an independent, having left defiantly and because of her principles and values, left the Democratic Party. One of her first acts is to show up in support of Carrie Lake, who led anti-mask rallies. Anti-mask. Masks, guys. Told a group of Republican retirees she was preemptively, prophylactically taking hydroxychloroquine to avoid getting COVID-19. That's something Carrie Lake said to people. Carrie Lake said that if she becomes governor, she will work to have hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin produced in Arizona to make it easier to get people those life-saving COVID drugs, which of course don't do anything to help when you have COVID, as demonstrated by actual medical trials. She accused Joe Biden and Democrats of having a, quote, demonic agenda. She's doing the demonic stuff. And Tulsi goes, now that I'm a clear-thinking independent, I'm going to go and support Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake expressed support for banning both surgical and medication abortions outright in Arizona. And of course,
we only have this battery at 8%, so
has been a leading voice.
Let's just take a peek. Hey, there it is.
Trump won the 2020 election when he very clearly and obviously lost. Carrie Lake is a disgusting ideologue and extremist reactionary.
It's just
and now that Tulsi Gabbard is seeing the world more clearly because she's no longer part of the Democratic Party.
Rubies. That shit
she
too.
chooses to go and say, here's who I'm supporting.
Aerogel.
Carrie Lake. Absolutely disgusting, and I've been hearing from dozens of our viewers over the last week since Tulsi.
What is that noise?
Dozens of our viewers saying, David,
It's the
I
ghost.
fell for it.
Oh, there it is.
And
Oh,
I
gosh.
feel so stupid now. It was so obvious, guys. Tulsi Gabbard was not what she claimed to be, and now she's campaigning for Carrie Lake. We'll have these clips, by the way, that I played on our Instagram, which you can find by searching Instagram for David Packard Show. Our sponsor, Magic Spoon, is the breakfast cereal that tastes amazing, but without the sugar, carbs, and the crazy.
Amazing.
Magic
Oh,
Spoon
God.
has taken your favorite childhood cereals and brilliantly transformed them into something you can feel good about eating, because each serving
what if
has
we just go
0
back?
grams of sugar, under 5 net carbs,
Yeah.
and is packed with 13 grams of protein, so it'll work for keto and low carb, but it's really perfect for anyone who wants
We need
a
more
occasional
batteries.
sweet, crunchy treat without the sugar. Their portfolio of 8+ unique, delicious flavors.
Maybe we can
allow
make
you
the
to get bored.
depth
My favorite is maple
mod
waffle.
for
They've got the classics like cocoa,
little boy
ruby
over here.
frosted, also
Next.
cinnamon roll, blueberry muffin.
The next
Our entire
mark.
team has been eating Magic Spoon for years. We love it. But if you don't, we'll
Magic
send you all
Spoon.
your money back. It's really easy.
Yummy.
Magic Spoon has been supporting the David Packard Show.
we are in
for
the
a long
Blood
time.
Kelp Forest.
They always give my audience $5 off when you go to magicspoon.com/Packman. And use the code Packman. The link is down below.
The Blood Kelp Zone. Oh. All systems online.
This is how CBS News covered the existence of gay people in 1967.
The homosexuals.
The homosexual.
Mike Wallace. There is a growing concern about homosexuals in society. About their
Of course.
visibility. This man is 27, college educated. He was unable to hold a job because of his inability to contain his homosexual inclinations.
Okay, that is a
His
big
fetishes.
from me, from the wildly homophobic language, the fact that this man's identity was concealed by
Hey,
placing
there
him
it is.
behind a plant. To the title, The Homosexuals. Sounds less like the name of a news reporter, more like how your grandpa refers to the Fab Five. Specifically, we're going to talk about transgender rights.
Now I can make a prawn suit with that.
Years ago, and the good news is that since then, more people do seem
Alright. Okay. Let's just go back home now.
undoubtedly noticed in the past few years,
What?
some on the right have truly lost their minds about trans rights, perhaps best encapsulated by their favourite new joke.
My name is J.R. Majewski.
Alright, why don't we put a beacon here?
Ass kicker. My pronouns, conservative. Patriot.
I'd like to declare something.
My pronouns are conservative.
My pronouns are USA. How about it?
Sure. How about it, huh?
My pronoun is kiss my ass.
I do not like that man, Ted Cruz. I do not like his shitty views. I do not like him saying ass.
I will not
do not like him
kill you,
serving
kiss your
sex.
ass.
I do not like him in a seat. I do not like him holding meat. I do not like him when he's
Holding
smooching.
meat?
I do not like him with Mnuchin. I hate his stupid pronoun bits. That man, Ted Cruz, is full of shit. But look,
Okay, Beacon 9 is the Blood River, or the, what is it, the Ghost River? Oh man, why isn't there a map in here? You should be able to like build a map or something.
And frustratingly, there are many on the left who seem at best reluctant to engage on this issue and at worst outright hostile to it, either complaining about pronoun police or arguing that this issue will cost Democrats elections.
If you go to the middle of the country, people would say, if your conversation during a presidential election is about some guy wearing a dress and whether he, she, or it can go to and go to the locker room with their daughter, that's not a winning formula for most people.
Wow. It. Michael Bloomberg could fuck all the way off with that shit, but also, while this precise billionaire is clearly good at a lot of things, like making money and end of list, maybe don't take advice on a winning formula elections from a man who spent over $1 billion of his own money to lose a presidential bid in just 14 weeks. But set aside the notion that it is worth sacrificing protections for a vulnerable group to chase a winning
What if he goes silent?
Then it's not actually the left talking about trans rights.
The ghosts attacked me, right? The ghosts attacked the sub. Pretty sure that's what took down my last sub.
Allowed them to have real calamitous impact on people's lives. A few years ago, Vice profiled a girl named Carl.
We are in Blood Kelp. This is Blood Kelp 2. Does that mean there's another Blood Kelp force
She
somewhere?
remembers something that changes her mood.
Mama says I might grow up to be the president.
Yeah? What would you change about the world if you were president?
Let trans people be free and go to the bathroom they want to go to.
Be free.
Are you able to use the girls' bathroom at school?
No. And now they just put security guards up for the bathroom security or whatever.
Oh no.
Oh, I hate that.
That is brutal. It is so dark, it's genuinely hard to watch.
Yeah,
It would also,
that's
coincidentally, be a pretty accurate tagline
depressing.
for House of the Dragon. But the point is, given
Oh,
what is
yeah.
at stake here,
That's
tonight,
kinda
let's
depressing.
talk about the latest round of attacks on trans rights, where it's coming from and what it's doing. And
Now we're
before
in
we begin,
underwater
we're going to be taking
islands.
the arguments behind a lot of these anti-trans bills seriously because of what they're doing, but not sincerely. Because so often, they seem to be based more on political calculation than what is actually happening. A pretty good example of this is that in recent years, 18 states have passed laws aimed at protecting youth sports. And South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem even made her state's bill a centerpiece of a campaign act.
In South Dakota,
Got it.
girls play girls sports. Why? Because of Governor Kristi Noem's leadership. Noem has been protecting girls sports for years and never
Girls
backed
sports.
down. Now,
Sure.
Governor Noem has a bill that will give South Dakota the strongest law in the nation protecting female sports. Doing the work, delivering
Female
results.
sports.
Governor
That's
Kristi
kind of a
Noem.
weird thing to
If
say.
you time traveled here from the past and the first thing you saw was this ad, you would think two things. One, wow, the campaign centers around youth sports. I guess literally every other problem in America has been solved. And two, she is not pulling off that
Must
cowboy
have,
hat. And you would be right, but only about the hat part. People like Noem love stoking fear over the spectre of trans athletes, girls specifically, having an unfair advantage and taking away scholarship opportunities. But there are vanishingly few examples nationwide of trans athletes attempting to compete at all. And in Noem state specifically, the head of their high school sports association could name exactly one transgender female athlete who competed and who graduated several years ago. So there are more athletes in this shot from Noem's ad than there are
Alright, we
trans
need
girls
batteries for
competing in
the
South Dakota
thing.
schools. But even
Yeah, let's go back. Let's just go.
would still obviously be wrong, and it would still be
We'll
bleak
come back.
if state legislatures were getting involved in decisions that are usually made by organisations governing the sports in question. And it is worth knowing, even at the elite level, conversations around this aren't being handled with flat-out bans. The IOC, has announced that it will set rules on a sport-by-sport basis, but working on the general principle that no athletes should be excluded from competition on the assumption of an advantage due to their gender. And it is pretty remarkable that a trans athlete could theoretically compete in the Olympics, but not in South Dakota under-12 soccer.
Got him.
A sport that genuinely only exists to obliterate parents' weekends. And states' blunt force approach has led to absurd situations like that of Mac Beggs, who, as a Texas high schooler, wanted to wrestle boys, but was forced by state rules to wrestle girls. When he won a state championship, lawmakers tried to pass a law that would have made it impossible for athletes like him to compete, period, which is obviously absurd because, as one of the wrestlers that Mac actually defeated pointed out, none of these people seem to think through the reality of Mac's situation.
Yeah, that would mean,
someone will change their entire gender just so they will
that actually means that the trans person has the advantage there.
That's not how it works.
Right. This obviously wasn't an effort to cheat. Kids aren't plotting big, deceitful school sports
This is all.
just to get what they want.
All these laws are made for like trans women, but what if a trans man, a trans boy,
a lot of it's been
a former female, or former male?
As we discussed in February, we're using it as a wedge issue to promote school choice. In fact,
a female taking male hormones wants to compete with regular females who haven't taken the hormones then, like,
series. I just started it. Is to take that same.
And the trans person actually is at the advantage there.
With critical race theory, but now taking a look at gender ideology. What's happening right now is parents are feeling that. They're feeling the, oof, this is kind of weird, I'm kind of uncomfortable with this, but I'm scared to speak out. And so what we have to do is we have to give them the kind of
they're scared to speak out because, their views are shit.
Justification or validation or substantiation of their concerns.
Must be so hard for you.
The kind of thing they're teaching in schools. And then we have to give them the language where they can speak about it with confidence, they can speak about it directly, and they can speak about it with the...
So they can be transphobic openly,
that it's going to take to say, hey, wait a minute, we have to stop this.
Yeah, he's basically...
Okay, diamond, enameled glass, plasteel ingot 2, okay.
Like, for instance, that he's a fear-mongering troll who looks like what would
Oh
happen...
no, do I have enough titanium? Enameled glass, diamond, lead...
in how he tries to influence public opinion. Rufo suggested branding the discussion of trans issues under the umbrella of radical gender theory. And he tweeted out that conservatives should start using the phrase trans stripper in lieu of drag queen. It has a more lurid set of connotations and shifts the debate to sexualization. And sure, anything can have a more lurid and sexual set of connotations if you just rename it. Skyjizz, there, much worse. Immersion blender, soup vibrator, spaghetti sauce,
soup
noodle.
vibrator.
See if this works on anything. But in the conservative playbook, that tactic is a really big one, linking discussion of gender identity to sexual predation and teachers grooming students. A related tactic is arguing that the rise in kids identifying as trans is social contagion. It's just a mass delusion, a trendy fad that is rapidly spreading among young people. Just listen to Abigail Schreier, a vocal proponent of that theory, laying all of this out.
If you want to see brainwash, check out these young teenagers who suddenly decide they're transgender. They immediately cut off their families. They very often drop out of school. They are very often
maybe
using drugs, and they are creating.
Maybe they should be able to do that.
So healthy, so built around sexuality, and
what was that
they
noise?
lose all their hobbies. Their only hobby is being transgender.
Only that's usually not true.
Claim that trans kids lose all their hobbies. Because I will point out that when they
not a thing.
School sports, for example, a bunch of asshole adults try to keep them from doing it.
Maybe they would have hobbies if you would let them.
Which is total horseshit. It comes from a study published by a researcher in 2018 hypothesizing that some kids identify as trans due to peer pressure. But it's worth knowing that study was based on a survey of parents, not actual trans kids, and it targeted parents from organizations dedicated to opposing trans ideology, which is instantly disqualifying.
I left.
It's like citing a study claiming that all postal workers are terrifying heretics sent to attack your family, but then learning that the researchers only surveyed a collection of anxious dogs.
Beacon.
That's some heavy sampling bias that clearly skewed your results. And to be very clear, there is ample evidence of gender variance throughout human history. And as far back as historians have found evidence of trans people, they found trans children. As for the rapid rise in kids identifying as trans, as the writer Julia Serrano...
Oh man, I thought I could rename the beacons. I guess I have to do it at the beacon.
When we stopped forcing kids to write with their right hand, and then a plateau. That doesn't mean everyone became left-handed, or that there was a rapid onset southpaw dysphoria. It means people were free to be who they fucking were. And to the extent that some young people are just exploring their gender identity, how exactly is that a bad thing? Who the fuck are they hurting? Watching the conversation around this, it is hard not to feel like, to the extent that there is any social contagion here, it is among adults.
It's the transphobia. That's the...
They can find themselves repeating some humiliating nonsense. Perhaps the stupidest of which is...
They have plenty of power cells now.
Children's gender identity has led to.
Okay, I know where to get some titanium.
Recently said that
that a student identified as a cat and wanted a litter box.
Here it
They
comes.
think they're a cat. A cat. They put tails on and they demand that they have a litter box in the school.
We've literally got kids who think they're cats and dogs.
Do we have outdoor grow beds? I guess not.
I'm still hearing from students and parents, they believe there is a litter box in that school. And when everybody will turn the other cheek to allegations, a rumor is just a rumor until it becomes true.
The fact you seem to genuinely think that that's happening is just heartbreakingly stupid. Because when you think about it for literally 2 seconds, the whole thing falls apart. For one, if kids were using litter boxes in class, a state representative from Minnesota would not be the one breaking that news to you. You would have fucking heard about it. If a kid shat in a litter box in first period, it would be the only thing anyone in that state was talking about by lunch. Minnesota would change its state motto to Minnesota, you know, the state where that kid shit in a litter box. And notably, young people are
Hey, look, we have a cuttlefish now. Pick up cuttlefish. Oh, can I eat him? A curious species hatched from an egg in an alien containment.
Who I am and what I can do. Grow
Okay,
up.
oh right, we gotta scan
I'm
him.
not worried about a
Look at him, he's so
transfer I'm
cute.
worried about if I'm gonna fail Spanish in my next class. I have used these bathrooms repeatedly alongside trans people and have never once felt threatened. You know who I have felt threatened by? The actions of this
Trans
school board.
folks. Hello, you.
Gardner and the state of Kansas
Okay.
for lack of knowledge in sex and gender.
Small gray-colored herbivore, cuttlefish displays high levels of intelligence, curiosity, and attachment. Aww. Strangely, this species had not been encountered in the wild, and the scanned specimen had to be artificially hatched within an alien containment unit. Yeah, it's weird. I found the egg. Where did I even find the egg? Oh man.
I don't know. I'll be dead soon. So much.
I mean, I found it like in the wild, didn't I? In the absence of the wild specimens, though it can be known for certain about the cuttlefish's lifestyle, it is possible that environmental conditions have changed, forcing the species to the edge of extinction, leaving its eggs in permanent stasis. Ah, that's why. It is also possible the cuttlefish had been genetically altered or even imported to 456b from another world. Ooh, maybe the aliens brought him there.
I want you to cut my fingers off. The
Behavior.
Say, You've got some
Oh, they do kind of look like the
psychiatrist. If the same child walks into
warpers, maybe?
I want you to cut my fingers out. The doctor would say, that
tentacles. We do know that the cuttlefish is an herbivore, which displays highly social behavior in its interspecies interactions.
Let's get this young lady over to the
As was observed in Earth dolphins before their extinction. Oh no, the dolphins are dead. No, that's sad. This creature seems to understand the concept of other minds, the prime indicator of true sentience. That's the theory of mind. Yeah, that's a big thing. Attempts to communicate with a series of chirps and chirrups. Chirrups and chirps. Evidence suggests the cuttlefish, it's cuttlefish, not cuttle, is capable of understanding and following simple commands, in addition to assessing the emotional state of individuals around it and responding in kinds. Emotional connection between living creatures is an essential component of psychological health. Yeah. He's saying, I need a friend. Okay. I get it. Okay. Let's plant some stuff now. There should be a external grow pod that I can build, but well, what if I have multiple fish of the same species? Will they breed? You gotta find another cuttlefish.
For others, the effect is anticipated to be reversible if the medication is discontinued, but there is definitely an informed decision to be made there. And you will notice that none of what I've mentioned so far is surgery, but when it does come to that, some teens may be eligible, for instance, for top surgery or chest masculinization. But you should know, not only is that pretty rare, it, like all of this, will only happen after a teen...
And not as rare as, like, genital alteration
surgery.
surgery.
And their patient's parent or guardian, all of whom would have to sign off. It is a long, involved process, even before you get to the fact that it's also incredibly expensive, which is why working class families, families of colour, and people with less resources are way less able to access it. Basically, no kid is casually dropping into an operating room because they just decided to get their uterus removed.
Yeah, that's not a thing.
Normally associated with getting bangs, because that is an absolutely ridiculous thing to say. And the very notion that the state would suddenly interfere in any of this is understandably infuriating for both trans kids and their parents. Just watch this mom in Arkansas, where legislators were banning, among other things, hormone therapy for young people. Describe what it did for her son, who suffered from severe depression before transitioning.
I'd say like a month to 2 months in, I started seeing that kid come out of his shell, talk to us more, laugh.
What did that feel like?
It was like, that's it. this has been.
Yeah, of course it's good for their mental health. Transition.
There's no reason why you should be butting into my care for my child. What do you want to say to these legislators?
Who are they to decide that they're
Transitioning isn't taking your kid away from you. In some cases, it can be giving you your kid back. This is
who are they to decide like how other people raise their children, right?
This isn't Pigpen. And by the way, do you need help, Pigpen? Blink your filthy eyes if you need help, Pigpen. So the benefits of providing care are immense, and the risks of withholding it are dire. A survey of around 28,000 trans people found that of those who wanted hormone therapy and didn't receive it, 58% reported suicidal thought in a given year, which is why the three major professional associations of child and adolescent doctors, psychologists, and psychiatrists have endorsed gender-affirming care and condemned efforts to deny it. And you may have seen or heard from a small subset of people who detransitioned. But it is worth knowing such cases are rare and highly individualized. Studies show an average of just 2% of people who transition express regret, and that the vast majority of those who have opted to detransition did so not because of changes in their gender identity, but due to external factors such as stigma and lack of social support. And look, I could keep reading you stats and studies. I do, after all, love doing that. Or I could just let you watch this board talk about what it felt like to have someone actually see him for who he was.
Okay, let's take the C mod, because that'll be faster. It's actually faster than the Cyclops. Okay, base number 3 over.
Thank you, sir. And I was like, oh yeah, that. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
This little thing. Little thing.
There
sir
it is.
put words to how I was feeling, and I was like, oh yeah, that felt nice.
Yeah, that's incredible. For some, a haircut is just a routine activity where you go to your barber, ask for the business in the front, business in the back, and leave. But for a trans kid, it can be a life-changing experience. That boy is currently suing his state's AG in a trial that starts tomorrow. And he is not the only trans kid who's found himself forced to become an activist. Remember Kai from earlier? She's now 11 years old, and she went to the Texas state legislature last year to speak out against bills that would ban doctors and parents from providing gender-affirming care to young people. And she fucking crushed it there.
Hello, my name is Kai Shapley. I love ballet, math, science, and geology. I spend my free time with my cats, chickens, FaceTiming my friends, and dreaming of when I will finally meet Dolly Parton. I do not like spending my free time asking adults to make good choices. It makes me sad that some politicians use trans kids like me to get votes from people who hate me just because I exist. God made me. God loves me for who I am, and God does not make mistakes.
She's awesome, right? I wholeheartedly agree with almost everything she says there, though in the interest of fairness, God does make mistakes. If he didn't, how would you explain goblin sharks? I mean, just look at this fucking guy. He looks like an eel wearing a shark costume that doesn't quite fit. A sick eel. Look at this mess. He looks like he's going, If God doesn't make mistakes, how do you justify the existence of this stupid creep who looks like a child tried to draw a xenomorph from memory? Again, I support Kai with my whole heart, but to say God doesn't make mistakes is just not true, Kai. He does, and they look like this. And look, I am glad that Kai is advocating for herself, but if a child has to be an activist, we have already failed that child. Because she should just get to be a kid and enjoy her life. And I'm actually glad that you got to hear her talk about ballet and FaceTime and Dolly Parton. Because there is something that too often gets left out of these stories, and that is joy. While opponents of trans rights will say that these kids are either a menace or brainwashed, their defenders will often gravitate towards the same sad statistics that I've shown you tonight of depression and suicide. And while that is understandable on one level, it's the most devastating harm that can be inflicted by these bills, it's clearly not the whole story, which is that when supported, trans kids can experience full, vibrant lives because trans people are not by default unhappier or more prone to suffering than everyone else. That is something that we are putting on them. As that boy that you just saw, who is suing his state AG, will point out, he has got other teenage boy stuff going on too.
I'm 15, I shouldn't have to do this. I shouldn't have to sue the state of Arkansas because they are trying to tell me how I can and can't live. I have my collection of hats and my trans flag that I got for Christmas.
This soft-spoken teenager is more comfortable in his bedroom.
He's a bearded dragon. Come here.
Surrounded by his fish and bearded dragon lizards.
And so he's got a missing foot and a crooked tail. And you know, he needed an extra bit of love.
Right. Dylan should get to be a kid and spend his time with his collection of hats and feeding his bearded dragons whatever the fuck it is that bearded dragons eat. I wouldn't know, I've never owned a bearded dragon, although I would probably get along great with that one because I too am a love-starved pale creature with a lopsided ass. All the kids we've seen tonight shouldn't need to be activists. They should get to dress how they want, go to the right bathroom for them, and play the sports they want to play. Remember Mac? When he got to college, he was placed on the men's wrestling team. And just look at how happy that made him.
All I ever wanted to do was wrestle men. And now that I am, It's freaking dope. It's freaking dope.
Yeah, it is freaking dope. You see that joy in his face? Hold that in your mind going forward, not because the road ahead isn't rough, but because, as the trans actress Michaela J. Rodriguez points out, it is important not to lose sight of what is at the end of it.
When it comes to legislatives and laws being passed, we have to constantly stay diligent and make sure that they don't get passed and call up as much as we can. But I think also, while doing so, we have to live our lives and show people how happy we are. We can't live in the sorrow, though there is many struggles when it comes to us. In the times of adversity and in the times of despair, I choose hope and joy, and I let those shower all over those haters and people who don't see it fit for us. And it usually wins. It has won.
Exactly. Hope and joy are crucial here. They are the fuel that powers the ongoing fight for equality. And while there is a lot of fear and uncertainty right now, it is worth remembering that progress, while not always linear, is always possible. Because we are working toward the goal of every trans kid knowing that they are loved, valued, and indispensable as Dolly Parton-loving, weird pet-owning, freaking dope individuals. And never, ever going back to a point where anyone feels that if they appear on TV, they have to hide behind a fucking plant.
Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. Only a couple of years ago, China was on the path to overtaking the United States and becoming the world's largest economy. In 2014, many were speculating that this could happen as soon as 2024. Dubbed by many as an economic miracle, China grew from a third world country to a global superpower in just a matter of a few decades. Few could foresee the effects that the economic reform in the late 1970s would have on the developing country. Soon, the lists of the largest companies in the world began to feature more and more Chinese enterprises. Globally, the country was one of the most important trade partners, fueling globalization on a scale never seen before, and with that power came influence. Fast forward a few years, and China finds itself in a myriad of problems, both economic and political. A catastrophic zero-COVID policy, real estate debt crisis, external infrastructure issues, internal debt issues, a mini revolt of the youth, and the slowing down of the economy are just some of the things that have been plaguing the nation recently. The results of these issues threaten the very power structures of the country. So how did China get here, and what are the consequences for the country and the world as a whole? So get comfortable, buckle up, and get ready for a wild ride.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
Let's begin by understanding the most talked about issue, the real estate bubble. The main growth, both for the Chinese economy as well as the housing market, began in 1979 with economic reform. From here, China opened up to the rest of the world. Massive civilian migration from rural locations to main city hubs ensued as people looked to improve their quality of life.
Hundreds of millions of sons, and particularly daughters, of Chinese farmers who moved from the farm where they were earning really the same as they were earning 1,000 years ago in Chinese history. Absolute subsistence wages. They traveled 4 or 5 hours to the local city, and there they began working in the big factories, the workshop of the world.
Due to that, in 4 decades, China went from a mostly rural population to a country where 2/3 of the entire population lives in major city hubs. On top of relocations, a cultural element also boosted the sales of housing. Owning real estate was considered a source of financial stability for a family, as well as a prerequisite for marriage.
As a result of the one-child policy and the Chinese preferring male heirs, there are 35 million more men than women in China. That creates intense competition for brides, with men often having to prove their material worth. This often means owning a home.
This led to entire families and their friends pooling money to contribute to the purchase of the house for their relative. Why, you might ask? Because the prices of apartments have gotten so out of control that according to the Financial Times, housing affordability in China is among the worst in the world. Taking into account living expenses, it would take the average earner 50 years to buy an apartment. This collective pooling of money is a major difference between the Chinese property market and the West. Little inventory and slow development combined with rapid growth led to major supply issues. Thus prices rose and affordable housing became an issue for local governments. The solution was to issue loans to property development companies, as well as easing the credit lending standards to individuals. Due to these factors, the Chinese real estate market became a rocket ship, and it fueled massive economic growth. Some companies, like the infamous Evergrande, took full advantage of the situation and expanded aggressively, aided in a large part by the availability of cheap credit. Evergrande became so large that they even built a theme park and purchased a soccer team with some of the money. The theme park is now abandoned. You'll see why shortly, but here's how it looks like now. It really is a sad waste of money, time, and resources.
Oh, it's one of those ghost cities, isn't it? that no one lives in. China's economy is in bad shape. Uh-oh. Yeah, everyone's going through some tough times right now, huh?
Many of these property institutions quickly became the largest in the country, and many expanded projects into overseas markets. Commercial housing sales reached $2.7 trillion in 2020. In China today, the general population has about 70% of their total wealth stored in the real estate market. Let me repeat that. 70% of their total wealth is stored in the real estate market.
That's,
However, the supply of housing was still short, in part due to speculation. It was commonplace to purchase a second or third home as an investment, since it was considered wise and a stable use of savings.
Peeling this
Seeing the never-ending demand, developers created an ingenious system to further fuel expansion. These were based on two key pillars. First, they started to finance their operations with foreign debt. The appetite for Chinese debt and equity was increasing around the world since their massive growth brought very attractive yields. Secondly, developers created pre-sale options for buyers that quickly became the norm in the country. In it, home buyers would give money to developers for a home that has yet to be built. All they had was a promise that once it was finished, it would be theirs.
The whole construction period will take about 2 to 3 years usually, and people will start paying their mortgage way before the completion of the project.
We're talking about months?
Years, even years, or maybe over a year and a half. In the past, it wasn't seen as a risky business because, as I said, and people would not expect developers cannot complete their home at a large scale, not like now.
While this made sense for both sides, it quickly escalated. With loose regulations around how much money the property developers needed to keep, they started to game the system to their advantage. By obtaining pre-sales, they were able to start new projects without finishing the old ones. Once the new projects yielded new pre-sales, they would use some of that money to finance the actual construction, while the rest went to new projects and so on.
Which is good
in
for
essence,
their image.
They created a Ponzi scheme that relied 100% on the stable and perpetual growth of the housing market. However, once the influx of people to major cities started to slow down from 4.1% in 1996 to 2.1% in 2020, the scheme started to fall apart. With a slowdown in pre-sales, developers started to rely more and more on banks and foreign debt to keep expanding. Sometimes the debt payment was too large to pay with an operating income, so they used further debt to finance their obligations. It all continued for some time, but soon the Chinese authorities entered the scheme. In August of 2020, the Chinese government implemented the 3 red lines policy. Each line represents a debt ratio that the companies had to respect. If not, their ability to contract more liabilities was severely hampered. Developers with extreme amounts of debt, such as Evergrande, crossed all 3 lines, meaning that they were not able to increase their liabilities any further. And since Evergrande used debt to finance old liabilities, it was not long before they started to run into liquidity troubles. First, they failed to repay the wealth managers who had a direct investment in the company, and this provoked a large revolt by wealth managers and investors who went to their headquarters to protest.
In September 2021, there was a hugely crucial moment.
Evergrande missed payments on wealth management products. The wealth management market in China is where ordinary people can put their savings, and the money is usually going into real estate, often to companies like Evergrande. And these people who had invested hadn't got their money back. They descended on the headquarters of Evergrande in Shenzhen.
We don't know where to get our money. And now we go to Shenzhen government and nobody help us.
This was the point at which it went from it might be a crisis to, well, it probably is a crisis.
Soon after, Evergrande started to fail on its payments of dollar bonds, and these bonds were sold to the Western world. And they weren't the only property company in trouble. Property developer Kesa missed a $400 million bond payment in November of 2021. And in January of 2022, Shimaya Group defaulted on a $101 million loan. And most recently, Yuso Group requested to defer a payment of offshore bonds worth $582 million. This resulted in a large loss of confidence in the Chinese housing and bond market, both internally and externally. This culminated in mortgage strikes by distinguished buyers who were paying their monthly bills without seeing any progress on their purchased property.
We gotta get
Today,
some,
more than 320 groups of homeowners are believed to be refusing to pay their mortgage loans.
So we can build a prawn suit finally.
Anger erupting among Chinese home buyers as property developers hold construction on their homes.
这种希望破灭的那种感觉，就有点万念俱灰了。
Since July, home buyers in over 100 cities across China have declared a mortgage boycott. Just like Tian, many home buyers are desperate. Some have taken to street demonstrations, but these have been quickly quashed, with officials citing COVID concerns. Backed into a corner, home buyers have threatened to stop payments on their mortgage in over 300 projects.
The value of these loans is estimated to be worth between $150 and $300 billion. The Chinese government has since slightly relaxed the rules. And, on top of that, the Chinese central bank has cut interest rates in an attempt to revive the credit and housing markets. We'll have to see what happens with this. It's not clear if the situation will subside or if more property developers go insolvent, causing civil unrest. On top of all of this, real estate-related activities represent close to 30% of total Chinese yearly GDP.
We have plenty of courts.
If the property sectors go under, there's going to be a ripple effect. It's a risk to banks, local governments, and the stability of China.
Yeah, we can scan stuff to get titanium.
While all of that might sound bad enough, other debt issues are starting to rear their ugly head. There's been many unprofitable and huge debt-ridden infrastructure projects.
That's a seam-off.
One famous case is the Super-Speed Railroad. The infrastructure project began after the 2008 financial crisis as an attempt to pump money into the economy and create employment opportunities. It was a classic fiscal policy move that worked to perfection. The project was a major success, offering employment to millions and single-handedly pushed some industry sectors, such as steel and concrete, out of default. This was, in large part, why China avoided the turmoil that most other countries faced during the 2008 crisis. While it did save the economy from recession, the problems started right after construction finished. Since the railway connected secondary locations and not main destinations, the demand was not always there. And to add to this, the ticket prices were out of reach for the majority of the population. The lack of revenue may not have been an issue. However, this project was funded by massive amounts of debt by major banks, local governments, as well as some publicly issued bonds. From 2015 up to this day, the interest alone on these payments have surpassed the operating income of the project. That's right, the interest on the debt has been more than the company's income.
Here it is.
As of 2021, the total liabilities are 5.9 trillion yuan, or $900 billion. In other words, 5% of the Chinese GDP. The majority of these liabilities are bonds, which are sold to state banks. Thanks to the zero-COVID lockdowns, the rail infrastructure is being used even less. As a response, the Chinese government announced an economic stimulus to lift the COVID-hit economy. This included allowing the China Railway to issue another 300 billion yuan in the form of railway construction bonds. They're doubling down on an already unprofitable venture. It seems like China is putting appearances above functionality and profitability.
Here we are.
A path that can lead to major issues if not addressed accordingly. Due to massive amounts of debt expansion, profit motives, and poor planning, there are numerous ghost cities in China. These are areas of vast amounts of infrastructure and property that virtually remains unoccupied. The Financial Times explains.
The ratio of empty apartments in China could range between 10% and as high as 40 or even 50% in some small cities.
There are enough empty homes in China right now to house about 90 million people, greater than the population of Germany or the UK.
Newer developments were built quite quickly without a lot of consideration for the logistics.
I've traveled to many parts of China where you go to a suburb and suddenly you see this forest of apartment blocks. Carry on for 5-10 minutes in your taxi and you're still going through apartment block after apartment block with nobody in them.
I visited one of the more famous ghost cities, Ordos, in the middle of a desert, very far away from anything. It was quite strange because it's not like there's necessarily jobs there.
To add to the internal debt issues, China is also struggling with external infrastructure projects. The Grand Belt and Road Initiative is threatening to turn out to be one of the most unprofitable global projects of all time. The initiative is a large investment into more than 100 countries. It's China's ambitious attempt at growing global influence as well as creating global links to China, in theory, strengthening its import-export markets. The thing is, though, investment in risky countries is just that, risky. And if not calculated properly, these investments can turn out to be very unprofitable ventures. In just 2020 and 2021, China has had to renegotiate more than $52 billion in debt, and a lot of the countries that China deals with are unwilling or unable to pay. The Belt and Road Initiative has become so large that China has become the world's largest source of development credit, overtaking the World Bank as well as the IMF. Considering that this project is political in nature, no matter how unprofitable, the state government is likely to keep financing it. China could gain untold geopolitical leverage, but it comes with the risk of a catastrophic outcome, both for the financial stability of China, as well as causing a political debacle due to its involvement in other countries' foreign affairs.
I bonk you. Here comes
As
the
if debt
bonketing.
issues on the internal and external front
Got
are
it.
enough, the Chinese government continues to support a zero-COVID policy to this day.
Okay, so how do I use
The main
the...
on paper was to eliminate the disease. The government was to be seen as competent and to be able to deal with whatever came its way. And it worked for some time.
Where'd
As
it
of
go?
today,
Did I
according
kill
to the
it?
official statistics, the death toll from the virus in China stands at a little over 5,000, while the US is over 1 million. No matter how staged
Okay, how
these
do I
numbers
use
might
the
be,
shock
the authorities could point to this low number as a rationale for lockdowns. While the rest of the world is moving on due to herd immunity, China, on the other hand, can't do so. They've had no natural immunity.
The latest mandate is for every major city to have a test site like this within 15 minutes walk of every resident.
Tool
It looks
or
like they're going to
alternate use
become a
F.
permanent fixture on the streets. and having a negative result will be required for going to school, work, shopping, or eating out.
There will be no living with the virus in China. It is pursuing a pandemic victory at all costs.
Once they announced the zero-COVID policy and how it could go on for more than 5 years, the lockdown's perception in the general population's eyes quickly changed.
There it goes.
People are now protesting lockdowns in what can only be described as a dystopian nightmare.
The mod by clicking 4, it says stop 4, and then I assume it uses electricity, but
however, even if the state wanted to, going back on its policies now would be a complete disaster, both on a humanitarian and political scale.
Maybe.
According to Shanghai's Fudan University, the death toll could reach more than 1 million people, and it would be an admission of failure on the part of state leadership. Completely unacceptable, as the government is preparing for its 20th Party Congress, where current President Xi Jinping will go on for his 3rd consecutive term as party leader. Thus, having a slowdown of the economy and popular discontent seems to be, no matter how wrong, the only viable path for the state authorities moving forward. If they backtrack, it's weaker.
So dumb.
And saving face is a big part of Chinese culture, and the government must showcase their superiority, no matter how staged it might seem to their Western counterparts. What does this mean for the economy?
They always have
well, to start, a massive decline in internal demand, and increasing employment, especially among the young. For educated young people, 1/5 of themselves find themselves jobless at the time of recording. On the external front, the zero-COVID policy has been one of the main issues feeding into the global recession. There's been a weakening of confidence of foreign businesses that rely on China for exports and imports.
We need lithium.
The most extreme example is Apple, who is moving some of their manufacturing of the iPhone 14 to rival India, and we've done a full episode on this story. The economic and political issues are not the only problems for the state government either.
We see what's on the
Increasing
Cyclops.
unemployment among the young and educated is quickly on the rise, climbing to a record 20% in July of this year. This is mainly due to the slowing down of the economy and the shrinking opportunities that come with it.
Sure, there's,
in my 2021 episode on the Great Resignation, we touched on a popular online movement called Tang Ping, or Lie Flat. Basically, it was an online movement of youth that decided to stop playing the rat race, stop climbing that corporate ladder, and just to take things more slowly.
Sounds good.
But now, in 2022, this has evolved into something new, a more extreme movement known as Bai Lam, or to let it rot.
Let it rot.
These youth have completely decided to give up on the system and are just doing the bare minimum to get by. It's a complete shock to the older generation of Chinese who have never seen anything like this in their lifetime.
Yes.
The Bai Lam youth believe that there's nothing to be gained by working hard, and putting in extra effort isn't going to result in reward. It didn't take long for the Chinese government to take notice. In May of 2022, President Xi Jinping, in a speech to the entire nation, emphasized the importance of young people and their contributions to the country as a whole, stating that, quote, China's hopes lie in youth. Reducing inequality and improving opportunities has been their main priority for some time, and yet the measures taken, such as cracking down on big tech and banning private school tutoring, so far have not helped the situation much. So the preceding was a brief summary of what's been going on in China. There was plenty that wasn't said. We didn't even get to the rural bank runs, where around 400,000 people aren't able to access their life savings. But you get the idea. So, are the clickbait titles on YouTube true? Is China going to implode? Well, the answer is more complicated than that. It seems clear that China is putting its political agenda in front of economic and humanitarian situations.
Of course,
the stubbornness of the ruling class has caused China to be in an uncomfortable position. A seemingly unstoppable nation suddenly has major cracks appearing in multiple places,
try to hatch this
cracks
thing?
that need to be patched with more than a band-aid solution. The major threat across all of these topics covered is a loss of confidence by its people in the state government, and getting that confidence back will be a difficult challenge. Perhaps
only
the most
one
likely
animal
outcome
class
may
is
be a
needed.
slow grinding recession and political upheaval in the coming years. But ultimately, it's too complicated of an analysis for anyone to give a definite answer. But there's definitely more work that needs to be done to keep things from escalating further and for the people to trust their government again. One thing is sure, the next few years for China carry a lot of risk, and whether things get a lot worse or not depends on how the situation is handled by the Chinese government. But what about the rest of the world? Well, for the rest of the world, these problems in China will certainly have major ripple effects, especially for those who rely directly on the import-export market of China. We can expect the inflationary trend to continue as Chinese supply diminishes. For the United States, this means 20% of the total imports can be affected. On top of that, the growing deglobalization trend will make prices higher as more countries bet on local production, and that means less cheap labor. For some economies like Australia, where I'm from, we might be in a lot of trouble because Australia's exports to China account for about 65% of total trade. That's a massive exposure risk, and as most Australians would know, we don't really have that many other trading partners that could back up such a loss. Specific industries will also see major setbacks. Case in point is the EV battery sector. The Chinese lithium-ion global battery production was 76%, While there are constant efforts by the European and US governments to increase their production, the stark truth is that China is a massive trading partner that can't be replaced on short notice. Lastly, it's also important to mention the investment exposure that many countries have to Chinese debt and equities. This includes many investment firms in Europe and the US, not to mention all the funds that have suffered losses from the numerous delisting of Chinese equities over the past few months. On top of that, China's slowdown could mean more difficulty for the US to issue debt, since China is the second largest holder of US treasuries. On the positive side, less demand for fuel. China imports 80% of its needs and is going to put some downward pressure on prices, giving a little help to the energy crisis now and a small downward force on the input costs on basically every good produced. Overall, the interconnectedness between global markets has been the engine of growth for some time, both an Achilles heel and the key to economic prosperity of this century. A recession in one major economy means a global slowdown for the rest of the world. It will be very interesting to witness the changes that happen. Will this change global trading in the future? Will globalization continue to be a trend? Or after this, will countries tend to look more inward, and will production be more localized?
Globalization
Whether it's the outlook of China or the global economy as a whole,
it's complicated.
Only time will tell. So what do you guys think? Feel free to discuss in the comment section below.
Okay, what's with all these noises?
Before I go, just one final note. In the last episode about the UK economy, there were a lot of comments gloating about the situation and rejoicing.
In
I think
general,
it's worth noting that a distinction should be made between a nation's government and the innocent civilians who don't deserve to suffer when things start going wrong. This also applies to the citizens of China. It's never nice to see innocent people suffer. I just thought I'd make that clear. If you did like this episode, feel free to take a look around the channel. There's plenty of interesting topics here on Cold Fusion, whether you're into science, technology, or business and finance. Anyway, thanks for watching. My name is The Go-Go, and you've been watching Cold Fusion, and I'll see you again soon for the next episode. Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
Cheers to Go-Go. Okay, let's see what this hatches into.
Cold Fusion. It's new thinking.
I hope it doesn't hatch. Oh wait, is this a stalker egg? If it hatches into a stalker, that would be kind of bad. Oh yeah. Dun.
Welcome to another Cold Fusion video. I'm going to start this video off with a quote. Henry Ford once said, "It is well enough that the people of the nation do not understand our banking and monetary system. For if they did, I believe there would be a revolution before tomorrow morning." I quote this because it encapsulates the fact that the contents of this video may be unsettling compared to the videos that I normally make.
Nice. We got all
I
the
still
gel
feel compelled to make this video because I've been exploring the financial world for the last 4 years, and it's definitely given me a more complete view of the world. I want to share some of what I've come across with you guys. I'm also going to do a video about cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin in the future, and to understand why Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies may continue to rise, it's critical that you understand the contents of this video. I hope that you find this topic interesting, and that inspires you to do your own research afterwards. Now, with that said, let's begin. So who controls all of our money? It's a simple question. We all know that you and I don't control it, our employees don't control it, the companies that they work for don't control it. So who does? Where does it even come from in the first place? I'll give you a hint, money does not come from the government. It's a seemingly obvious question that's never asked or taught in schools for some reason. Unfortunately, most people's lives are basically dedicated to money. It's all people ever worry about or talk about. We go to school to learn basically how to go to university, to learn the skills to get a good job, so that we can trade hours of our lives, all for this thing called money. So why would you want to know where money comes from and who issues it? Today, in this very special video, you're about to find out the answer to the question of who controls all of our money. People today can tell something isn't quite right with our financial system, but they just can't put their finger on it. Some people think it's the failure of government, others think that it's the failure of capitalism itself. This video should clarify a few things.
Okay, we got all this shit.
The year is 1694, and England had just suffered through 50 years of war. Exhausted, the English government needed loans to fund their political means. Brainchild of Scottish banker William Paterson, it was decided that a privately owned bank that could issue the money to the government out of thin air was to be the solution. This was the very first modern central banking system in the world. Central banking is more influential than laws, governments, and politicians, but strangely not the focus of the general public. Fast forward to the early 20th century, and after 2 failed attempts, a group of bankers wanted to put a central bank in the United States of America. It was December of 1910, and Senator Nelson Aldrich ordered a private train car in New York with 6 others. The 6 were not to be spotted by any news reporters to avoid questions. Their destination? Jekyll Island off the coast of Georgia. The meeting went for 9 days, and from that, they created the Federal Reserve System. This is all documented and a matter of public record. Some of them went on to write about the meetings in their personal biographies. Here's a quote from Frank Vanderlip, president of the National City Bank of New York, February 9th, 1935, in the Saturday Evening Post.
I was as secretive, indeed as furtive as any conspirator. Discovery we knew simply must not happen, or else all our time and effort would be wasted.
We can build it from inside.
If it were to be exposed that our particular group had got together and written a banking bill, that bill would have no chance whatever of passage by Congress.
The 6 men that Nelson Aldrich brought together included the head of banks, branches of government, such as the Treasury, and some of the richest people on earth at the time. To give you an idea of how rich they were, in 1910, these 6 men represented a quarter of the world's worth. The bankers told the American public that the purpose of the system was to stabilize the economy and to stop the grip of the Wall Street banks over America. The problem was, the guys that wrote the bill were the very same people they said they'd stop. If they succeeded, it will give a small group of men the ability to create money from nothing and loan it to the American government with interest. So why was it done in secret? Because the American people didn't want a central bank. Back then, unlike today, people knew what central banks were and understood them very well. Everywhere a central bank went, there'll be wealth inequality, wild swings between economic booms and busts, and after each bust, those at the top of society mysteriously came out richer, while everyone else got poorer. Europe was the running example of this at the time. The Federal Reserve was originally drafted as the Aldrich Bill, but when it came into Congress, they recognized Senator Aldrich's name and smelt a rat. The bankers needed better cover. They decided to send 2 millionaire friends to carry the bill to quell the suspicions of Congress and renamed it the Federal Reserve Act. Next, in a textbook lesson of deceit, the bankers set out to fool the American people through disinformation.
All this space.
In the newspapers of the day, the bankers screamed and protested against the new Federal Reserve Bill. It would ruin the banks, they exclaimed. The average person read the protesting articles of the bankers and thought to themselves, if the bankers hate it, it must be good. And then they ended up unknowingly supporting a Trojan horse. The bankers also fooled Congress by putting clauses in the bill that limited their power, only to remove them once the bill was passed. A double head fake of the public and Congress was all it took. The bill was passed on December 23rd, 1913, while most of Congress was out on holiday. And with that, a small group had complete monopoly over the issuing and creation of American money. Today, the Federal Reserve is the most powerful entity in the United States, and they're not ashamed to admit it either. Here's former Fed Chairman Alan Greenspan.
What should be the proper relationship between the chairman of the Fed and the President of the United States?
Well, first of all, the Federal Reserve is an independent agency, and that means basically that there is no other agency of government which can overrule actions that we take. What relationships are don't frankly matter.
In addition to this, it seems that the Fed can't even be touched by investigating parties.
So I'm asking you if your agency has, in fact,
a sense of limitless power. Prompt operators receive weeks of training to counteract this phenomenon. You will have to make do with self-discipline.
I'd like to know, if you're not responsible for investigating that, who is?
Maybe I do have limitless power. What's wrong with believing that?
We have responsibility for the Federal Reserve's programs and operations, audits, to conduct audits and investigations
too.
in that
Nice.
area.
Look at this shit.
In terms of who's responsible for investigating,
looks sick.
would you mind
has a
repeating
little
the question?
jetpack on the side.
Mr. Chairman, my time is up, but I have to tell you
floats?
honestly, I am shocked to find out that nobody at the Federal Reserve, including the Inspector
Okay, and it's got arms on it.
So what does all of this have to do with me, I don't even live in the US. Well, 2 reasons. Number 1, the central banking model from the Bank of England and the United States has now been put in all countries, and even consolidated power in parts of Europe as the European Central Bank, or ECB. This unites separate countries under one economic policy. The only places in the world that don't have central banks are North Korea, Iran, and Cuba. In 2000, this list suspiciously included Afghanistan, Iraq, and Libya.
Whatever.
And number 2, since the end of World War II, the US dollar has been the reserve currency of the world. This means that all central banks hold US dollars in their reserves. In other words, all other currencies are backed by the US dollar. This directly links your country to the Federal Reserve's monetary policy in America. More on this later. When the post-World War II monetary system, called the Bretton Woods system, was created, all US dollars were backed by and exchangeable for gold. A byproduct of this was that currencies used to be very stable in relation to each other.
For that, all the countries, the exchange rates were fixed, and year after year you could predict what prices would go. You could start a business elsewhere. Know if you were, you could calculate profit. Business was much easier before floating exchange rates.
Unfortunately, in 1971, due to a falling US dollar, international capital flows into gold, and the funding of the Vietnam War, President Nixon took the US dollar off the gold standard.
This is a
stalker egg, isn't it? The convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets.
Okay, maybe we'll take that
now the dollar
stalker
is
egg out of the
floating
tank.
and backed by nothing, and has
so it
been
won't eat the
ever since.
cuttlefish, right?
Okay, so let's think a little. If the US dollar is backed by nothing, but that the world's reserves are backed by the US dollar, intrinsically, since 1971, doesn't this mean that all currencies are now backed by nothing tangible, only trust in the American government? Well, this is correct. Money backed by nothing is known as fiat currency. Fiat in Latin means let it be done. In other words, the government says it is money, so it is.
Therefore,
the consequence to having money backed by nothing is that whenever the Federal Reserve creates money, it dilutes the currency supply of all other nations because their reserves are backed by the US dollar.
I can jump.
All countries' reserves are worth less each time money is created. In the past few years, the Federal Reserve has printed trillions of dollars, and countries like Russia and China have noticed this. As a reaction to the money printing, these countries have been selling US dollar reserves and buying gold over the same period. But wait a second. Some of you clever thinkers out there may have asked yourself, if every currency on Earth is backed by nothing, how am I able to pay for things? Well, as it turns out, the whole economic system today is run because it's backed by faith. Faith that you can exchange your unit of currency for goods and services. In a way, part of that faith comes from the fact that not many people actually know where money comes from. We're about to find that out in this video.
Did I not pick up the...
A central bank is essentially the entity that manages a nation's money supply, and it can loan money to the government with interest. In the United States and most other countries, it works like this. When the government needs more money than they receive from taxes, they ask the Treasury Department for money. The Treasury then receives an IOU, or bond, from the government. The Treasury, through the banks, gives this IOU to the Federal Reserve. The Fed then writes a check for this IOU and hands it to the banks. At this exchange at the banks, money is created and it can be used to pay government bills. So hang on, where does the Fed get the money to be able to write this check? They get this money from nowhere. They literally just invented it. Here's a quote from the Boston Federal Reserve. Quote, when you or I write a check, there must be sufficient funds in our account to cover the check. But when the Federal Reserve writes a check, there is no bank deposit on which that check is drawn. When the Federal Reserve writes a check, it is creating money. End quote. So in essence, they're writing a check and creating money from an account that has no money in it. The money the Federal Reserve creates can be used as legal tender to buy things that eventually makes its way into the real economy. If you and I did that, we'd go to jail for fraud, but they can do it because they invented the system. This is the same system used throughout the world today.
Jump jet upgrade. It says propel the prawn suit into the air.
Another part of this money creation happens at the commercial bank side.
Does that mean like above
Every time you take out a loan to buy a house, car, or TV, banks create money out of nowhere to give you this loan, and you still have to pay interest on it. And don't just believe me when I say that. Hear it for yourself from the horse's mouth, the people running the system. Graham Towers, former governor of the Central Bank of Canada, states, quote, each and every time a bank makes a loan, new credit is created, new deposits, brand
titanium,
new money, end quote.
Wiring
Paul Tucker, Deputy Governor of the Bank of England, quote, banks extend credit by simply increasing the borrowing customer's current account, end quote. So what they're basically saying is that each time the bank makes a loan, the bank doesn't use other people's deposited money and give it to you. It creates new money. In modern times, this means typing digits into a computer.
This is nice.
97% of all money is digitally created like this. Only 3% is the physical cash and coins that we carry. Another crazy thing that commercial banks can do is lend out 10 times more money than they actually have in reserves. This is called fractional reserve lending. So who wrote this ridiculous system into law? For the United States, it was part of the Federal Reserve System drafted in 1913. And again, this is the same system
now we have to
throughout the
choose
world.
between the prawn suit and the...
So what's the issue? Why should I even care?
And the sea moth.
Well, there's consequences. When more loans are given out, more money is created, and the rest of the money in circulation is worth less and less as the years go on. This is known as inflation. In a way, inflation is basically a tax that we all pay for the fraud of money printed. Easy money now in exchange for tax on our future generations. It's also why in 1950, a house used to cost $7,000 and a car $2,000.
Oh my gosh.
Obviously, this is no longer the same today. Things will always keep geting more expensive as long as the system is in place. This was actually kind of okay because wages grew in relation to inflation until about 2008.
Nice.
Why this stopped happening is a story for another day. So things are already pretty crazy, but they get even crazier. The more you look into it, the stranger things become. So remember how we're talking about how central banks and commercial banks can create money out of nothing? This procedure actually does create something. It creates debt. Let me explain. When you take out a loan, it's written down as an asset in the bank as a negative form, kind of like a negative value of money, or otherwise known as debt. Under this system, debt is actually money. And again, don't just listen to me. Mariner Eccles, former governor of the Federal Reserve, states, quote, if there were no debts in our money system, there wouldn't be any money. So in essence, instead of gold being the backbone of our economy, it's now debt.
George Foreman.
The system we're under now is sometimes referred to as the debt-based monetary system. It requires that debt always grows. Countries and people must become deeper in debt so that there's more money in the system, because remember, debt is money. If people and governments stop borrowing money and pay back loans, the debt doesn't grow, the money supply shrinks, and the system falters. It truly is bizarre, but we all live in this system each and every day.
Benzene, wiring kit, advanced.
The Federal Reserve and other central banks control money by adjusting its supply and how much it costs to borrow money, otherwise known as the interest rate. With these tools, and as a consequence of human group psychology, central banks can create booms and busts in the economy at will and also distort and derail an economy by messing with it. Let's take a quick case study. In the year 2000, Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan cut interest rates to 1%. He did this to try and fight off a recession from the dot-com bubble and encourage people to borrow money. When interest rates are low, if you're borrowing money, you save a whole lot on repaying mortgages. Since a 1% interest rate hadn't been seen at the time since the 1950s, it was a pretty good deal. Greenspan's idea was that he could create a wealth effect. People would start to buy houses, the prices would go up, and then people would feel wealthier and spend more money in the economy and stimulate it. Greenspan sure succeeded in getting people to borrow money to buy houses, but they borrowed too much, and the result was the 2008 housing bubble. This is a prime example of what can go wrong when central banks mess with an economy. Yes, corrupt bankers have a lot to answer for in their role in the 2008 crisis, but the Fed has a far bigger long-term impact. Even crazier things are happening in Japan. Their central bank is buying so many stocks that they were the #1 buyer of Japanese stocks in 2016. So they have part ownership of companies with money that they created from nothing. So in essence, it is the central banks that control our economy and the central and commercial banking system together that control all of our money. The difference is, central banks can create money at will, while commercial banks need loans to create money.
Here we go.
To give you an idea of people's views of central banking when people actually knew what central banks were, here's a couple of examples. In 1881, then President of the United States, James Garfield, states, quote, "Whoever controls the volume of money in any country is absolute master of all industry and commerce, and when you realize that the entire system is very easily controlled one way or another by a few powerful men at the top, you will not have to be told how periods of inflation and depression originate." End quote. Benjamin Franklin in his autobiography stated that the prime reason for the American War of Independence was a battle over who actually controlled and issued the money of the new colonies. Moving on to more modern times, Nobel Prize-winning economist Milton Friedman states, quote, "The Federal Reserve definitely caused the Great Depression by contracting the amount of currency in circulation by 1/3 from 1929 to 1933.
How do we make
So with all this being said, some would argue that central banks are not inherently a bad thing. They just need to be part of the government and not privately owned. The government should be able to issue its own money for the benefit of the people and shouldn't have to pay a massive interest on its own debt. This was tried at least once in the United States by President Lincoln, who stated this:
"The government should create, issue, and circulate all the currency and credit needed to satisfy the spending power of the government and the buying power of consumers. By the adoption of these principles, the taxpayers will be saved immense sums of interest. Money will cease to be master and become the servant of humanity."
Abraham Lincoln then issued his own government money. It was called the greenback. No further comments on that story.
The greenback.
So I think we'll end the video there. There's so much more that I could cover about what central banking decisions led to what revolutions around the world. No further comments on Abraham Lincoln then issued
By the currency and credit.
Lincoln, who stated this:
"The government should create, issue, and circulate all the currency and credit needed to satisfy the spending power of the government and the buying power of consumers. By the adoption of these principles, the taxpayers will be saved immense sums of interest. Money will cease to be master and become the servant of humanity."
Abraham Lincoln then issued his own government money. It was called the greenback. No further comments on that story.
Oh man.
So I think we'll end the video there. There's so much more that I could cover about what central banking decisions led to what revolutions around the world. Pretty much when you look at it, all revolutions and all wars, when you dig through everything, it all boils down to money. I could also have talked about the new global movement of those who are rejecting the debt-based economic system.
What a shame.
People are starting to move their currency into gold, silver, and cryptocurrencies, like Bitcoin. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel, but that's a whole nother story for another day. Anyways, if you've watched the whole way through this video, congratulations. You're one of the few who have found out the hidden truths about who controls all of our money. I think I've only met about 4 people in real life that have been aware of the debt-based economic system. It's strangely unknown, but it's as true as anything.
I know the truth.
I even showed you all of the quotes of the bankers and the former heads of the Federal Reserve telling you from their own mouths how the system actually works. If this is your first time hearing all of this, I encourage you, as I said before, to do your own research, and then you'll start to see the bigger picture, and the world today will make a whole lot more sense. If you want some good starting resources, I recommend Mike Maloney's Hidden Secrets of Money series. It's here on YouTube, and I'll leave a link below. Mike is a very knowledgeable guy, and I've had some great long conversations with him about the economy. If you're into reading and you want to know more about the history of the Federal Reserve, I recommend the book by G. Edward Griffin, The Creature from Jekyll Island.
Okay, thank you. That? Inflation is not real. I'd like to hear that. Reasoning behind that.
Everybody's talking about it, but ignoring one of its biggest causes, corporate concentration.
Yep.
In response, the Fed is about to slow the economy, even though we're still at least 4 million jobs short of where we were before the pandemic. And millions of American workers won't get the raises they deserve. Republicans haven't wasted
Hey, what do we need?
Biden and Democratic lawmakers about inflation.
Skyrocketing inflation.
Inflation. But don't fall for their fear-mongering. Everybody's ignoring the deeper structural reason for price increases, the concentration of the American economy into the hands of a very few corporate giants with the power to raise prices. If the market were actually competitive, corporations would keep their prices as low as possible as they competed for customers. Even if some of their costs increased, they would do everything they could to avoid passing those costs on to consumers in the form of higher prices, for fear of losing business to competitors.
Thank you, immediate threat.
But that's the opposite of what we're seeing. Corporations are raising prices even as they rake in record profits.
Let's do the drill arm. Yeah.
You see,
we can mine so much shit with this.
So much market power.
Titanium.
With impunity. So the underlying problem isn't inflation.
Oh right, what if we dismantle something? Nice. Enables mining of large resource deposits.
Yeah. Because he would, like, whoever would propose such a thing would get
You don't need this right now.
And their heads would spin as well.
Inflation per se is lack of competition. Corporations are using the excuse of inflation to raise prices and make fatter profits.
Ding, ding, ding.
Take the energy sector. Only a few
look at that.
access to the land and pipelines that control the oil and gas powering most of the world.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
As most people stay home.
Welcome
but
aboard.
They are more than making up for it now, limiting supply and ratcheting up prices.
Chevron,
Let's try
Exxon
this.
have doubled their profits. This isn't about inflation. This is about price gouging.
Or look at consumer goods.
I want to try making torpedoes sometime.
Raised prices on staples like diapers and toilet paper,
torpedoes. Oh, we just need titanium
but P&G
and then gas powder magnetite.
After some of its price increases went into effect, it reported an almost 25% profit margin.
Oh, nice. You can put one on each arm and then or for upgrades.
What are we gonna do? Not buy, like...
Okay, we need diamonds, right?
To survive? Like, what? Yeah, I'm done. I'm buying food, actually. Yeah, go shoot up a prairie dog and you know, fry that prairie dog, brother. Yeah, I'll just die, bro. Fuck it. YOLO.
Oh,
yeah, it's like that meme. It's like, I never pay
thought it was stuck
gas
for a sec.
What am I gonna do? Not buy gas?
Good luck. The market is dominated by P&G and Kimberly.
Yeah, you can't boycott the gas companies, can you? Not so easy.
Another example. In April 2021, PepsiCo raised prices, blaming higher costs for ingredients, freight, and labor. It then recorded $3 billion in operating costs through September. How did it get away with this without losing
Hey, there you
customers?
are.
Pepsi has
New
only
friends.
one major competitor, Coca-Cola, which
Can I
promptly
cuddle
made
with you?
its
Aw.
Dude, he's literally describing exactly
What a
what
cuddly friend.
airliners and with price leadership.
I love
That's
him.
precisely the reason why. That's precisely the reason why they can get away with all this shit,
look.
okay?
Bong, bong,
Coca-Cola
bong.
reported $10
Bing, bing,
billion
bong.
in revenues in the third quarter of 2021, up 16% from the previous year. Food prices are soaring, but half of that is from meat, which costs 15% more than last year. There are only 4 major meat.
Is this actually how you make aerogel with rubies? What does ruby? Rubies have aluminum.
I wouldn't say Johnny Harris' video was straight up the opposite of this. I would say that Johnny Harris's video featured exactly
Something.
like 3 seconds.
Bong, bong, bong,
the
bong,
complex
bong.
problem of having zero competition and also having no government control over it as a consequence.
Lithium, and then
these duopolies
computer
and
chip.
have. That's the issue. He just didn't. He basically just said, "Oh well, profits, you know, there's more money supply." So then,
Ionites.
you know,
And nickel
corporations
ore.
raise their prices because they have to.
We'll
It's
find
like, no,
where that is sometime. Oh, I know where we can mine some lithium.
they
Oh,
don't
yeah.
have to. They're doing it because they can get away with it.
Inflation, its corporate power. Since the 1980s, when the U.S. government all but abandoned antitrust enforcement, all American industries have become more concentrated. Most are now dominated
Sonar,
by a
I
handful
haven't
of corporations
tried using
that coordinate
this.
prices and production. This is true of banks, broadband, pharmaceutical
I can't wait until I find some
airlines,
kyanites.
meat packers, and gas soda. Corporations in all these industries and more could easily absorb higher costs. including long
Okay, but we need this and this, so computer chip.
Higher prices, but they aren't. Instead, they're using their massive profits to line the pockets of major investors and executives, while both consumers and workers get shafted. How can this structural problem be fixed? Fighting corporate concentration with more aggressive antitrust enforcement. Biden has asked the Federal Trade Commission to investigate oil companies, and he's appointed experienced antitrust lawyers to both the Federal Trade Commission and the Justice Department. So don't fall for Republicans' fear-mongering about inflation. The real culprit here is corporate power.
Robert Reich is a cool guy.
What must be done is so much more. Also, there's other negative consequences of this because like companies have to offset the costs. If there's any sort of fucking regulation whatsoever.
What if you make another solar
One
panel?
of the things that corporations will do immediately
What
is
if?
instead
Oh
of
gosh.
putting the cost back onto the consumer,
Gosh darn it.
currently, if
And
that
copper.
is limited in some degree by the American government, right? Then they will literally cut wages. They'll just straight up be like, sorry. Because the profit rate has to stay stable. Because, in a weird way, the entire economy revolves around that. We have financialized every facet of our economy. Every part of our existence is financialized. They'll fucking engage in mass layoffs.
Yeah, well,
they will then,
welcome to America.
turn around and say, hey, I know
Okay, should we
you're
make
mass layoffs, but
torpedoes
you're not
for
fucking-
Seamoth or
you're
Pronsu?
employer, if your employer-backed health insurance, if you don't want to lose that, that's tied to your employment, then you have to take on the extra burden. You have to take on the extra responsibility. And all of our retirement is tied, like our pensions, our 401ks are tied to the stock market. So
10 times 3.
there's that too.
Let's try doing it with the Seamoth. Oh, but we need more titanium, though.
Costco hot dog.
Gotta go get some more.
1985. That's all I consume, so inflation doesn't exist. Thank you. Yeah.
Hey,
pair that up with 99 cent
Supernova.
iced tea, and you're fucking
Do
set,
do
baby.
do 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 do.
Due to modern intersecting shareholding, and any competition is effectively self-cannibalizing and is de-incentivized.
Okay, we need a computer chip, which means copper. Oh man, we need more copper.
This
Here it
motherfucker
is.
says, bring back Glass-Steagall, tax like the 50s, 90% top marginal tax rate, have wages that keep pace with production and inflation, okay, get 30% of the jobs on the market in a union, and provide free higher education fixed. Yeah, that's funny, dude. Yeah, we'll do none of those things. How about you get 0 of those things, and then you just keep fucking voting for the Democratic Party out of fear that, like, the Republican Party's agenda is literally going to be, if we think you're a homosexual, by that I mean a liberal, a libtard, we will shoot you on the streets. Hey guys, I'm Blake
Yikes.
Masters, and I'm running for Arizona Congress on one fundamental bill alone. You should be able to murder your neighbor if you suspect them of being a Democrat, i.e. a communist. And then they get like, 50...
Engine
They basically
efficiency.
get like 23% of the vote, but it doesn't fucking matter because like the Republicans have already decided that like if
Titanium.
you are going to vote in a
Alright,
fucking blue
let's go get some more
neighborhood,
titanium
there is an
then.
auto turret that zaps you out of existence anyway. And then the state legislature in Arizona has already decided that even if you did actually vote and somehow got over 50% of the vote as a Democratic candidate, that the state legislature voted to overturn it because the state legislature is not dictated by the Democratic results, but instead about the heavily gerrymandered districts that favor white and rich people, where they can like go and fucking vote inside of their old folks' homes, inside of fucking golf courses that you're not allowed to go into. And then, it doesn't even fucking matter. So then you're like literally dying to be like, okay, I'll just vote for the Democrats, I guess, because I don't want to be murdered being a libtard. And yeah, that's it. And then the Democrats will come into power and go, oh my God, the homosexual murder bill is just simply too hard to combat, guys. Please vote for us and give us more money, though, because at least we're not running on the homosexual murder bill. Those guys are. We're not as bad as those guys. Also, actually, never mind. Some of our people actually are on board with the homosexual murder bill as well. We just realized. So fuck, we can't do anything about the homosexual murder bill because now we
just
don't have
Joe
50
Manchin
people.
is on board
Wait,
with it.
We have, let's say the Democratic Party has 59 people. Then it's like, oh man, we don't have enough. We just simply never have enough. Never enough. We just got to reach across the aisle. Can we just do like murder half the gays bill? Like, can we just do that? Is that a better bill? Let's just do that. Compromise, bipartisan compromise. And then Kirsten Sinema's like, no, I'm bisexual. And that's it. That's all she said. She's like, I'm not letting you do this. If Americans want to murder, if Americans want to murder gay people, they should be able to murder gay people. And then they're like, we're not letting you. I care about democracy and process and our institutions. So I say, if Americans want to murder homosexuals on the street, they should be able to do so. I'm curious
Oh,
to
right,
cinema,
that's the
and I'm
grappling
bisexual.
arm. Oh, so I
And
can't
then
pick
everyone's
shit
like,
up
That's great.
now.
This is sick.
Oh, I can. But not really. Okay, well, that's nice.
Hello, hello. Welcome everybody to the H3 Podcast. YouTube #1. And we have empirical evidence to back that up now. Thank you guys. Today is August 24th, a beautiful summer Wednesday, joined today by the very funny Tim Dillon.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Thank
Very
you.
funny man.
Thank you.
You know, you're one of the
sweet of you.
A lot of comedians, like, you know, they don't. I don't know what it is. But it's hard to make people laugh, especially.
Yeah. Well.
Not easy.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
so close.
I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Yeah. I mean, it's always better live.
Right.
Stand-up's always better live. It's always more fun live.
Of course.
Yeah, when you captures, like I look at it and I go, yeah, it's good, but live, just buy the tickets live.
Did you not like it?
I liked it. No, I again, I did
systems
51 cities.
online.
We did 51 cities. And
Okay,
it was,
let's go get some more
it was an amazing
titanium.
tour.
Yes.
And I thought the special was really good. It was a good representation of it.
Powering
But compared to doing it live and the feel of it live, it's just, to me, comedy is such a live sport.
I see. By the way, A Real Hero on Netflix.
Yeah, I was sweating and I looked horrible. You know, it's all that. So then all that is part of it. You go, wow, but then it's like people go, you're not selling. What are you talking about? Who cares? But you know, it's that I'm in an ill-fitting shirt.
Yeah.
You know, the first show we did, the fire alarm went off. And like the Denver Fire Department had to come.
Well, that's fun. You can
Yeah,
do that.
it's great. It's a great.
You got heckled by the fire department.
Yeah, they had to remove so many drunk people from the audience. You know, in the second show, there was a guy just screaming, "I'm from Long Island."
Is that right?
Yeah, just a psychopath going, "I'm from Long Island. I'm from Long Island." Before he even got to his seat, Ben and other people had to go, "Get out! Like, get him out of here. He's going to be a problem." So, you know, I mean, but all said and done, I'm glad that it went off, you know, without a hitch.
Well, I enjoyed it. Me and
I
Liverpool
enjoyed it,
we were
yeah.
laughing.
Thank you.
Laughing
Thank
out
you.
loud. Lots of laughter.
I appreciate
Lots
it.
of good times we had there.
But
by the way,
Netflix paid me, I think, $30.
Okay, so
it's pretty good. I want to thank them, and I appreciate them. And
First of all,
yeah.
Did we say it's sponsored by HelloFresh?
All right.
This episode is sponsored by HelloFresh.
Over here is
Well, I just
somewhere.
kinda said- okay, thank you, Dan.
Yeah.
How was working for Netflix? Is that your first special you sold them?
I did a 15-minute special with them a few years ago, and then this is the one that they didn't want this one, I think, and they were just like, if you know, we shot it and sold.
Supernova.
You know, they've been, what I'll say about them is they didn't give me any notes, which was really cool, because they're kind of, well, they lost 80% of their stock price. So I think they basically were just like, if you want to just Heil Hitler, just, we need someone to watch this. They don't care what's going on. So yeah, I mean,
And you did a few times. That was my favorite
sure,
part.
yeah, in a joke. In a satirical way. But yeah, I think what was cool about them was they were literally like, hey, we're just putting it on. So that was, as a comic, that's what you can ask for, you know?
How was the guac?
The what?
The guacamole.
Oh, the money? No, because you're not, you know.
20 million?
They lost, no, they spent all the money on the Legends.
Yeah.
They spent all the money on all of the Legends, and that's great. And so the younger guys got, you know, we all got kind of the same deal, which was just kind of like, hey, you shot it, we'll cover that, and then here's a few dollars.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do they do the exposure play?
It's exposure, it's a global platform, although it's not on.
You're paid in exposure.
Like the Netherlands, people are screaming at me going, it's not on in Finland. I don't know, but it's on in the US and the UK, I think Australia. So it's, you know, it's a 2-year licensing deal. So after 2 years, I can get it back, and then, you know, I don't know what I'll do.
Yeah, you can put it on a zip.
Yeah, it's also a lot of topical stuff.
Yeah.
So it has no value 2 years from now.
Right.
It questionably has value now. 2 years from now, we'll have less than no value.
Yeah. Well, maybe you can sell it like.
Oh, there's a whole ass cave down here.
Yeah.
Nice.
Just one person own it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You know. I'll give you. I'll start the bidding.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. So I wanted to show you something. We took a photo together.
Yes.
And you're very tall. I didn't know that. You're not 6'1".
I think it's 6'1", 1.5", I believe. Yeah, I don't think it's
Get
that.
the measure. Get the measure.
I don't think it's that.
You gotta be 6'1".
Quartz. We have
Because
plenty
you
of
saying you're
quartz.
6'1". It causes no problem for me.
Right. Well, I think if you measure.
Yeah, we found the quartz.
Can we get the measurement out?
Yeah, we can.
Mother lode earlier.
Yeah, I'll do it. I think I'm 6'1", and I'm not wearing I'm wearing New Balances.
Well, you're gonna have to take those off.
That's fine, but I'm not in a platform shoe, you know. But yeah, I think 6'1".
Okay, well let's find out.
Titanium.
But anyway, I was doing the Portnoy, which is when you stand on the tippy toes. Right. I didn't even know that was a thing until
Which
I
egg
saw
is
Portnoy
this?
doing it. But
Well,
here,
people like to be taller.
yeah,
We're
well,
gonna
she
hatch
really didn't take a
some
photo
eggs
of
now.
walking over you.
Now we know how to.
Right.
Even the perspective is
right.
humiliating.
Right.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, but I'll
you
show
gotta own it, right? You gotta own it and just say, hey.
Listen.
It is what it is.
So anyway, I learned this trick from Portnoy.
Let's do it. So should I stand up?
Yeah, stand up. Go ahead. Yeah, so we're gonna see how tall Tim Dillon is here.
6. I'm gonna say 6'1" and a half.
Oh,
I think you're 6'2".
pretty tall, isn't he?
I think you're 6'2".
6'2".
Yeah,
Tall enough. Ding ding.
Oh,
Wow,
that's
you're
not
so
good.
stacked.
That's not good for me.
No, I believe it'd be a weird thing to lie about. If I came in here and I was just completely misrepresenting.
No, AB measured me and I was 6 foot. But you made me feel tiny. But I have flat shoes. Maybe it's flat shoes.
It could be that. I don't know.
But anyway, here's Portnoy. So he does this tippy toe thing, which he's a short guy, I get. But what a fucking animal to tippy toe this man. This I have a problem with.
Oh,
You think
hey,
it's
maybe
maybe
they're
he's
both
not
doing
choosing
it.
to do it. Is it a
Okay.
reflex?
Oh.
Like me and you have the Tourette's. I have MTS, motor tics.
Oh, you do?
Right?
You
Yeah.
do?
Motor tic syndrome. Absolutely. And
Motor tic
I'm wondering if
syndrome.
it's a tic. Now it may not be because he doesn't do it all the time. He may only do it when he's standing next to someone. But this is a.
I just realized that maybe they're both doing it.
They both might be doing it.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
Yes, and
Oh, so that's a bit. No.
Oh my
that's a
gosh.
bit. Yeah. It's a bit.
No, don't eat him. He's my friends.
Damn you and your facts.
Oh, I was like, dude, he's flexing on this
Yeah,
dude.
first look, it's like, what's wrong with this guy?
Yeah, it's a fun bit there. You're having fun with.
All right. It's not that,
Who knows?
not that good then. Yeah, so, how you been?
Good. You know, things are good.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I talk shit for a
Unidentified
living,
egg.
plane, right?
Nice,
I mean,
nice.
You know, I mean, that's kind of a dream job per se, you know?
We're familiar
And you
with the
guys
job.
get it. You know, and I mean, things could always do better.
Like what?
You know, well, like everything, right? Personally,
What can we improve?
Personally, well,
I could be healthier. I could have more self-respect. I could be in love. I could have meaningful relationships outside of work. I could connect with my family. I could connect with friends. I
Right,
could
ideally.
establish a social network I felt was fulfilling.
Right.
All of those things might improve.
That sounds like, it sounds miserable. Your life sounds horrible.
No,
I'm not saying
I
it's.
wouldn't say
He's not saying it's
horrible.
bad.
Horrible,
He's just saying
horrible
it could
is
be
like,
better.
you know, disease and
Right.
despair. You know, but I
Right.
think I'm coming along. I'm getting by.
Right.
I always feel
That's
bad
what he's
for
saying.
anybody that has to tour because I feel like that has to make your life so difficult.
It's harder.
It's hard.
Oh
harder
gosh,
to
why is it
have-
so dark?
You know, I exaggerate. Obviously, there's people in my life I love, but it's harder when you're all over the place. And I've gotten addicted to moving around so much and the chaos of it all that I think I just need to detox from that.
Yeah, you were in Texas
Yes.
for a minute.
It was a brief stay.
Well, your intention was to move there, right?
Yeah, the intention was to move there. I never lived anywhere except New York or Los Angeles. And I moved to Austin, Texas. And I liked other parts of Texas. You know, I have fans in Texas. There's other parts of Texas that were, but I moved to Austin. A friend of mine moved there, Joe Rogan. I don't know if you know him. And he does a podcast.
I've heard of
He does a
him.
podcast. And
tippy toe?
I don't think so. I don't think you could find that.
I've never seen a picture
I
of.
don't think so. And he moved there and he loved it, and he does love it. You know, he really enjoys it.
By the way, I drink out of I'm drinking out of straws lately. Do you want a straw?
Oh my God. This is tremendous. This is.
Yoink. Got it.
This is like a scene from a movie called Nothing But Trouble, which was a classic movie with like Anne Aykroyd, Chevy Chase, and Demi Moore, where they're all eating these disgusting. Oh my God.
What's that movie about?
Ah.
Are we actually using it?
I mean, how is it?
Maybe clear out this cave, I think.
More than I expected.
I'll leave.
You know what? I gotta be honest. It's a fun summer treat. Ugh, that's rough. It's a dirty water dog. Yeah, you have done half of your water, which is amazing.
Now it has a seal, so now that was good.
No.
Anyway, you were saying.
I didn't vibe with it. I didn't like it.
Okay, where do we go
You know,
now?
That's rough, Ethan. It's
I want to
gonna-
use this.
I mean, that is a heinous. That is a
This
heinous
thing to mine
activity.
some stuff.
Heinous?
It's heinous. Yes, it's really rough. Oh
Heinous.
God, is he vomiting?
Oh,
okay.
whoops.
Yeah. Well.
Damn. What the fuck hot dog did you buy, Sam? That's the foulest shit I ever.
Veggie. It was a veggie one.
Oh no!
Oh wait.
How did you do that?
How
Where
dare
am I
you?
going?
I can't believe you've done
Beacon
that.
Get a
3.
rod.
Why do you need a real one for a gag?
Well, I could have swallowed it. Anyway, go on.
Well, it wasn't for me, you know. It was I hated it, and I was vocal about it.
I feel like
I told everyone I hated it, and you know, I hated everyone I met.
Oh gosh.
The things that people were doing, I hated, and I didn't understand what was going. You know, everyone there was like, "This is the next city,"
right?
And I didn't get it. I didn't understand it. The lake is the color of sewage.
Oh,
it's a deep green sewage lake. There are homeless people. This idea that there is no homeless people there is a lie. They're homeless people there.
Of course there are.
It's like, you know, so it's like this idea that, listen, LA has problems. We all know that there's problems. But, you know, there's shootings there. There's lots of shootings. So it's not like...
When it's armed, right?
Yeah, well, but it's also like people get drunk, they shoot each other. It's part of the culture. It's fun.
Right.
It's not something, it's a fat bachelorette party goes down
You're
there,
actually being
a bunch of women get off the
racist
trolley
against,
and they just start going. You know? And it's not my business to tell them to stop.
Right.
There's one sushi restaurant in all of Austin.
Oh my God.
You can't eat fish. There is no produce. You know, there is like, I get it. It's like, they put brisket in the water. This is Austin. It's not a bit. This is not a bit in Austin. This is something, you know. So to me, it just wasn't. And then the other side of it is like these tech guys who are, you know, inviting you to their houses, and you go to these like massive estates.
You're talking about
tech
Elon, right?
Not Elon. Elon, I went to one thing with him. That was just 7 people. And it was New Year's Eve, and it was somewhat boring. It was fine. He's clearly a very brilliant guy, but it wasn't like a hoot.
Okay.
It was like fine. But there's other guys down there that will invite you over, and like they don't eat. They don't do any, like we played pickleball with one guy.
They want to live forever, these guys.
Yeah, it's kind of a ex machina thing, and it's just not like inviting. They don't eat.
They don't eat pizza.
No, they don't eat anything. They have like nuts. They have like packets of things that satiate them.
now.
Jeff Bezos, look at his body.
Yeah.
That man doesn't eat.
Yeah.
Well, they're just on a different.
Nuts.
Human things bother them.
Oh man, what was it on
Human
Bills?
thing, and one of the guys was telling me like when you walk in, you're like,
Torpedoes.
and because they're not socially, you know, with it. There's other words for it, but let's just say they're not like fun, social. Like there's many things. And they'll just be like, hey, how are you? And then they'll just start right in there, like, you know, there needs to be another city built.
See what cavitating actually means. We're gonna take damage.
I'm gonna build a university, and I'm gonna have different, you know, different parkways, and that way we're gonna reduce the pressure on the traffic. And you go, all right, I can't.
It's intense.
You know, it's intense. That's the word for it. Yeah.
You want any water, or is that okay?
I would love.
Don't want to overheat now.
Very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you can leave my hot dog water here.
It's a town with breakfast tacos, college kids, tech sociopaths, you know, and God bless everyone who enjoys it.
Yeah.
And when you move somewhere and you don't like it, you're the asshole if you stay. You have to then leave and go, everybody. It's a city for people that didn't want to eat. They want to eat tacos outside. That's all they want to do.
Really?
It's people that...
I've done that.
Well, a lot of it's really does, though. It really actually does. It's people that are like, I just wanted to like move here and like be myself. And like Austin lets me be myself. And what that translates to is I wanted to make horrible decisions and have them work out here because it didn't work out in any of the 3 other cities where I was a lazy drug addict.
Well,
so
more affordable, or at least it was.
It was, not
anymore.
more. Not anymore.
It's been fucking insane.
Yeah.
The Texans, they hate Californians, right? Like
it's a war.
If you go there with a California license plate, I hear that it's like on site.
It's on site.
Yeah.
It's on site. Sometimes literally.
Many, like there was a woman who was cutting my hair.
folks.
She's like, honey, here's what you need to come to my church.
Oh, God.
And you need to meet my daughter because she's funny too. And then I'm like, okay, at least
Let's see, can I
show me.
change?
I'm gay, so
Edit
I don't
beacon
really have anything
name.
to do with
We're
women.
going to a church.
Not sexually. But I said maybe if she showed me like a gorgeous Texas bombshell, I'd go, you know what? Maybe I do want to
give it a shot,
right? I'll give it a shot.
Yeah.
But her is like, you know what I mean? Like the absolute opposite of
not necessarily your type.
not my type. So it's like these are the worst people. Austin is like if the Proud Boys and Antifa got married and had a city where you just like everyone's kind of the worst version of.
They're just
That's a
always
lot,
fighting.
you know.
That sounds
It's
sick,
interesting because
actually.
there's so many people.
Maybe I'll move there.
Joe Rogan he moved there and started like a whole movement.
He loved it. He's always loved it. He always loved it. When he lived here, he liked it. And I guess I get it if you know, he hunts and he like there's more nature stuff, you know, which is great. I don't, you know.
Yeah, okay, but I don't know. I just don't buy that people are moving there and being happy. I don't believe it. But the thing is, there's one thing they go, there's no sales tax. Okay, that's cool.
Right.
Houses are cheaper. Debatable now.
Sure, yeah.
Other than that, it's like, man, if I'm making, let's say, if I'm making $1 million, it's not worth it for me to save $100,000 and live in fucking Texas.
I understand Miami.
You know,
I've always understood Miami. I understand the beach. I understand the ocean. I understand like, hey, I want to save money, and then here. For Texas, I went there and I thought like, you know, listen, Austin is a specific version of Texas too.
Oh yeah, Austin is weird.
Kind of weird. Like it's like not.
Yeah.
Like if you go to Texas, you almost want Texas. Give me Dallas, give me like women with big hair.
Austin is its own,
Yeah, give me
its
that.
whole
But
own
Austin's like
thing.
this weird thing where it's just like these strange nerds.
I've heard that.
Yeah, it's odd. The whole thing's odd. Nothing works, and the food is atrocious. It's some of the worst food in America.
Okay, that's interesting
Yes, the
because
worst
they
food.
tout, Texas touts that they have this great cuisine.
Well, here's the problem. Is that you have to be
here's
like
the
a
issue
drunk
with
college
that.
pig
Right.
to enjoy it. Like you have to
Rav
be like
trap.
someone without any distinction who's never been
So
anywhere.
you are talking directly to the people of Texas right now.
Well, Austin.
Okay.
Because Dallas has great food.
Oh,
and
okay.
Houston has really good food. And Austin has some good barbecue, right?
I
But you
see.
can't eat barbecue
Should
all
make
the time
this
because you'll die.
for the sea-moth.
You know what I mean? You
Yeah.
just don't feel good in there.
Sure.
But the food there is just not, it's very underwhelming, to be honest.
And you're a food guy, right?
I'm a bit of a food guy. And here's the thing. I've shit-talked Austin for 2 years.
You left
And here's
with
the
a
deal.
grudge.
Everyone that comes to me, there's not
sure.
one person who's defended, not one human being. I said, hey,
And
fuck
then
you, man. Not one person
we'll
has said
try
everyone
each
kind
kind
of
of
goes, yeah,
torpedo.
You know what? To be honest, though, the people that get
Right.
offensive are people that live in places they know are
Yeah,
shitty.
like these, like I like
You
this
know?
one barbecue spot run by 2 lesbians. They just got indicted for tax fraud. So that's Austin. You know, they just got indicted for like fraudulently doing workman's comp. It's in the paper. So that's Austin.
Good barbecue, though.
It was really good, the ribs, but it's fallen off, and now I know why.
All right.
Because you're committing crimes instead of cooking.
Right.
So you know, that's a problem.
That's, you guys got to be careful with that.
Sounds-
It's not worth it, the financial
Sounds
crime.
cool though.
But I think I might be doing a live podcast there, and it's a good city, and I'd love all of you to come out for that. Thank you. After I destroy it, I was okay, but hey, you know, we can all come together.
Yeah.
Well,
LA kind of, I should on LA too.
I like LA, but it is a true thing. Like,
Yeah.
people all outside of LA
Sometimes
shit
too.
on LA.
Yeah.
I moved to New York for a year,
Yeah.
and I didn't even realize this is a thing. I mean, I've lived in SoCal my whole life.
Right.
And I moved to New York, and everyone's like, LA fucking sucks,
Everybody
bro.
was
Welcome
there,
to
yeah.
New York, the real world. And
Yeah.
there's like this
Well.
culture of hating LA.
Yeah.
Part of
LA
what I
does
didn't like
kind of
about
suck
Austin
though.
was this
I mean,
idea that
it's
everyone
got its
has
good
to be
parts, of
positive.
course, but
In New York,
Yeah.
I was around people that always hated New York, and now I'm around people here that hate LA. I've never not hated where I've lived, and I
Sure.
think it's a very rational thing to do.
Yeah.
You look around and go, ugh. But this idea that there's inevitability to Austin, and that it's like we all have to live it up and not notice anything that's wrong, and then you're on a team, and it's gross to be on a team.
So
That's
like,
the opposite.
okay, we'll make a
You mean there's like the old folks who are red,
Yeah.
and the new
Sea-moth
folks
torpedo
who transform the
system
city
later.
to a more liberal bastion.
It's not even political as much as it is just you have people that are true believers, which is the worst thing ever.
You know, like Christian.
true
Well,
believers
sort of, but they believe in a
are the
city.
worst.
Oh,
So
I
that
see.
to me, I go, that's weird to me. I would rather you believe in a God or
Anything.
your life or your talent or your family. Or like, there's something weird to me about having to constantly sell a city every day. Be like, aren't you glad you're here?
That's interesting because I always hear people talking about Austin like that.
Yes.
I've never heard a bad thing about it. And
No.
so you're spreading the gospel.
I have taken it upon myself,
Yeah.
like John the Baptist, to go around.
Okay, where shall
and
we
tell
go?
people that, I mean, it's like 103 degrees right now. I have a house there, still own a house there. We go back, the grass is yellow. It's just, you know, and there's nothing you can do. The water heater exploded. The well is
Too hot.
The well's fucked. I got
You drink out of wells?
Well, I have well water, but that's screwed.
Why do you drink out of a well?
Well,
That's kind of
because we
medieval
have our
shit.
own water for the race war.
Right.
With
Well, you
White
should have opened with that.
Yeah. Don't you get it?
Access upgrades.
Aren't you
Get,
good
oh
way?
right, I can do it from the console.
Yeah, you should have. You had me at race for
Yeah.
Yeah. So
You had me at race
by the way,
war.
just so you don't think I'm totally insane, this was something that we saw. Really
Oh yeah, yeah.
This was this viral video of this legendary man at a ball game who invented this.
Okay.
He
Oh, I do have storage,
defined a
cool.
hot dog. And I could see those flavors maybe working harmoniously more than water.
Yeah, you gotta respect.
How do I grab stuff? Okay, I gotta
Yeah,
choose
gotta
between
respect
grappling
that.
arm
But I had never seen
and
anything like it, so
torpedoes.
I wanted to try it. So shout out to this man.
Yeah.
You tried it. It was me and Austin. You gave it a shot. You know?
That was good. Yeah. So, well, you know, I like the idea though that like
Oh, I
everyone's
can put
just
it into
running away from
here.
homeless people. They're like, they're all in LA. Let's go to fucking
Well,
Texas.
there's a lot,
no homeless people.
Yeah, it's kind of a nationwide.
Does it
thing.
bother you that much?
It is nationwide.
It's nationwide. LA's got a lot. There's a lot of problems. So when you drive in LA, you go. It is very difficult because you have these every show in LA is about real estate. Every single
Okay,
show.
like all the
is
reality
selling
shows,
sunset,
yeah.
$1 million. And there is an irony.
How
When you drive
do
through the
I
streets, you just see tents, and then every
load
pop
torpedoes?
culture representation of LA is like,
But you know what? I have a
closer.
homeless reality.
Yeah.
Where, like, because I know they fight over nice tents, nice spots.
There are
That could be
tents that
interesting.
are better than other tents. That's a fact.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not even trying to be insensitive. There are things you look at.
I fired it.
Oh,
There's class issues going on.
there's high
Does it affect me?
You know,
Whoa.
but no, LA has that unique issue because policies are not great and it's the weather.
Oh my gosh.
too. If you want it, you're gonna be
Oh my
homeless
God.
somewhere. You know, this is a good weather place to be homeless.
My take on that homeless problem in LA,
Yeah.
all over California, is that people travel from all over the country,
Yeah.
specifically to LA. So you have other states.
That's right.
They have people who are homeless for whatever reason coming here because the policies are good for homeless people.
I say
the weather's good.
You have to go the other way.
But it's like,
let's just go. We are the top homeless destinations in the world. I take friends now that come when they visit. I take them to Skid Row, and I'm proud of it. I go, there's 10,000 people right here, and many of them like disturbed. And I go, what the hell's wrong with you? And they go, this is horrible. I go, why? Did you have a house? I go, this is great. Like I say, let's be proud of it. Let's listen, LA's a great place. You got to be a little bit of a sociopath to enjoy it, and that's okay. You have to be a little bit. You can't focus on every image. You can't focus on every person you see giving birth on the street. You have to just
ammunition depleted.
You do.
Okay.
Yeah, but so my thing is like the whole country is sending their homeless people, and I feel like we need some federal funding to deal with this massive problem. It can't just be the state's responsibility to take like a whole.
Yeah, part of it is the high rises too. Like LA hates high rises. So New York is better suited to deal with this because they have high rises, right? So when people talk about building 30,000 units of affordable housing, the idea that if many of them are in a few buildings, it's much easier to do than building 30,000 single family.
One of the big crises of LA is the zoning is insane, right? They don't let you build up. There's
because a lot of people just don't want the views ruined, or they don't like vertical living,
or they don't want. They probably just
don't get it really.
Whatever it is, But I mean, so there's definitely issues.
Okay, where are there minimal deposits we can mine?
And there were homeless people there. Not as many, but there were a few.
Okay.
And they're there. There's everything. There's problems everywhere.
I don't think you can move away from homeless. Like if
a lot of people who move to Texas, I hear them going like amongst all the other reasons. They go, "I'm getting away from all the homelessness." I just love the idea of running like rich ass people just running away from home.
Well, it's also
why don't you can't just make friends with them or anything. You gotta just run away.
Living in Skid Row. But no, there's violence everywhere. There's problems everywhere. There was a mass shooting.
Why don't I go this way? I haven't really explored over here this way before.
And, brandishes weapons, and so there's going to be problems everywhere. You just have to come to grips with the fact that you'll probably die, probably be violent. Wherever, you know what I mean? It's wherever.
I do not want to come to grips with that.
Oh no, sure.
I would like to avoid that.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do we do about it? What's your solution?
Oh, I mean, I think it's a problem that it's very tough. What you need to do, I think, is number one, get on board that it's a problem because LA is so big. That like Manhattan Beach has nothing to do with Beverly Hills. That has nothing to do with Pasadena. It has nothing to do with downtown. So you really got to get on board that it's a problem, and then you gotta really. I think you gotta have that conversation about vertical living. To be quite honest, I really do think because everyone goes, "I'm going 30," and I haven't studied the issue, but like it does seem like I go to New York and go, "Well, what's different here?" And they go, "We have massive
density.
We can give people space, units."
Yeah,
I think that might be part of it.
So that everyone's living in the same area.
I think that's been a huge problem.
And they can use all the same like
so fucked up. There's literally
different services.
There's and people get pushed out, and so and then so I think that like that's
more of a community
from a standpoint of looking at the actual setup of the city. That seems to be one of the.
You know what?
It's like if there are more people,
I wasn't expecting
a tight knit community, maybe.
Pretty good answer to that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, or we could build them a mall.
What I
build them a mall. Rick Russo built Grove, and I think if we built a mall just for homeless people.
What kind of stores would they have?
Ooh.
The things they
got
need,
lucky, buddy.
And let them play in the fountain, and let them go on the trolley. If the Grove has a little, let them go on the train. This could energize them. I don't know. This is a guess. This is an idea.
Yeah, I want to
say. Yeah, this place is.
So Howie Mandel, I'm sure you're aware of.
Yes.
So Howie Mandel is very popular.
Kind of interesting.
Okay. Yeah. And he's very PC. He has a very clean image, the guy.
He's a family-friendly man.
That's his whole shtick, right? That's the bread and butter. Well, he posted a TikTok. It's too vulgar to show, so I'm just going to show it to you. And I haven't stopped talking about this. It's my favorite thing that's happened, not just of this year, but possibly the decade. Dan, how can we show this to Tim so that the audience can see it?
Well, I can put it on the screen right now.
Yeah, just don't switch to it.
Don't switch to it? Yeah, I got it.
Oh, hello.
So Howie just unannounced put this up. And it shook the world, the TikTok world.
Membrane
When my
tree.
friend Neil bent over, this happened. Does somebody know?
Oh, hey, here's all the gel sacks. Okay, cool.
What do we do about it? Ow.
Yeah.
Membrane.
That's a prolapse.
That's a massively prolapse day.
Yes. And he put that on his TikTok.
Yeah, publicly. It was up like for a full day. It had like 3 million views.
This is the guy who hosts Deal or No Deal?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
I just want to review.
Yeah.
Just want to review that. Yeah, that's what they call a brand identification issue. He's unsure of, yeah, that's interesting. I mean, his agents were probably crawling on the floor to grab his
up. It was up for like 17 hours. That was so powerful.
Yeah.
And then if you go to any of his comments now on any of his videos, it's like, we'll never forget.
Yeah.
And that's
Whoa,
part
look
of
at this
the
wreck.
Children saw that. Right?
Yes.
Oh, lots.
Families.
Lots.
Let's go over to
Okay. I'm
Howie
gonna have
Mandel's
to
page. They
get a
said,
laser
"Let's see what
cutter
he's
for
doing."
this.
Just to pull it up, if you don't mind, Dylan. I mean, there's just just pull a prolapse so I can show, just to analyze the prolapse. I mean, that is a special prolapse.
There's nothing better than a guy who goes, I'm a little sick of this clean image. Let's try, because this is what he's doing here. He's going, let's try something. And he's thinking maybe that'll work.
I'm the edgy guy.
You know?
But you can even see the asshole hairs that kind of
It's,
spread
this
around.
is crazy.
Yeah,
I've not
wow,
looked so
sideways.
crazy
Cool.
that he put this on his TikTok. He's the host of a family game show.
Yeah.
I mean, that would
America's
be
Got Talent.
insane. Yeah.
Wait, what did he?
Yeah, so talk of the town. I'm homies with Howie. I keep trying to get him to call in
He's
and
a
talk
good
about
dude,
it. Yeah,
yeah.
he's a good dude.
Really
He
good.
won't- he says I'm laying low on the prolapse. So I'm
Yeah,
there.
I get it. This is, by the way, he's asked me to do his podcast several times, and now probably he'll rescind that. If I go on, I gotta talk about this.
Yeah, bring it up.
Yeah.
Bring it up. It's important. We keep the dream
Well,
alive.
that's what happened. Ethan did go on his podcast,
Moonball.
and then I think this happened right after.
This is what you do to people.
And yeah.
Oh my God,
you,
I'd rather-
you did something
Or
there.
family
I'm
part.
gonna do prolapse.
No, I'm not even kidding. I went on the podcast and I tore. It was just so much drama afterwards.
Yeah. I mean, this is amazing. And I wonder like what the call was to him, like somebody going, "Hey, that TikTok that you just posted." And he's like, "The one with the anus?" They go, "Yeah, that one." We're finding that that's not doing great. We yanked
It was going
And
viral.
actually, it was
I'm
going
sure.
so
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
It had like 3.5 million
Oh,
views.
inventory full.
People were loving it. I was sharing it with everyone. I knew
It's amazing.
that's viral. Yeah, but so can I ask you a question? We've debated this in here. Is this an act, a sexual act, or an act of unintentional prolapse, or intentional prolapse?
I believe it's an unintentional prolapse,
Really?
but I don't know.
I thought it was an intentional prolapse.
Here's what I'm thinking.
Why did they cut around it like that?
Well, that's interesting. I thought maybe it just broke in that form. Like
Just busted
it
through.
busted through like that.
That's
All right.
But I don't know.
Torpedoes.
But that's interesting, the idea of that it was a premeditated prolapse.
Yeah, I think there's groups,
What's happening?
Groups of people that are like this.
There are people that do that.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I've heard. I don't know if you know about Fist Fest.
Fist Fest.
Yeah.
No, I'm aware of fisting, but I don't know what fist
Well,
fest
they take it.
Yeah.
They take it all the way, right? And so they do stuff like this with each other. So they call it like a red rose.
Fist Fest.
Prolapse anus.
It's interesting how you get that.
Yeah.
It's interesting what lines crossed that lead you there. You know? But everyone's got to make a living. But yeah,
Okay.
this is an interesting choice for him.
Yeah, so we're actually commissioning a carpet.
This is like if Pat Sajak from Wheel of Fortune put up like cannibalism, you know? Like a video of people just eating people with like no and then trying to make a little joke about it, you know? It was like, hey, I'm hungry, but not this hungry. You're like, what are you doing, you psychopath?
Oh, I love Howard for this. Yeah, we're commissioning
Nice.
a carpet. There's this guy that makes these really incredible carpets.
Yeah.
Life,
Yeah.
perfect detail.
Yeah.
So how's that going? Are we getting this made in the carpet, Sam, or who's talking to him?
Sam is she stepped away for a moment, but yes, it's proceeding.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge one, like 12 by
amazing.
12, with Howie's head.
Gulp.
Oh my god.
For the studio?
Yeah, for the studio.
Love it. Beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah, Fist Fest, by the way. So I learned about this, and this is why I think this might be intentional. Wow, they have a logo. Yeah, Howard Stern sent a guy there to report on it, and it's actually pretty incredible to learn about.
It's wild that this is like an organization.
Yeah, they had like the conference room at a Holiday Inn.
Of course.
Or some where it was happening. They said, oh, okay, monkeypox vaccine required.
That makes sense. Hey,
That
hey,
makes
makes a lot of sense.
Good.
Hey, it's good to be responsible.
Yeah.
So, okay.
I love the idea of somebody going, hey man, I need a fake monkeypox vaccine card to go to Fist Fest. Because that is a sentence being said somewhere.
I'm sure it is.
Going to Fist Fest.
Okay, here's big news. Let's get your take on this.
Wait, before we
Wait,
move
are
on,
people asking
although
for monkeypox
maybe
vaccine
there should be
cards
a little bit
now?
of a buffer after that discussion, but we are at 30 minutes. We should do
Howie
an ad
is
break.
going to get me in trouble with my sponsors now. You know, he told me he lost a lot of money from that.
It's interesting.
I was talking to him.
Every now and then you will see somebody who goes
Where'd this
way
shit go?
outside of what they usually do. Like every now and then I will tweet a GoFundMe because someone will ask me to, and I'll be like, please help this sick child. And then people will be like, hey, fuck you.
Fuck this
and I'll
kid.
be like, you know,
Fuck
guys,
this kid in particular.
I know we keep it real light.
Yeah.
And I know that I'm a guy who likes to, but let's just
come
donate
on.
$5 or not, and let's move on, you know?
Yo, this is where
If you don't want to donate, then just don't.
I'm saying they don't schlub at Fist Fest.
Interesting.
What is this cave?
This is
Oh
not the-
wow. Oh,
It's not the
Reginald.
Beverly Hills Hotel. It looks like
I
an
love these
extended stay
guys.
America. Like, it looks like a hotel where the cops are frequently guests.
Yeah, it does kind of look like a Fist Fest.
Got you, Reginald.
But I like that Fist Fest says, hey, no matter what your economic strata, we want you to be able to enjoy
Get 'em.
this, very
They're very nutritious. I love them.
sexual experience.
Yeah. Actually, we still can't
Love
do the
'em.
sponsors because we're gonna have to just sit silently for 30 seconds. Yeah.
Why are there so many though?
glad this happened before where
Nice.
I thought I had the same. You did? What did you talk about?
I said satirically that homeless people in a pod. Put them in a pod.
What was the sponsor though?
Simply Safe, the security system.
Oh, lock them in there.
You would think they would. You would think they would be on board with that.
That's what I think. And
They
so,
were not.
what was the one that I got in trouble for, Dan?
Which
really
time?
deep.
Yeah, be more specific.
I don't remember them. Maybe
There's been a few lately.
there was one.
Oh, right. You. It was Babel, the language learning app, and you said we were talking about sex trafficking just before that. You said you'll lower your chances to get sex trafficked
If you speak multiple languages, yeah. Which is true, kind of.
Not a bad point at all.
Like, that's what I'm saying. But then there was a hello.
Oh my god.
Oh, master class. I said, hey, master class. Actually, this is interesting. Look, Epstein has a class here on sex trafficking. But I
Nice.
made
Is
sure
it
I
the
said,
Epstein?
Right. It's a goof.
Yeah, come on, it's just a
You
joke.
want to more people buy
Try
it.
too hard.
I'm working for that. Oh, what was the fresh one? Was it about an abortion joke? About...
Oh,
We're
God.
about to do it.
Yeah, we're.
I'm not doing it. Nope. We're restarting the 30 seconds.
Okay, 1 second.
What was it, Dan? The 13 minutes?
Maybe let's talk about it
Dan doesn't like
a little after
Mrs.
that.
Brady's gonna lose a job. Everyone's gonna lose their job. Okay. Let's just keep it going.
Okay.
Oh, there's the wreck.
10 more seconds till we're at 30.
How many times do sponsors? Do you get in trouble with sponsors a lot?
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Oh, that's good. That's not bad.
All right, I think we're clear.
Well, it's sponsored
I
by
am the
HelloFresh.
captain. I am the captain now.
We
Look at all
love
these
HelloFresh,
fish,
folks, don't we?
fishies.
Yes, sir. Booper Troopers
Fishy
love
fish.
HelloFresh. You get farm fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered right to your doorstep. Skip the trips to the grocery store and count on HelloFresh to make home cooking easy, fun, and affordable. That's why it's America's #1 meal kit. 80. Come on. Without music.
He's not sitting at the station today.
Oh, it's unmanned?
My managing
Wait, what
network.
happened? You gave up on the soundbite?
It was a guest episode. I wasn't gonna do my shitty sound bites.
But I got no music. I just like you're an idiot selling HelloFresh.
Royalty.
You want me to sing?
There's usually some jovial music.
Royalty-free music. Here we go. Here
I
it
love
is.
HelloFresh. Don't
You
get
ready?
me wrong.
Me too. Oh yeah.
First result, royalty-free music.
Oh yeah.
Is that a vibe? Is that good?
Like it?
Turn it up a little bit.
Oh, I clicked off of it. Here, how about this one?
Okay. HelloFresh. Low
Bring
inspiring.
This feels like it starts with HelloFresh, but then you
This is where the wreck was. Oh,
Start a new
man.
life with HelloFresh.
Right. You're pulling up into an unknown suburb. You're just getting out of it. This is every like $20 million house.
Paint it.
They have this.
Turn it up, Dan.
Real estate video.
Turn it up.
Oh yeah, you're right. The backsplash is
Right.
beautiful white marble
I don't
tile.
care how you make your money. It'll
I
feel
just
really
saw
at
it.
home
Where
right
was
here
it?
in Beverly Crest.
Yeah, but anyway, we love HelloFresh. Listen, you can
hello.
throw some photos, Dan,
Quartz.
of the beautiful meals that are. These are
We have
all
plenty
members
of
of our
that, though.
community that have bought HelloFresh. Sent us pictures. That's some nice looking meals, right?
It really does.
I love HelloFresh. Here's how it works. They send you a box of pre-portioned ingredients and a
Is it
little
over
info
here?
card, exactly how to cook it. You're always going to get delicious, healthy meals, and you're going to learn about cooking too. Even if you're experienced or a beginner, they basically lay it all out for you, and it's just so good. Here's something that might blow your tits off. Need another reason to stay in for dinner? HelloFresh is 72% cheaper than dining at a restaurant. And it's even cheaper than grocery stores because you don't have
I
to
guess I should have bought my sea moth.
carrots
Oh well.
to make
Right.
soup.
Absolutely.
Thank you for backing me up.
Yes. No. The amount of times I've bought 10 pounds of a vegetable and made a soup.
Right.
I can't even count them.
It's just
10
not, and then you
pounds.
throw them out.
I throw them out because I realize I don't have a family and no one loves me. Right. It's a whole pot of soup.
Yeah.
It's a whole other thing. I mean, existential crisis.
Yeah.
Then you
go
just,
with
yeah,
HelloFresh.
start
So
crying,
You,
and then,
you can
yeah.
get one for two. I don't know if they have one.
Fucking
I don't know if they have a
sucks.
single one.
Here's the thing. Here's what you do. You just get it for two. Just get it for two.
Just in case.
Just get it for two. You don't know what's gonna happen.
Or eat both.
Or eat both.
Bonk.
Yeah, which got me where I am.
Yeah.
Guys, are you, let's see, skip the grocery store and spend more time soaking up those summer rays. It's HelloFresh Market is a one-stop shop for all your mealtime needs, curated a selection of breakfast, lunch, snacks, desserts, and more.
Oh, it looks
Here's
like I
where
gotta
it
go
gets
soon.
insane. Go to HelloFresh.com/16H3.
It's getting late.
Why'd they do
Woke Pizza Hut.
Sponsors
I
of
was
program,
Pizza Hut
Heroic
woke
Libs of
now.
TikTok, brave, heroic libs of TikTok. Once again, despite
They're
being
calling them
doxxed,
out.
is still doing this incredible work. Shows Pizza Hut sponsors a program which incentivizes kids in pre-K to 6th grade to read books. Already, I'm already pissed off.
Reading
You
books.
understand? When I hear the Pizza Hut trying to fucking get kids to read, are you kidding me?
Indoctrinating my kids
Read books?
into
You
The
know who
cult
else
of literacy.
wanted you to read books? Allah. That's right. The first verse in the Quran is literally in the name of Allah. Read. Is that what you want your kids to do? You want them to read?
Reading.
Are you kidding me? You know who else read? The Prophet
Karl
Muhammad.
Marx.
I rest my case. But there's more. If your kids
Karl
start
Marx
reading,
wanted
what
you
if
to
they
read. He wrote
accidentally
more
read
books than
something
anyone in
along the lines
history.
of Das Kapital?
Yes.
Or dare I say, the
Literacy
Communist Manifesto.
is how you indoctrinate people into
Before you know
the
it,
leftist beliefs.
this is how they will turn your kids into homosexual Marxist fedayeen. Martyrs
Fedayeen.
for the Marxist Manifesto. Never read. That's why I am expressly anti-reading. I always tell you not to read. I tell you that all the time.
No reading. Oh yeah.
Books are only good.
Books are for
as
nerds.
Fuel to light a fire. And sometimes to hold, like, you know, your monitor up or something. Like, you know, your monitor up or something.
Or what?
This week, one of their suggested books is Bigwig, a book about a child who becomes a drag performer.
How could they?
Hello there. This June, we are celebrating Pride Month and the diversity of our LGBTQ+ community. These 3 books explore the uniqueness of every person, celebrate individuality, and encourage kids to see what makes them different. Makes us special. With Pride, the Book It team. Now, description. In the spirit of Julian is a mermaid, this irrepressible... What? Maybe I should read. What the fuck? I've never... This is what happens when you don't read. Like, I wasn't even lying. What is this fucking irrepressible? Irrepressible?
Irrepressible. Can you not read? Literally cannot read.
I've never heard this word before. Okay. Picture book celebrates drag kids
I mean, yeah.
individuality.
It's not a common word.
Unable to repress? Oh, okay. Yeah. I am a literal idiot. I'm a himbo. I'm a fucking dumbass. I don't read. I wasn't lying. Okay. This irrepressible picture book celebrates drag kids' individuality and self-confidence from the perspective of a fabulous wig. Just in time for Pride Month. The baby is currently on 18 days free of controversies. This means he now doubles his personal record, which used to be 9 days. First of all, Michael, this account spreads a lot of fake news. Was the baby a good boy today? Let me tell you something. I thought this account was real. I thought this account had honesty. I thought this account had integrity. And then I found out the baby
Yeah, what's going on here?
Despite what I thought this account was saying. Okay? So
Oh, hey, the Degassi habitat is not so far from here.
Sometimes lies, chat. They sometimes lie, folks.
Okay, yeah, let's go check that out.
Lie on the internet. So I will not be showing this account. I will not be promoting this account that is full of fabrications about what the baby monitor feels inadequate compared to the other bigger wigs. When wig flies off BB's head, she goes from kid to kid, instilling confidence and inspiring dreams in those who wear her. How dare this magical wig turn someone into a more confident person? How fucked up. That's absolutely unacceptable.
Wow, we're just so
Teaching children
deep.
that, like, magical clothing can instill confidence in you is completely unacceptable unless you're the Mormon Church. In which
Literal
case,
indoctrination.
is totally appropriate to teach children.
Oh, there it is. I'm so dumb.
Magical confidence from our God and one true Savior.
I'm a himbo as well. I identify as a himbo.
This is just like any other fucking children's book. It's just like it has like drag component in it. I assume that the mechanism that they are doing the storytelling through is using this like wig or some shit. And what I don't understand is that Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, is that actually the same? I've never seen like the Sisterhood or read the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, but I assume this is the same. Wow. Being to my link and didn't read any of my good takes earlier, it really is Pride Month. This straight feels bad. Oh, you don't want me to start sending you actual fiction? Please don't. I was actually just kidding about the fiction, and the baby monitor is a funny name. No, I like that account. It's funny memes for the most part. How is Libs of TikTok not banned off Twitter yet? Why would they? There's a truth teller. Children really don't learn about the magic underwear stuff in the Mormon church until they're adults, to be honest. Instead, they get to learn about how the church is the greatest institution ever, not racist, and that Joseph Smith wasn't actually a raging pedophile. All good stuff. This straight feels bad. So I have like a both sides argument to this because, like, on the one hand, I don't give a shit if like children are learning about drag queens. Like, I just don't care in any meaningful capacity. But I also don't understand what goes on in the mind of like some
kind of weird.
No, children have to learn about drag queens.
That is kind of weird.
I don't understand, but I also sometimes
It's like it's not so important, is it?
Weird thing about like just teach him. I mean, I again, who cares? It's a story about a wig, okay, that gives kids confidence. There have been numerous other versions of this exact same thing. They just have added like drag as a component to it. You know what I mean?
It's almost as if you're giving the conservatives ammunition. But of course, this is just one book. This is like one children's book, right?
Like, I don't know why.
Maybe it's meant for like a certain kind of
Then
kid.
I also feel like liberals are like, no, we have to do this, which is like, okay.
What if you're just reading it to like gay kids?
I don't have a dog in this fight in any meaningful capacity where I'm like, I don't care. The gay agenda is very real. Have you seen those little gay frogs that chat keeps spamming up? Yeah, because they exist. It's really weird that schools are pushing for it. No, like I just don't understand why they think this is like the peak of like liberal performative action. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's like lesbians protesting.
Hey, look at this.
Either for or against person, but such a weird take. Literally, who fucking cares? Why do they?
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, the overarching essence.
Spawned on top of each other.
Because like the idea that conservatives push for, that like, oh, a child will see a drag queen and then become gay or something, like that's fucking psychotic. It's not true. You're an
Not
insane
how
person.
being gay works.
Right? And you're just wrong and a bigot, right? You're wrong and stupid, which is the worst kind of wrong to be. Like at least you could have been like wrong and smart, but you just
Here we need the
wrong
laser
and stupid,
cutter.
right? So that part is strange to me. But that's also the reason why I don't care.
Can we make a laser
And
cutter?
sometimes feel
I don't
like
think I
liberals
have
know
one.
that kids have to do a drag learning hour or whatever the fuck. And maybe I feel that way because like I see it so much from like the conservatives. I consume a lot of conservative commentary, obviously. And it's just like, I don't know.
Maybe you're believing the conservative propaganda that like this is everywhere and like a widespread problem where it's like not. It's just like a few books here and there.
It's supposed to be like it's not like a tangible identity that is like super marginalized in any. Like, it's performance. You know what I mean? It's not a part, like, I mean, it can be a part of your existence, but it's still ultimately performance, which is why I don't care about it either, by the way. Because it's like, it's whatever, it's like anything else.
Okay, what am I looking for? Oh, right. Oh man, I don't think I have the laser cutter requirements.
And I think, yeah, I don't think it's
I need cave sulfur.
major thing. But I also, like...
Okay, let's go to this Degassi habitat.
People are fucking, like, saying, fuck this person, they're not allowed to teach. Like, that's insane, okay? Or if you have a trans character in a children's book, and people are like, this is unacceptable, that's fucking insane. I will fight every day. I will ride or die against that kind of fucking insane attitude, right? Like, you're psychotic. A story about a gay person or a trans person. A story
where
like,
is it?
The fish story, the latest Disney, Pixar, whatever the fuck, like with the fish.
I thought it was this direction.
Incredible work for Italians' rights. Like, that, in my opinion, is a really... Luca. That, in my opinion, is a really great story about, like, a kid's story about being gay. Like, that's what it is. That's what Luca is about, right? That's great. Like, that's awesome.
Where's the Degassi?
That's a wonderful way to, like,
there.
teach children that it's okay to be different and there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? But again, that's about, like, an identity, a tangible identity, and not just, like, a performance.
It's at 500 meters. So, is there like a cave system I gotta go into or something? Because we're pretty deep, but not 500 meters deep yet. But over here. Maybe I was just at the cave system. Oh, a warper? Okay, it's right below us, so... What if we set out in the suit? Let's go. Restock the torpedo bay. Whoops. Huh. Oh gosh. Can you make it? So close.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Let's try the gas torpedoes now. Let's make a snack too. Trump personally packed stash of documents. Interesting. Yeah, what was he doing with all those?
This next story makes yesterday's clip from the interview that Donald Trump did with Maggie Haberman even more extreme, and we're going to get to that in a moment. Donald Trump is now reported to have personally packed a stash of documents returned from Mar-a-Lago, and he kept hundreds more until the FBI seized them. Remember all these questions about, oh, did Trump know? Did Trump do it himself? Of course not, of course not. The new report per the Washington Post is that Donald Trump personally packed 15 boxes of material returned to NARA in January. He tried but failed to get a lawyer to claim that was all he had. That's the
Forgot
previous
about the
story
stasis
about Alex
rifle.
Kane. Many secret and classified records.
Can I just
were
make
later
another
found
one?
in an August FBI raid at Mar-a-Lago. Remember that yesterday we played a clip
we'll
for
do
you,
it later.
which I'm going to play again right now as a reminder, of Donald Trump. It's a recording of Donald Trump talking to the New York Times' Maggie Haberman, where the question of documents came up. Lo and behold, it turns out Trump was lying.
That you had with Donald Trump, where you brought up the correspondence he had with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. The New York Times released audio of this. Now we have audio of this conversation.
Okay,
So listen.
whatever.
In particular, are there any memento documents you took with you? Anything?
Hello. Can I punch you?
I have great things, the letters to Kim Jong-un.
Ammunition depleted.
You were able to take those with you?
Look at what's happening. I think that has the,
Okay, let's just get the grappling hook then.
Trump knew when he made that claim that he had taken a bunch of stuff. And the report now is he did it himself. He did it himself. And this puts an entire new light on this entire story. Took him himself, allegedly, told his lawyer to lie about it. And this is the pattern.
What if
Looking
I
for
put it
someone
in
else
here?
to take
I
the
don't know.
ball. Now, Alex Cannon made the right decision. Made the right decision to not sign off and say everything's been returned. He suspected, seemingly, that Donald Trump was full of you-know-what. Christina Bobb then signed off on the documents, swearing we did a sweep. We know it's all gone from Mar-a-Lago. We don't have any more documents. Now she has had to hire a lawyer. And this last detail, because remember, all along, at the end of the day, whether the documents were planted or whether they were there or whatever, Eric Trump and others insisted Trump doesn't personally pack. He's a billionaire. He's the president. He's not personally stuffing documents.
Yeah, that would be weird. But
The
it
new
turns out
report
Trump
from
is
the Washington
weird.
Post said that is exactly what
Weird as hell.
and it certainly removes any specter of plausible. Let's now see what the latest claim is from Trump himself. I often have a very hectic schedule, and I don't always have the time to plan the exact nutrition of all of my meals, but our sponsor, Athletic Greens, just makes it easy to make sure I'm getting the nutrients I want. I've been using it for almost a year now, and it's great. AG1 by Athletic Greens is a delicious plant-based blend of 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals.
How the world's wealthiest people travel. Sure.
Like me, travel.
There are roughly 295,450 people with at least $30 million.
Ooh,
Such
hello.
individuals, referred to as
I found
ultra-high net worth,
something.
represent about 0.0037% of the human population, yet they hold about a third, $35 trillion
I wonder if
of
there's
the
a...
world's wealth. Therefore, it's no
If I
wonder
can
why
fall
a
as
massive
far.
global industry exists, fully centered on supporting the nomadic lifestyles of the world's wealthiest 295,000.
Actually, if
As
I
with
fall
any
down there, can I
socioeconomic
get
class,
back up?
ultra-high net
Oh,
worth
man.
individuals are more likely to socialize with other ultra-high net worth individuals, yet intriguingly, the number of people earning and spending similarly to you goes down as your income goes up. Therefore, when you get to the top of the income scale, the scarcity of people like you stretches your social networks out to a global scale. Through the years, this led to the creation of the informal but remarkably systematized so-called billionaire's social calendar. The year often starts on St. Bart's, the traditional New Year's Eve spot for the wealthiest few. Then February might include the Super Bowl,
I really
and March
should have got my
San
scene off.
Moritz.
Oh,
Spring
oh
starts
my
with the
gosh.
Masters Golf Tournament in Augusta, Georgia.
I can't believe you got my social calendar. This is awkward. This is awkward that my social
I want to
calendar
fall down there right
May
now.
includes the Cannes Film Festival and the conveniently close Monaco Grand Prix. June's highlight is the Henley Royal Rowing Regatta in England, July's is Wimbledon, August is the Venice Film Festival, while September often includes a return to Monaco for its yacht show.
Oh my gosh.
October is the Frieze London Art Fair, November might include a trip down under for the Melbourne Cup, and finally, the last major event of the year, before St. Bart's of course, is Art Basel Miami Beach. These events are hardly about the events themselves. Most wealthy attendees to Monaco's Grand Prix hardly care about the racing, and its yacht show is far more than a sales event for the vessels, but rather they serve as an exclusive space made available only to wealthy people who want to socialize with other wealthy people. While few go to all, and each adapts the calendar to their preferences, ultra-wealthy individuals have often expressed a feeling of obligation to join the circuit in order to maintain their social standing. Such pressure may have motivated Jeff Bezos, for example, to start his 2022 as he did, on a yacht off St. Bart's with his partner, Lauren Sanchez.
Let's just
Thanks to
park
publicly
this
available
over here.
aircraft transponder data, however, we're able to see what he did with the rest of his January. Bezos' pair of G650 jets are too large for St. Bart's short runway, so they waited on neighboring St. Martin while the billionaire rang in the new year. Then, on the 1st, N271DV took off for the 7-hour flight to Los Angeles to drop Sanchez off, while the other N758PB flew the next day to take Bezos directly home to Seattle. Over the next 2 weeks, both jets regularly shuttled up and down the West Coast between Seattle and Burbank, presumably to take Bezos and Sanchez to visit each other. On January 13th, however, one of the...
Oh, thank God.
One of these things.
Thank God that he's not mentioning that it was actually me that he was visiting. I was there.
Jets flew from Burbank to Maui, while the other flew from Seattle and stopped briefly at LAX before continuing on to Maui, presumably carrying Sanchez and Bezos respectively to the billionaire's new $78 million vacation home on the island. Then each jet returned to the mainland 4 days later. Bezos appeared to visit Sanchez again on the 23rd, then 4 days later flew directly to Washington, D.C. Bezos owns the biggest home in the district, the largest newspaper in the city,
Unusual energy signatures, he said.
Across the river in Crystal City, Virginia, so he was likely there for business. But finally, Bezos finished out the month by flying back to Burbank once again, and he did all of this while threading the needle between highlights on the billionaire's social calendar.
We got a
just 11 days later, he flew down to
entertainment
LA
facility here.
Across January, Bezos' lifestyle called.
To be fair, I literally was there, I think.
Why do the Degassi always build their bases so deep? Oh, you know what? Maybe they maybe they all died from the bacteria, right?
Which is roughly equivalent to flying between
Bacteria
Seattle and
infection.
Sydney 4 times. To fuel this extent of travel, his jets used about
Cuttlefish egg.
24,838 gallons, or 94,022 liters of
I
fuel,
think I already
which by the way
have
is used to propel the
these
largest passenger
fluid
aircraft in the
analyzer. I
world,
don't think I have
the
that.
across the Atlantic from DC to London with 500 passengers aboard.
Orange tablet.
Do you know they're not, like, are they not afraid of radiation? Isn't
New
that like a
blueprint
concern
acquired. Oh my god. Jesus.
New PDA data.
I don't get it.
That was
How are you
scary.
gonna fucking fly this much?
Okay, let's just go back now.
Baby blood prevents that, silly. Private jets have heavier shielding.
Oh no.
It's not as bad as you think. The Earth's magnetosphere still extends in space. I thought that there was.
Oh gosh.
I thought there was an actual problem. Was that a pay trip with your boss?
Uh-oh,
Oh,
it's
man,
chasing me.
fucking idiot. I'm obviously joking. Holy shit.
Okay, let's
The
see
joke
if,
is that people unironically think I'm as powerful as Jeff Bezos or as rich as any of these fucking fools. When I literally sit here every fucking morning and scream about the same shit every fucking day. That's the joke. I hope the chatter was joking.
Travel is indicative of the way that market analysts think ultra-luxury travel is heading. You see, two phenomena are crashing head-on to each other to throw the industry into turmoil. First, more people are getting wealthy than ever as money is becoming increasingly consolidated at the top. And second, nearly wealthy people are traveling less frequently than in years past, but spending more than ever. Data indicate that prior to COVID, Americans spent an average of $4,871 on a trip to Greece.
See if we can
but now
fight this
it's all the way up
crab
to
thing. Crab squid.
$6,561. Airline executives have also jubilantly noted that first and business class revenue is remarkably strong despite the continued weakness in the traditionally lucrative business travel segment, mostly thanks to leisure travelers opting to pay a premium for more luxurious travel at a greater rate than ever. In New York City, the ultra-luxury hotel market is said to be booming, with all-time high prices and occupancy rates and new super premium properties opening faster than ever.
Nice.
Summer 2022 saw the opening of the
Can I do
highly
this?
anticipated Amman, New York, with the cheapest room starting at $2,600 a night, but more regularly pricing in the
That
$3,000
hurt,
or
huh?
$4,000s. 5 years ago, the Amman sister property, the Utah desert resort known as Amangiri, started at $1,400 a night. But these days, that's doubled to $2,800 a night. And even with dynamic pricing charging a hefty premium for the most attractive dates, plenty of nights are regularly sold.
Man, inflation is
Am I
really
pulling
hitting everybody
it
hard.
towards me? Oh gosh. Wait, I got
Inflation's
a
really hitting the
radio?
most vulnerable the worst. You know what I'm talking about? These guys, not you, Chatter, who now has to face their landlord. It is a thing. A flight from LA to New York is about the same as a chest X-ray scan. Hold it. Hold on, listen.
Sold out even many months in advance. And of course, for those lucky enough
Oh,
to
tell
go
me I'm
booking at
stuck.
resorts
No,
like
no.
Amangiri,
Okay.
they need a way to get there, so it's no wonder why 2021 saw an all-time record high number of private jet flights, 3.3 million globally. This tremendous growth was in large part enabled by the propagation of the on-demand
radio
charter
now.
business. Companies like Wheels Up, NetJets, and XO have revolutionized the industry by simplifying one-off charters of private jets, which makes the means of travel far more achievable for the twice-a-year wealthy leisure
Oh
traveler.
no, goddamn
These
it.
private jets are serviced by fixed-base operators, which essentially act as private terminals for hire, and these are also observing record traffic, leading to more FBOs being developed, which is pushing up prices for airport real estate and hangars to an all-time high as well. So, as the industry has grown as large as ever, it's simultaneously more expensive than ever and more frustrating than ever to get access to a private jet. Essentially, across the ultra-luxury travel segment, there's a capacity crunch. More people than ever are willing to pay more for a night in a top hotel than most do for a month of
wanna
rent,
fight?
or more for a 2-hour private flight than most pay for their cars. The pace of industry growth is outmatched by the growth in demand for the segment. Incredible confidence that the super wealthy have pushed the ultra wealthy out
Okay, what is
from their
that, like,
traditional
energy
dominance.
burst?
I have been on a private jet. Twice.
I'll get you. Oh, hello. Gotcha. Are you dead? Please die. Got him. Hahaha.
Be that guy in the private jet looking back at the shock Pikachu face in that pic? Yes.
Maybe this doesn't do that much damage.
There simply are not publicly available travel experiences expensive and exclusive enough for the wealthiest of the wealthiest anymore, so they're essentially turning to private everything. Yachts fulfill this need well. They allow the ultra-rich to travel on their own terms, bringing the quality of accommodations they expect to wherever they want to go, largely regardless of outside demand. But where they want to go is still largely dictated by that billionaire's calendar, so each fall, as the temperatures in the Med drop and the final summer events finish up, a maritime migration begins. Some of the super yachts push off the dock with pared-down crews to begin the lengthy transatlantic passage under their own.
I don't get why it's a big deal that you've been on a PJ.
Oh my gosh, what? No, no, no. Oh no, I'm stunned. Oh wow.
Otherwise, the things that people would never get mad at.
Am I doing this?
This is me. People get mad at it. What's up?
Are you dead?
It's more so a meme in this
You should be dead.
Whoa.
Look at all this damage I'm doing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you're dead now, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sayonara. Sucker.
Power, and while most yachts are capable of taking on most ocean crossings, it's an expensive, impractical, and dangerous endeavor. That's why these exist. Yacht-carrying ships. These ships work year-round
Yacht-carrying
yacht
ships.
hotspots, but in the fall and spring,
What?
it's all about the transatlantic migration.
Okay, what the fuck is that, dude?
How do I get
What?
inside this?
It's a boat, man. What?
A boat inside a boat. Yo, I heard you like boats.
I was asking. I was just
So I'll put a
curious,
boat
like,
in your boat.
Not trying to get you, but the private jet's fucking fire. It's a little scary if you're afraid of air travel, though.
Ah, oh, this is a nice place to put a desk. Yeah.
It also gave this great meme.
Okay, where am I going? God damn it.
Yeah, that is a great meme. Why don't you buy a yacht, a small practical one, not ships? What the fuck would I do with a yacht, bro? Shove it in my ass? What do you want? What do you mean? First of all, I'm not that rich. Like, I'm rich, but not buy a fucking yacht rich. That's number one.
Yeah, yachts
And
are
two,
like
what am I
tens of
supposed to
millions
do?
or
I
hundreds
stream
of
fucking
millions.
10 hours a day. I hate the ocean, and I literally spend all of my time here with you. What the fuck am I gonna do with a yacht, brother? Here's the reality, okay? Obviously, I'm a profoundly
Okay, wait, is this it?
but I still make my fucking my
What about this?
wealth off of my own labor. You know what I mean? You're not gonna fucking give me money if I'm not streaming. My money doesn't make its own money like these guys do. You say labor all you want, but it is functional.
Swim charge fins.
Fundamental. I stop streaming tomorrow. You know, I don't make money. Billionaires don't have to work. I still have to serve at the top of the hour ad break.
Coffee machine.
You know? Because at the top of the hour, there's still a 60-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can.
Oh, I don't have the basic double bed yet. Cool.
With the Twitch Prime.
Oh man, it's getting late. I gotta go.
Because they are brain broken into thinking.
Well, this was a nice run. Hey, look at that.
And make you sad, okay? So when they see someone living like this,
Hello. I knew there was something. Ooh, can we build
they go, that's not work.
Malady
You have to
or
literally
malady?
the land to be a laborer.
Malady.
It's just dumb, but you know, it is what it is.
Oh my gosh. Oh, kind of scary, but hey, they're harmless. Oh wait, what about that? Oh right.
We try to teach them
I think we explored everything.
Chat tries. I say we try.
Here.
It's true, you do. Also, you should try subscribing at the top of the hour in order not to see the fucking ads.
Oh wait, can I
The ad break is coming.
access the storage somehow? Is this the store? Oh, nice.
Here's
Cool.
the 1 minute ad break now.
Welcome aboard,
Capital's favorite socialist.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I don't think I'm ever Capital's favorite socialist. I would go so far as to say that I am not exactly well liked or loved by a lot of people.
Is that?
Are you know?
I think I can mine.
advocating for capitalism.
Oh. Huh. This looked like something.
Anyway, let's continue.
So, at the end of the Met season,
Okay, here we
a
go.
deluge of vessels descend on yachting homes like Genoa, Italy, and Palma de Mallorca,
Why are
Spain, to
the
load up on one of
Degassi
these
only
vessels.
building bases in
Their owners
like
paying up to
these weird ass caves?
$100,000 for the convenience. Upon arrival in the Caribbean, their owners can once again access their yachts, providing convenient access to.
Oh my gosh.
You can make it. They're supporting your rise. Chat is literally allowing you to be here. Of course, it's like you have no idea or don't care. Yeah, I don't. I have no idea and don't care. That's why I always talk about how much I love my community.
Winter events like Art Basel Miami and New Year's on St. Bart's. As with every other segment of the industry, however, the super yacht industry is growing faster than ever, meaning what was previously a refuge from the constraints of land is finding itself increasingly stuck out at sea. Take, for instance, a berth at the Yacht Club de Monaco. First and foremost, it'll cost you. During the summer season, a night will cost the shortest vessels $275, but if you'd like to dock the same boat during the Monaco Grand Prix, the price skyrockets to over $16,500 a night. To get one of the few spots that can fit the largest 60 or 70 meter vessels, it'll cost $73,000 a night. But even then, the clubhouse building blocks the view of the track, so to actually see the race, this fee includes access for
What is
the
that?
building itself.
That wire.
The cost is hardly the issue here. Rather, it's club membership, which requires that you were first sponsored by a member, then approved by the admissions committee. Once in, to secure a spot during the Met season, berth reservations have to be booked months in advance. But for the only event that parallels the Grand Prix in exclusivity, the yacht show, just getting a berth is only half the battle. When showing your super yacht off to other attendees,
Wait, Ethan just texted me back. All of you fucking foot soldiers. How dare you? It's not funny, okay? All day long, from the start, you've been writing in the chat, Dan quit, Dan quit, Dan quit. I didn't want to address it. I didn't want to make a bigger deal. I got sad, and I texted Ethan.
Sad.
And I said, did Dan quit? Now finally he reached back out to me and he says, no, nah, just the systems online. Why are you guys memeing about that? Oh, we got you. Oh yeah, you did. You got really sad.
I guess I can just build a radio.
the best spot to dock is here, across the way, so onlookers can take in the full profile of the vessel rather than just its rear. But getting these spots requires first that the yacht is too long to fit a traditional spot, and that you or your captain has a strong relationship with the event directors, relationships that take years to form. Navigating these busy waters is an expensive pain. Super yacht ownership in general is an expensive pain. Yachts don't generally get someone from one place to the next
tablet.
at all.
Oh, we
On the
need
open ocean,
nickel.
they're generally unpleasantly
I bet we'll find
rides,
nickel
and
in
unit
those
costs generally
caves.
average around 10% of the boat's value. Yet across the board,
Charges your held tool while you swim.
Continue to
Okay.
rise. Anecdotally, the deals cut on the decks of these behemoth boats and the valuable relationships curated at yacht club bars are said to make the investment worth it. As one new yacht owner told the New Yorker, quote, "One deal secured on board will pay it all back many times over." So, increasingly, the yacht is now perceived as a necessary component of the billionaire social calendar, meaning the same way that
they got about
it's over there. Oh wow, it's pretty far. Okay. Well, I think that's a good place to end it now.
Yes. So what happens is,
You got one more friend.
like really, really rich people, like myself, go and buy yachts specifically so they can fucking roll them out once or twice a year in different parts of the planet. They also will fly in a fuckload of influencers and shit like that.
Okay, now we can
so they look cooler, okay? Because they want to throw parties, they want to look cool, they want to look like they're in the know.
Amoeboid, simple non-sentient organism found attached to land at levels of fossilized organic matter. It feeds on this matter until it reaches maturity, at which point it divides to create two genetically identical offspring, and the cycle continues. Interesting. Data downloads. Degassi survivors. Malady.
Please stop fighting and listen.
We're sick. Ah, yes, they have the bacteria.
How? You've been coughing,
when he means
right?
we. Oh, sorry, yes, I meant we.
This is, yeah, the biometrics would have warned us.
the wealthiest few are feeling about
Something new.
in ultra-luxury hotels,
Of course
and it
it is.
extends to the yachting world as well.
Come on,
In
then, what's
response,
gonna
the
do?
ultra-wealthy are getting more.
It's gonna kill you.
It's an alien bacteria. It's everywhere.
Ah, shit, it's everywhere.
On this planet.
They're resistant to it, but humans are not.
How are the creatures surviving if they're infected?
I don't know yet. Want me to cut some of them open for you? Find out what makes them tick? No.
Makes them tick,
Tell me
Margaret.
what you need, son. Materials, equipment.
Just... Can I have some quiet?
I'll have some
I need some time to
quiet.
think.
Okay. Then, risk-taking. Boarding habitat.
Margaret, Maida has boarded the habitat.
What are you so happy about, Maida?
Maida.
Hey, kid. I brought you something.
Bought you something.
A Leviathan? Outside.
A Leviathan?
Put it home on the back of the
You
sub.
killed that thing.
Killed that thing?
It's still breathing.
Oh shit.
I was about to finish the job, but I can stay and chat.
It's still alive.
No. Then make yourself useful and pass me that hard
What?
blade.
Are you out of your mind?
Are you out of your mind?
What if it's not as dead as it looks? What if others come?
You prefer it got curious and came of its own accord, or got messed up and dragged here?
When we get off this planet,
I may drag you through
I'm going
every
to drag
corner.
you through every corner in the damn Federation.
So why do they bring a Leviathan there?
I have had it with you, risking our lives.
Oh, stow it, Chief. The kid can't kill this disease.
Why does it have to
without
be a
fish to
Leviathan?
study. I'm just bringing him home.
Bond, tell her. Tell her I'm right.
You're both wrong.
Tell her I'm right.
Marguerite, I can't find out how they resist the bacteria if you slaughter them.
Uh-oh, Margarita, psycho.
In coming in alive.
I was obliged.
Reckless.
Father, the outcome's no better if we hole up in here and don't go outside. Look, we have to find a middle way.
There is no compromise. Not while she's on my sea base.
Your sea base?
Your sea
I'm
base.
going outside.
Bart, Torgal has disembarked the habitat.
Bart, come in. It's dangerous.
Uh-oh. Leviathan sounds. Uh-oh. That's the Reaper.
Chief, get off the radio and put on your helmet.
What?
Brace!
Oof. The Leviathan was just unconscious, wasn't it? Damn. Alien Kraken, bigger than a Cyclops.
An alien kraken, bigger than a cyclops. Tore a hole clear through the reinforced hull.
Oh, it was others that came. Oh man. I told her.
Others would come. The rupture.
The end.
Clear of the habitat. And the monster turned and bore down on me.
Its
Just as
tentacles.
Tentacles came within
Wait.
reach. Maida appeared out of nowhere.
What was it
She had a
then?
sea glide in one hand, a jagged piece of scrap
Scrap
metal in the
metal.
other. She meant to butcher that beast or die trying. The last I saw her, she had the metal lodged in its neck as
The
the monster
monster.
did its best to shake her, contorting off into the darkness.
She got her
Since
wish.
she got her wish,
One way or another.
one way or another.
Uh-oh.
Then I thought I saw a light deep below me.
Uh-oh, yeah, where did Bart go?
Maybe Bart had swum clear. I followed it. Now I wonder whether I saw anything at all.
Damn.
Oxygen is low. The habitat is gone. I can't see the sky.
Something surely...
Something surely has the scent of my blood.
Yikes, that's dark. Oh well. Altera Corp. Okay, yeah. Well, that's... You know, that looks like it's it for tonight. Gotta go. Yep. It was a good run. It's dangerous going all this way without saving, but hey. That's me. Just me. Alright, here we go. Well, thanks for watching, and yeah, gotta go. So, hey. Good night, and I'll see you tomorrow. Oh man. Oh man. It was a good run. I forgot to check chat. Sorry guys. Wait, where's chat? God damn it. Oh well, someone liked it. Okay, next time I'll remember to chat. I promise. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, someone liked it. 2 people liked it. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I forgot. Yeah. Where is chat in here? Oh man. How do I do chat? I thought I had chat up here, but hey. Oh well. Okay, I promise I'll do it next time, okay? Certain I had it.
Creative. Over the past 5 years,
Somewhere.
just as overall sales and
View.
super yacht builds have risen, the number of super yachts over 40 meters being refitted has nearly doubled. More often than not, refitting means a visit to a boatyard for minor alterations. Sometimes though, these refits are major, which reflects a growing trend, the rise of the expedition yacht. With traditional waters busier than ever and the experiential economy as big as ever, billionaires are rebuilding and buying super yachts capable of taking on more adventurous trips, be it sojourns into the Arctic or lengthy remote prowls across the Pacific. At the extreme end of this trend is a former Soviet icebreaker now
Okay, I promise I will figure out chat
On the other,
and
experiential yacht
chat with
firms
y'all
have
next time,
create
okay?
World War II battle simulations in the Pacific for bored kids, or set up
Yeah,
temporary
thanks for
restaurants on
watching,
sailboats in
and
the
did
middle of
I
Maldives.
get a new
The
subscriber?
trend towards exploration and expedition isn't just a super yacht thing either. At the same time that increasingly numerous millionaires are pushing the ultra wealthy away from their old stops, the
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Out of all the shit that we've seen so far, that's the only thing that I would consider kind of cool.
69 watch hours, nice.
Literally everything we've seen thus far is bullshit. Like, oh yeah, you go to Monaco for a party. It's literally just
Okay,
like the same
well,
party
looks
you
like
go
he's
everywhere
got
else.
some views.
But Expedition sounds kind of fire. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait a second.
You know what I mean?
Here are the live streams, okay.
Like you go and you
Hey,
go
these
like
got,
to the
this got
Arctic
11
Circle or some
views,
shit.
okay. Yeah,
Is it
well,
horrible for the environment? Yeah, probably. I mean, it is a throwback. That's what they used to do.
damn, okay. Maybe chat will come up if I restart. Okay, well, I'll see you tomorrow, and good night, okay?